Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is June 21st, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Kim and Commissioners Ford. Commissioner Ford is in Albany. Staff in attendance is Associate General Counsel Murato. CEO Bryan is in Albany, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. I'd like to turn it over to the chairman. I'd like to say a few words.
So as you probably just heard, we have a new commissioner. If you could raise your hand there, Mr. Ford. Late last week, the New York State Senate unanimously approved the governor's nomination of Greeley Ford as commissioner to the authority. He comes to the SLA with extensive experience in both the public and private sector. He's from Camden, New York, which is outside the Rome, Utica area, and he currently serves as a senior network consulting engineer for AT&T and is responsible for design and wireless infrastructure across upstate New York. He's also served previously as communications coordinator for the New York State Senate, and he served on Oneida County Board of Ethics. And even more interestingly, Commissioner Ford is a band leader for a band called The Classified, which I've come to learn is actually an extremely popular band in the Rome, Utica area. So I want to welcome Commissioner Ford, who's in Albany today. And Commissioner Kim and I are very pleased you're here because that means we can take a day off occasionally.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Okay. The next meeting dates are set for July are set for the 5th, the 19th, and the 26th. And then there'll be a 3-week gap into August. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called as the order as they're signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter where a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask as a matter of courtesy, turn off your cell phones. So we'll go to Buffalo. The first item on the calendar is 1444, Red Cork LLC.
Step up to the podium. State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Chuck Palermo. This is Mike Bettis.
This is a request for reconsideration. So you're aware.
Are there any protesters there?
There's no protest present.
Okay, thanks.
So you both did not show up for the first hearing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a reason for not showing up, or it's busy?
I just guess we didn't realize we needed to. Our first time at this, and wasn't aware we were supposed to do that. So apologize.
So we did receive 2 protest letters, Main Street Wine Liquor Store LLC and Elaine E. Mayo. And in their protests, they talk about just, I guess, how small the actual area is and the other stores that service the area already. What will be different about your store?
There's a excuse me. There's a few differences, I believe, with Red Cork. One of the primary is hours of operation. You mentioned the liquor store protesting from Fairhaven, New York. Red Creek is about 5-6 miles south of the village of Fairhaven. In her protest, I believe she used population data from the last census that was village only, not the surrounding towns that we would obviously serve. Another big thing that I believe we're going to be offering is technology. Excuse me. From kiosk, we're going to be having a kiosk that actually allows the customer to search our database of wines, and we're going to be offering a lot of the local wineries that have been popping up in our area, most recently Coloca Estates. Those are just 2 of the big things.
Are those wines not being offered by the other stores?
They're not. Actually, I don't believe they're offered in any of the surrounding stores in the 2 counties, Cayuga County North and Wayne County total.
And you mentioned hours, but you haven't indicated how that's going to be different from the other stores.
Oh, I'm sorry. The other store in Fairhaven is seasonal. So basically, it caters to the summer residents. It's closed primarily throughout the winter with limited weekend hours.
Because she sent in sales numbers that would appear that she is open all year round. I don't know if she's open all week, but it does appear she's open all year round.
Yes, her hours shift back on the winter months, the six months in the winter, to just weekend hours. We would be full all year round.
And these communities are seasonal communities, correct?
No.
Or,
Fairhaven has an influx, obviously, because it sits on the lake shore. Everything south of there, we would like to be on the lake shore, but we're not. We're pretty much year-round residents. I'm the mayor of the village of Red Creek, and it's year-round.
Yeah, so we did get that information from a letter. It had said that one of you was the mayor and the other person is the deputy mayor. Is that correct?
Correct.
There a police department?
Do you have a police department?
We do not.
You're okay.
If there's no police department, then you're okay. So we just have to ask, because if you do have authority over the police department, then you wouldn't be allowed to hold a license, but because you're stating that you don't have a police department, then you're okay on that front.
Yeah, we do not.
well, what didn't we get in your application? Have you presented anything new here? Because I'm not seeing anything new.
Other than the population that we would be servicing, and again, the open year-round, our extensive hours, the technology that I don't believe anybody else is really utilizing in upstate or in our area, and we have the letters of support. As far as price points, we are a low socioeconomic area, and a liquor store that caters mostly to tourism or luxury residents on the lake. Their price point is a little higher. We've had one letter of support stating that they would drive actually the 10 to 15 miles just to get a cheaper product because it's not offered readily to them local.
Is this a freestanding building you're getting into? Oh, I see
It is.
I see it.
The population numbers that you talk about, what do your numbers show?
Well, again, for the village of Red Creek, they were correct as of the last census. If I did attach in our reconsideration information populations with the zip codes in the mailing with associated maps, just so you could kind of get an idea of where people, the population is outside. The village of Red Creek is a square mile big. So the village is tiny. But yet 13143, which is our zip code, is, it's got over 1,000 folks living within that radius. So the population is denser, and I think you brought up information about sales figures. I believe sales figures from the Wolcott location, which is an equidistance from the Fairhaven protest location, the numbers are significantly higher. Obviously, that owner would not release his information to me, but he did say that he was significantly higher than what was stated in the protest from Fairhaven.
But that population in Wolcott's significantly higher, correct?
It is. We are in the town of Wolcott. The population of the village of Wolcott, yes, is higher than the village of Red Creek, and the land mass is bigger. But both of our villages, we're on the extreme east end of the town of Wolcott. The village of Wolcott is on the extreme west of that. And we're in the Buffalo district. Fairhaven would be in the Sterling, Cayuga County, Albany district, I believe.
Yeah, are you done?
I don't have any.
Okay. I think the main issue here is that it's really somewhat of timing. We issued 2 licenses in 2013, the third and fourth closest stores, and the sales. There has been an increase in the Walcott liquor and wine, as you mentioned. There's a slight decrease, or pretty much flat for Fairhaven, the one in Fairhaven. And then with the issuances of the 2 licenses that are 10.2 and 10.7 miles respectively away, and this being a reconsideration case, I don't think what you've presented is enough to convince me that there's an added public convenience and advantage, so I deny the reconsideration.
I'm going to deny the reconsideration as well. I just don't see that the sales numbers support the need for another store at this time until we figure out how those other 2 stores are going to affect. I realize that the population is very spread out here, so I'm not saying it would never happen, but right now I'm not prepared to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford?
Commissioner Ford?
May I ask a question first?
Of course.
The Renaissance Festival up there takes place all summer, correct?
Correct.
And so who's closer, that you or Cayuga?
It is in Cayuga County. The Fairhaven liquor store would be closer. But yet,
That's
104A travels, the Seaway Trail, you would have to get from Rochester, you would have to take the 104A corridor, the Seaway Trail, to get to that location. So we would be first on that traffic.
Okay. All right,
May I say something?
thank you. So,
May I say something?
Who's?
I'm Mike Bettis.
Yes,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
I think her price structure too, she's flat because personally, I like Svedka and it's $24 average at most liquor stores. Her store is $38 a bottle, same bottle. That's where it's not convenient for our area for her to be open.
Right,
That's how I feel about
she's there, so we can't really shut her.
I didn't say that, but it's not convenient for the community at all.
Would competition help answer that question, I wonder? Or no?
It's not a matter for us of competition, it's a matter of whether the community is being served and there's an advantage of putting another one there. And the evidence that I'm seeing, based on what you presented, and we did hear from the protesters last time, is that, in my view, there doesn't need to be another one there right now.
Okay.
And Commissioner Ford, do you want to vote or no?
I'll abstain,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 1383 Walden Express. This is another request for reconsideration.
Good morning, members of the authority. Sean McKenzie, McGavin Graham, appearing with Jamie Kalnitz, the owner of Walden Express Incorporated. This is a request for consideration of a denial of a package store license. I was retained after the denial to make this application for reconsideration, and upon looking at the decision of the board in denying the application, 2 things were primarily brought to the forefront. First, it was noted that the population of the town of Cheektowaga, in which Mr. Kalnitz seeks to open his store, has been stagnant. And while that is true, in my request letter for reconsideration, I set forth the demographic statistics for both the town of Cheektowaga and the 3 communities which immediately surround it on all sides. And if you look at the breakdown in the table that was inserted on either page 3 or 4 of my request, it shows the number, it shows the population of each respective town and the number of package stores within those jurisdictions. And if you see, based on a per capita basis, the town of Cheektowaga is averaging about one store for every 14,600 residents, whereas the average number for the surrounding communities is one license for every 7,000 approximately. Therefore, I believe although the population may be stagnant, if you're looking at the number of licenses per capita, this is, I would argue, and I would submit respectfully to the members that this is an area that is underserved.
I read your submission, and notably the one thing that I saw lacking in it was the square footage of any of the stores. And if you see the 4 closest stores involved here, 2 of them are 8,000 square feet, which to me is an enormous liquor store.
Well, to counter that, sir, what I would submit that the town of Amherst, which is directly adjacent as well, has 16 stores. And in those 16 stores, which I believe per capita works out to about 1 for every 8,000, there are several stores at Amherst. My father's store is 14,000 square feet and is in the town of Amherst. The Premier right around the corner is, I believe, close to 20,000 square feet. Those 2 stores combined would have more square footage than every store in Cheektowaga. And we're talking about the next town over. So though, yes, while I do understand and appreciate the fact that there are 2 stores, each of 8,000 square feet, from an overall perspective, taking the entire community at large into account, I believe that counters that position, that the size of the store. Also, I would like to point out the second point, which is related, and I believe very relevant to this request, is that the opening of the Super Walmart, which is 0.4 miles from Mr. Kalnitz's proposed location, when Walmart studied where to put this store and decided to put it there on Walden Avenue, they commissioned an engineering company to do a traffic pattern study. And I did enclose a copy of that with my request for reconsideration. And that study shows that increased traffic from outside the area the traffic increase is going to be 70%. And yet from that 70%, because of where the thruway exits are and the other connection to the major thoroughfares with Walden Avenue, only 16% of that 69% is anticipated to come from the north, either west or east, where the 2 existing 8,000 square foot stores lie. Therefore, you've got a 53% traffic increase, none of which is coming from the area where the existing stores are. And all of which are heading to an area that is virtually next to Mr. Kalnitz's proposed location.
When you say next, is it in the same shopping mall?
It's not in the same shopping mall. It is 0.4 miles on the same road. And I should note that there are no stores on Walden Avenue or any thoroughfare that connects. The other stores are on a northern thoroughfare that, quite frankly, given this Walden area location with the Walden Galleria Mall that is expanding hugely. Mr. Kalnitz told me this morning, I wasn't even unaware of this, that Benderson has just built a new hotel just a little bit further down on Walden.
Next door, the Cabela's, they just recently built a Cabela's right down the street.
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Cabela's, the sporting hunting store, big national chain Cabela's, was just recently built right down the street.
but what we're talking about is these are regional destination shopping centers. And situating a store there, we believe will not hurt the other stores. And what it's going to do is the people that are coming into that area to hit those destination shopping locations are going to frequent Mr. Kalnitz's store.
Well, that's why I asked you if it was in the same shopping mall, in which case your argument would be very persuasive, but it's 0.4 miles away. So yes, there's more traffic passing by the store, and that may result in more business there, but presumably all these people coming to Super Walmart are coming from either the town over or the surrounding area or within that town, and what we're saying is that you have sufficient supply there for alcohol based on the size of the different stores and also the locations of the different stores. This is going to be, however you want to look at it, 1.4 miles and 7 miles, the two closest stores, which are both 8,000 square feet, and you're proposing to add another 6,200 square feet to it.
Which initially was also 8,000 square feet, correct?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And in fact, we've offered that concession in the hopes of persuading the members of the board that, although a 38,000 square foot store, when you say it, I can appreciate how it sounds when you say it like that within 2 miles. So we've offered to reduce the size of that store, the proposed store, by nearly 30%. And hopefully we would then come to you 2 years from now and ask if we could expand it. And we believe that the statistics for the neighboring stores would show that it would be justified. What we're looking for is a chance here and to plant a seed in what is a blooming economic area.
If I could say something, Amherst is where I live. There's single stores that are 25,000 square feet. I mean, his father's store is 14. He's a mile away from Premier's store that's 20,000, and there's another 20,000 square foot Premier at the other end of Maple Road. So there's multiple 20,000 square foot stores. There's probably much more than 10 times the square footage. In Amherst, where there's maybe 30% more population, they have 10 times the square footage. I think Cheektowaga people go to Amherst to shop at the superstores. So I think Cheektowaga
How far is Amherst from Cheektowaga?
It's about 12 minute drive. Cheektowaga. I live in Amherst.
Cheektowaga, sorry.
Yeah, I drive 12 minutes to get to work from Amherst to Cheektowaga.
Right.
I don't shop at Cheektowaga liquor store. I go to like the superstores, Premier and stuff.
Right, but that's going against your argument, because you're saying that there's easy access, 12 minutes away, these 25,000, 20,000 other superstores on top of what's already here. So if there was some major river or something, separating out the two towns and it was much more difficult to get to, you would have more of a persuasive argument, but you're actually saying that people kind of go back and forth between the two towns.
Well, no, I'm assuming.
I think Mr. Kellens is talking, he lives in Amherst and his property is in Cheektowaga, which is another, I believe, the weight to which the members of the authority would describe it, I don't know, but Mr. Kellens owns the building in which this store would be located, and which I think speaks to his stability as a possible licensee and shows his dedication to this project moving forward.
Well, I think we made it clear in the initial review of this that this decision had nothing to do with his capabilities or his character and fitness. I mean, this is really, to me, only about the location and the number of liquor stores. If we, even with your decreased size, if we were to approve this, there would be 25,000 square feet of liquor stores in 3 miles. And the sales, to me, just don't support that. And neither does the population growth, which you yourself just said was stagnant. So, I mean, that's where I am.
All right, so I think at this point it's a reconsideration. I mean, some of the information you've presented is new, and we've heard it, and I think they're good attempts at persuading us to reconsider, but I'm not persuaded, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on based on my previous comments. So, Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
Yes, your proposed location is just west of the Union Road, Walden Ave intersection. There's a big Delta Sonic right there, a little further down, a little further east. Okay, and Walden Galleria Mall is just a few traffic lights. It's right next to the I-90 exit, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm really familiar with Cheektowaga and Amherst. It's a pretty extremely busy area. There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of population there. So I'm going to abstain from voting. It doesn't matter anyway because two have already voted against you. But
Members, I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Ford. If I may, we certainly didn't want to go to this extreme, but if I may, we'd be prepared to offer to reduce the size of the store even further, to the point where it would be down to 4,500 square feet. We do have a schematic and a blueprint in which that would work. It's certainly far less than we wanted, that Mr. Kalnitz wanted to go, but we would be willing to further reduce the size of the store if the members of the authority would deem it sufficient to reconsider.
I'm not going to be changing. I'm not going to be changing my vote.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no other matters in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. And Albany. So we have item 1465, Fine Wine Tully LLC. This was carried over from last board meeting because the applicant.
It's not on the list?
It is. Fine
Oh, I
Wine
didn't.
Tully. Because the applicant indicated she was the mayor.
Yes.
She's appearing, and she did indicate to our examiner that there is no police department for the village. But
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Greenwood. I'm the applicant.
So you're proposing a 144 square foot space?
Yes, it's just one small room in the back of a, excuse me, a multi-purpose building in the center of our village.
Okay.
Are you going to be doing an internet model? Internet sales model?
No, I was not planning to, just local sales.
You just licensed 1, 2, 7. Okay, two of the closest stores we licensed recently in December 2014 and October 2015, but they're not in the same area. I mean, the closest one's approximately 8 miles away, the second one 14 miles away. This is a proposed 144 square foot store, and so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well based on those grounds. Commissioner Ford?
Tully's a pretty small town. I vote to approve. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
next item is, just might be there, yeah. 1459, Dakota Wine and Liquors. Is removal.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Glass from Stenger Roberts, Davis and Diamond for the applicant Dakota Wine Liquors, and I have the principal, Dwayne Flynn, here with me.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Do we have anybody protesting?
No, we do not.
No, okay. We did receive a letter of protest from Jada 9 Corp. So what are the reasons for moving almost 12.7 miles?
Where the applicant's currently located is primarily a residential area, not a lot of traffic. He has learned in the past 3 years how to operate a liquor store, and he's interested in expanding the business slightly to a more high-traffic area to hopefully grow the business.
Do you know if LaGrange Wine and Liquors is open?
No, that closed down 2 years ago.
Still showing active on our system.
Yes, the gentleman put his license on standby. He is now located
I'm trying to
about
see that.
4 miles north on Route 9 in Poughkeepsie.
Is what?
So he's operating a store 4 miles away?
I believe he relocated up to Route 9 in Poughkeepsie.
I've seen advertisements saying that he's opening in the Marshall's Plaza.
What's the name, under the same name?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Other name?
I don't know the name. I just know it's located right at the beginning of the city of Poughkeepsie.
The city.
City of Poughkeepsie, yes.
So he moved 4 miles away, you're saying?
I believe that's the distance.
Well, he did remove in 2015, this new location.
Oh, he did. So he shouldn't be on here.
Well, at the 2600 South Avenue, before he was on Route 82.
Oh,
So is that the moving that they're talking about, maybe?
oh, yes, yes. Yes, because this is about 3.5 miles away. So, are they on 2600 South Road, do you know?
That is where I've heard that they are opening, but I don't know if they're
Oh,
actually.
okay, got it,
as of
got it.
yet.
Okay,
Oh,
now,
you're saying they're not open yet,
but they're moving here.
but we removed them there?
We removed
We
him there.
moved them here, okay.
Okay,
Got
hold
it.
on.
There's actually another liquor store directly in the plaza directly across the street from that location, the 2600 South Road location.
Do you know,
Scappy
what's the name of that one?
Junior, it's
Scappi
Hudson
Ju-
Plaza Wine Spirits.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it is right across, but we have them a mile away on our, on our distance map here. Huh. So what are you going to be offering that's different? Because currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stores within 4 miles of your proposed relocation.
Well, it's a small store, it's 1,300 square feet. And this location is, it's on Route 9 northbound, which is the most dense retail area in Dutchess County. It's also the most heavily trafficked road in Dutchess County, other than interstate highways. So there certainly would not be market saturation here. There also, across the street previously was Dutchess Wine Cellar, which has gone out of business. But that location did exist at the time that all of the other locations were either approved or around the same time that they were each approved.
When did that, do you know when that went out of business?
I see that their expiration date was December 31st, 2016, but I believe it's been closed for about a year and a half or 2 years at this point.
Sounds about right.
And we think that they went out of business for reasons other than market issues. They had some location problems, and this is all incidental, but we heard it was not based on sales.
Which one did you say that was?
What was the name again? Dutchess Wine and Liquor?
It's Dutchess Wine Cellar.
Wine Cellar? With a C? C-E-L-L-A-R? Yes.
Correct. It was also Two Dog Day Inc. was the name of the actual applicant for that. I can give you the serial number if you need it. Okay.
They surrendered in October of 2015.
Which is probably why we moved LaGrange Wine and Liquors.
Right. So when did we approve moving LaGrange?
You approved that at the August 18th, 2015 board meeting. They picked up the license September 21st, 2015.
So we moved them
Before.
before the surrender. Okay.
So we believe that there is just a void in the market in this particular area.
And that store that closed, you're saying, is right across the street from
It was-
the proposed relocation?
Directly across the street.
That's one of the, if I may interject, that was one of the reasons I decided on the location that I'm looking at now. Next door to me is a beer and beverage mart. They also built an Orthopedic Associates and put a traffic light in for southbound traffic.
All right.
The woman that was across the street, she was in a small little strip mall in front of the Poughkeepsie Galleria in the South Hills Mall that had a very difficult entrance and exit, so it was hard to get in or even to know she was existent.
Okay. Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
Yes. The 2 malls across the street, that's Poughkeepsie Galleria and South Hills?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
It's a pretty busy road.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of traffic there.
Do you have any
So,
questions?
the closest, what is it, Scrappy, 2885 South Road. That's 5 miles away?
The closest is actually Vino Vin, which is 1.6 miles away, but that's a wine boutique, and it's in the village of Wappingers Falls.
It's not up
itself.
on Route 9 at all.
Correct.
All right. Go ahead and make questions.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that Scappies is actually closer to LaGrange, as the address dictates it, versus what we see on our distance map. But there are, as I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stores within 4 miles. But the sales here have been all steadily increasing, and this removal would be basically replacing a store that just went out of business in October 2015. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. I'm familiar with the area, and it is the busiest commercial area probably within a 10-mile radius, and it is replacing a store that appears to have closed last year. And given the size of it and the sales of the closest, given the size of this store and the sales of the closest stores, I think there is a public convenience and advantage to adding another one. So I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve also. It's pretty far north of, it's north enough of Wappingers Falls, and I know the traffic, it's on Route 9 to that area, so I don't think it's going to be an issue at all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
1444,
Stop by.
the courtier.
Have a good day, everybody.
Next item is 1444, Moore Brothers Wine Company.
1440.
1440. All right, I'm already tired.
We already did 1440.
We did do 1444.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is that up in that? Okay.
What number?
Did you have another?
1440. Yeah, we have opposition for 1381 Empire Wine.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep, sorry. I just flipped that up. Yep, 1381 Empire Wine and Liquor. Mr. Romano?
1381.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the second one down.
Right.
Well, it's a request for reconsideration. Why would the opposition?
Yeah, so we're going to hear from you first.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Mark Ravage from Empire, and I believe there is opposition, but we will state on the record that we have been here before you twice on March 1st, again on March 15th. At both of those times, it was stated that the store at 40 Carmen's Road, Sunrise, would be open. Both times, I believe they said within 2 weeks. We are now 96 days post March 15th, over 110 days from March 1st. That store, if I can please submit to you photographs of the store, which were taken 48 hours ago. Thank you. See clearly that literally nothing has been done to the location. The dust and the desk is exactly the way it was on March 1st and March 15th. Putting that store aside.
Sorry, can Commissioner Ford see this somehow? Just magically.
I'm already done.
Limits of technology.
You can describe.
The license is still in safekeeping. It's waiting for inspection of the premises, so they have not taken their license out of safekeeping.
Okay, and I think just the pictures will show that they're not ready to open.
But before we get into that, we received additional information actually yesterday. So it's not like I was, I got it yesterday. I guess we got it on Thursday. Regarding, it was actually an email, and it was, did you see this?
No.
Oh, why don't you read this then?
Unless there's something.
I can address that if you'd like.
I don't know if Commissioner Ford saw this either.
I believe so. They were
Did?
marked. Are they're marked?
Yes.
Then he received a
Okay,
copy.
I must have it in here.
So while he's reading that, why don't you tell me who Brandon Belmonte is?
I think Mr. Ravage can answer that.
Brandon Belmonte is a former associate of mine from Connecticut and not involved whatsoever with the store here in.
So why is he on on social media indicating that he is?
I don't know. We, as I stated in one of my first meeting in, I think, March 1st, when I came here, I did do work in Connecticut as far as findings, locations, and building out stores. And he was a part of that process with respect to the build-out of stores in Connecticut, but again, has no involvement with respect to the ownership of the store in Massapequa Park that I'm looking to.
Does he own any other liquor stores?
Absolutely not.
Are you a partner with him in any other businesses?
The relationship that I had with him in Connecticut is something that I'm not involved with anymore.
I'd like to point out, obviously, his records going forward are going to be totally open to the authority. If there is any, I mean, he's clearly aware that Mr. Belmonte could have no interest whatsoever, will not work there, is not going to have anything to do with this store, with this.
I mean, the problem I have is that he thinks he has something to do with it, or he's at least trying to imply to other people that he has something to do with it.
He could imply that he's going to vote. Well, I don't want to name one of the candidates, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean he's going to.
Oh, but there's a video that says both of them appeared together and say they are owners of Empire Wine and Liquor.
Again, that was in Connecticut, and again, not any store location.
Well, it says at 17 minutes into the video, Belmont says that he and Mark Ravage own a liquor store in Queens Boulevard, license number 1039322.
I mean, that can be, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that can be checked immediately here. That's absolutely not true. I do not have any ownership in any store.
Does he have an ownership in
Absolutely
that store?
not.
To your knowledge.
Do you know anything about that store? Have you had any contact with him? Were you ever in discussions to buy that store?
Absolutely not.
So he just can't.
I know that he was involved with stores in New York prior to me even being introduced to him a few years ago. But that's not. But again, in New York, I have no ownership, and I know he does not either. I don't think he's permitted to.
And I mean, we're here for this store. Mr. Belmonte has nothing to do whatsoever with this store. I find it really irrelevant to the reconsideration request. If you, I mean, I understand.
It is relevant simply because if there is an unnamed partner, then it's a problem for us, obviously. And there is someone out there who's saying, apparently, we're getting information that this person is out there saying that they are involved.
And it's not just any unnamed partner. This person has a record that would prohibit him probably from holding a license here. So you could understand why we're delving into the question.
No, I totally do. Mr. Ravage is willing, I mean, he's totally transparent. Yeah. You could.
I was made aware of that. I know that the issues that he had legally were in 2002, 2003, and I was made aware of that about a year ago. But again, with respect to this store, the ownership, involvement, there's the connection that he's is not founded on any truth. And and again, as Mr. Romano said, my books will remain completely open. I welcome the SLA to come and to inspect when I'm able to open, hopefully. And I from that perspective, you know, I have tried to, this location is something that, again, I've been very passionate about. I know that the hearing that was involved there was from May of last year, and
it really is an accusation and nothing more at this, period. So.
Do you know who Jacob Awan is?
I do.
And how is he related to you?
He is somebody that initially owned stores in Connecticut, and at one point was interested in having a store in New York. But again, I'm not involved with that process, but I do know the name, yes. And I believe the matters between Mr. Awan and Brent and Mr. Belmont have been settled.
Were you at this meeting that they're talking about?
The one on the video?
The one that's on the video. Connecticut board meeting from 5/12/15.
Is there a town? I did attend a meeting, but was never went in front. I don't believe I ever went in front of I don't know what happened over a year
Were you
ago.
involved in a liquor store as a consultant on Queens Boulevard or an application?
At Queens Boulevard?
Yes.
Absolutely not. I have not been involved with a store in New York, in New York State.
As a consultant or anything?
Not as a, and not as
In
a,
their application?
for
Have you ever been
Queens?
there?
Yeah, Queens Boulevard.
Absolutely not. I don't even know that store.
And you have to understand, I mean, you understand where these are coming from, these accusations. I mean, there's been a concerted effort and a very well-organized effort to oppose this application.
Yeah, but there's a
But-
there's a video that he's in,
Okay, there's a video he's in with someone a year ago, and let's assume.
that he doesn't remember being on.
No, I don't remember what, I know I attended 2 hearings in Connecticut. I don't know what hearing that was. But it was from a consultative perspective.
Let's take them
Not ownership.
at their word. If he was involved with Mr. Belmonte at that time, he has no involvement with him whatsoever for this location. I don't know if there's any involvement in Connecticut, but there is zero involvement here. And that's what this commission, this board is concerned about, should be concerned about. If this is an enforcement issue after if you were generous enough to grant them a license, it goes to enforcement. Have them
Well, it doesn't go to, I haven't made any decision yet, but it doesn't go to enforcement. The allegation is that there's somebody that is a straw man here, and I'm making sure that that's not the case.
You have them on the record.
That's not enforcement, that's application.
No, I'm saying after the fact, it would be, if the license were to be granted and there was another allegation, send the investigators, do the audits. He's standing here before you.
Or not give it to him.
But based on an allegation that really is not supported by the facts, by any facts.
No, it's not supported by his statements. It is supported by other things we have here. I'm just making sure that is not
But
the
again,
case.
Chairman, I'm going on the record. I apologize if it was misinterpreted as far as what meeting. I don't remember that meeting. I was at 2 meetings last year, for Middletown and another one, and it's not that I'm trying to skirt the issue. It's just a matter of that part of what I'm doing with respect to this store. They are not connected. I've again severed, in a sense, with respect to this store, severed my connection with Mr. Belmonte.
States.
Any question?
Ask Commissioner Ford if he has any.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
Why is it not open yet, Sunrise?
Oh,
That's a good question.
It's a very good
I
question.
spoke to code enforcement this morning pertaining to this issue. The reason why it's not open, it's not because Sunrise doesn't have a C of O. In fact, they're scheduled to have an inspection any day. The issue is with 2 open permits in the adjacent stores. And since there's open permits in those stores, they're not going to grant Sunrise the C of O. It's the landlord who's been uncooperative.
But again,
Permits for what?
The landlord open permits for work that was done inside.
Oh.
So,
If I could address the issue of.
Who do you represent?
Sunrise.
Okay, hold on, we haven't decided we're going to reconsider it yet, so.
And just for the record, that building has been in construction since 2008. And, one of the things that I noticed when I kept going out to that location is that in the 8 years it's been in construction, not a lot is done. And the photographs that you see are exactly the same as the ones that were taken by me on March 1st, or right before that first meeting.
And they came before you twice and stated, right, okay. But
You want to put them on that?
I don't think so. You don't have to do anything.
You want to hear from him?
The argument that we have for reconsideration here is the decision that was made on granting Sunrise's application and the perception of the board at the time with regard to 3 guys. And at that time, this board was under the assumption that 3 guys had been open, not closed as had been stated on the March 1st meeting. Had subsequent to Sunrise to 40 Carmen's Road being granted, 3 guys closed. It's 175 feet away from this proposed.
This isn't new stuff. We heard all
Okay,
this.
well, that's what we're arguing.
I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Buscemi, just on,
Sunrise.
he had
okay.
something that he
No,
wanted
he
to say.
represents Sunrise.
Yes, I represent.
Okay.
Please.
I'm here on behalf of Sherry Zhang, the owner of Sunrise. First, I'd like to hand up, just to show you photographs of the store. It is completed inside.
Are
It's
they different
interior.
than what we have? Bring
These
them
are
up.
interior photos. Interior photos.
When were these taken?
They were taken
Oh, it looks a lot more finished than
way back when.
way back when. It's
Well,
different
it doesn't
angles.
look any different.
Yeah, I guess the
It
same.
might be cleaner.
Um,
It's still empty.
And with me today, is Mr. DiCarlo. He's the landlord. I also want to hand up to you, as far as the liquor store is concerned, that premises, the final was made on April 18th. It's marked final inspection. It says note needs corrections made, no defects, okay for C of O.
All right, so I'd love to hear from the landlord then.
Yeah, so really the matter is in the store adjacent to this store, where the landlord is waiting for a flow test letter. Once he receives the flow test letter, the fire marshal can do final inspection, and then the C of O for the entire structure can be issued.
So there were 2 open permits.
That the landlord can address. I'm
Yeah,
not familiar with that.
I'd love to hear from the landlord.
Certainly.
Good morning. The 2 open permits that you referred to is one for the existing building, which is a shell permit to divide the spaces up into stores. Second permit was for an extension of the existing building, which is under construction. The shell is up. The existing building had sprinklers, and the sprinklers had to be adjusted. The landlord took the obligation on doing that work, even though it's part of the tenant's work, but we took the obligation on to do it because it controls our permit on the existing building, the shell building, to get its final C of O. And that comes from a final test, an inspection from the Nassau County Fire Marshal's.
When will that be?
The
Is
fire
that
marshal
scheduled?
was there June 6th and passed everything. But then, contrary to previous instructions he gave us, that we didn't have to on the second permit of the extension. The extension's only 3,300 feet. The existing building is just shy of 9,000 square feet.
Can you just tell me the timing?
Well, he's coming, we're waiting for a flow test from the New York Water
When's that gonna
Authority. We applied for it June 6th. I have the document here. We gave the Water Authority a check for $125
And what's the
on June
normal
6th.
average time for that?
I don't know. My son-in-law is there today physically on Brooklyn Avenue in Merrick, Long Island, to try and get this letter. Upon getting that letter, the fire marshal will return, he'll make his final inspection, and he'll sign off our permit on the shell building. The expansion building is under construction. There's no sign off for that yet.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford, just to let you know, what we received here was the Department of Planning and Development Building Inspector's Report dated April 18, 2016, which reads as council said it reads, corrections made, no defects, okay for C of O.
And I just would like to point out, I mean, there was no ill.
I think
Okay,
we could,
okay.
yeah, I
All right.
think, so this is, Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
No.
I have to get into the habit of making sure you can ask a question before I start voting, because I'm so used to just the 2 of us.
Thank you.
And so jump in anytime, please. But, so this is for reconsideration. Based on the information submitted, I believe Sunrise will be able to operate sometime in the foreseeable future, based on the information we've gotten from the landlord, from our council, But aside from that, and even setting aside some of the character and fitness issues that may have come up, I think that at this point, this location has more than sufficient stores to service the community. And, so based on the information you've provided, it doesn't persuade me to reconsider, so I vote to deny the reconsideration.
May I say something?
Sure.
If, as far as replacing the Three Guys premise, how does that argument fit into that?
Well, I think the sales numbers kind of point to that, the closest
Well,
stores.
No, but Three Guys, 175 feet away, has closed.
Right, that was 1,500 square feet, and you're proposing
We'll
3,000?
make our, as the previous,
Yeah, but
applicant,
it
we'd be
doesn't,
willing to go down.
I think that's a persuasive argument to replace an existing store that went out of business, but that's not, you have to look at every case by case. And in this particular case, if you look at the other stores that are in operation, plus having licensed a new store that hasn't even gone into operation yet, as one of the closest stores.
Since you've licensed that store, another one went out. The one
Sure,
175
but then
feet
now we
away,
have,
they didn't
now we have the
approve.
benefit of hindsight and these past year, I guess, where this other store that we approved, we haven't even licensed and the sales haven't shown much improvement or, if anything, declined, so.
But if Three Guys had done
But
it-
anyway, I'm not here to
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
and forth on this. I've given you my reasoning and I've tried to address your concerns. They haven't voted yet. That's just my vote.
I'm not going to reconsider either based on the sales numbers, and the fact is that store is going to open, it appears. There is going to be enforcement out there because they should have been open by now, so I think you probably should recognize that. It's almost, we're heading into 9 months. And at this point, they're, I guess, called non-bona fide. But the sales numbers, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, I don't think support another one at this time, particularly one that's 3,000 square feet. And even though you are correct, I did initially in the previous granting of the license that's not open yet, was under the impression that the other store was still open when it was not. I still don't think that it supports the need for another store in this general area, so I'm going to vote to deny. Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to deny also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, I do want to make it clear that this didn't have to do with your character and fitness. I did take you at your word that was not happening. So if there is a future application.
All right. Trying to find where those officers are. I didn't see them. All right, we'll go with 1440. I'll call one out of order. LaCourtier? Sorry, thanks, Barbara. The officers are here. I think they're out back with Mr. Jones, so I just sent him an email.
We just have a few visuals to set up at this time.
Okay.
He'll help you with that.
Tomorrow, grab it.
While I set this up, I'd just like to, for the record, I'm Barbara Kwan from the law firm of Dano, McMullen, and Panoff. This is my client Gregory Moore to my right. Then Echo Adler is his manager next to him. And then the salesperson who is also Mr. Moore's son, Arthur Moore. I'll just stack for now, but this is a diagram. These are all included in the submission that was submitted last week.
Okay, before you get going, though, I think we do have a protest?
Yes, we.
Okay. Go ahead.
I go first?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to say,
Tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm Vikas Gupta. I'm from On the Rocks, Wine and Liquors.
Okay.
I just wanted to say there's already 5 existing stores, 4 right now, 5 including myself, within a half a mile. I think it would saturate the area with another liquor store, and that would be it.
And you own On the Rocks?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the proposed model?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you ever heard of them?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just got the letter in the mail, and
Okay, why don't you listen and I'll let you talk afterwards too. Because I think you're going to find out it's a lot different than yours.
Okay.
Or any of the others?
So, just with all due respect, this is not a liquor store application. As the board is aware, this is a wine store application and a removal from the Gramercy area to Industry City. I think to understand this application, one must understand Industry City. Industry City is a very large 16-building complex on the waterfront in Brooklyn with 6 million square feet. New tenants, new workers are going in daily. It's expanded quite a bit, and it was proposed by Industry City that Moore Brothers be the one and only wine store. And they had indicated, I had discussions with my client for the past year as to whether or not during the removal they'd like to apply to be a full liquor store. And they never desired to be one. It would not be a good fit for the tenants of Industry City, which we believe will be the demographic that we're focusing on in terms of who will be coming into the area from Manhattan, Brooklyn, other areas of Brooklyn and Queens to work daily, shop, go home. There's a large population of craft food makers in the complex already, and this would match those tenants right now. So they had the opportunity to seek a liquor license. They never wanted to. It's not a part of the model and the existing model that's worked for 10 years in the city already. I'm sure you've seen from our submission Mr. Moore's involvement in the wine industry for the past 4 decades. Speaks for itself. He's won awards. He's written books. He's been a professor of wine. He seeks out very, very rare estate fine wines. Would be happy to speak to his inventory here. We have everyone up here because everyone's been involved in the business. Arthur himself I sent him to the 8 nearest stores just in case, even ones beyond the 4, to take a look at the inventory and let me know. For the most part, I'm generalizing, but for the most part, a lot of the stores are 50% liquor, 50% wine, some even less wine. Most of them carry nationally branded wines at that. Moore Brothers does not carry a single nationally branded wine. In fact, I asked them to look at every bottle in every store, and there is not one bottle that overlaps in inventory. And we're here to answer whatever questions the board may have.
So my main question is on Industry City. You said it's a collection of 16 buildings?
Yes.
Is it designed so that there's one entrance and then kind of corridors, or is it just still an open city block structure and you can enter from all sides?
It's an open city block structure. It's a very opposing structure. So from far away or aerial, you may think it looks like one building, but really 35th Street goes through, 36th Street goes through, and I have a smaller version of the actual plan for the store, but its only entrance is right off 35th Street. And I think it's compelling to say, like, this is 3rd Avenue looking down at Industry City, which begins right here. So there's a DQE moving above you, 3rd Avenue, which is not the most picturesque. I live there. And then here, you look down 35th Street. Greg, where will your shop be on 35th?
On 35th Street, we will be, if I'm not mistaken, down
right on here, closer to the water. It's actually favors the water.
So is that, and just from the appearance of the picture, it appears there's just not a lot of pedestrian traffic there? Or?
There's not much pedestrian traffic. During rush hour, you'll see a lot more people moving around because there are, Time Inc. has our offices there. A lot of the fashion companies, Gap is moving there. There's right now, I believe, 5,000 tenants. They're anticipating 5,000 individual workers and/or tenants. Envision that'll be about 1,000 more in the next year and 7,000 within the next 3 years. So there isn't a lot of foot traffic. There aren't any residences here on this waterfront. I mean, just over, when you cross 3rd Ave, which has the BQE hovering above, you'll see some smaller, the typical Brooklyn brownstone type buildings leading up to 4th Ave.
Where's the nearest subway?
It's the DNR at 36th Street on 4th Avenue. So it's about, the avenues there are uphill and rather long. So you're going about 1.5 at least avenues up to 4th Avenue and over to 36th.
And what percentage of their sales are mail order, or do you do any mail order, internet?
We do internet, yes, sure. We do internet sales. We classify sales as web if that's in the internal system. If they come by telephone, orders are placed by phone, or orders are placed by email, or orders are placed either directly on the website or by on a 3 times a week I write 800 words personal story, anecdotes with a photograph or two, and there's a buy it now button in which orders are taken on that. And we would classify those, about 40% of orders come in that way. But that includes, because the way stores work in Manhattan, virtually everything is delivered. So
you deliver as well and mail?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure you've seen from the support letters that we attach. I mean, I had to pick
All
and
right,
choose
now we
because there
have
were so
those,
many.
yeah.
That the loyal customers span decades and make trips to the city to buy their annual inventory from Moore Brothers. They're just the trusted, shop for the wine connoisseur of all price points, by the way, which I think is very, exemplifies sort of what is happening in this area of Brooklyn. So you have bottles that are $20 to $200, $10 to $200, their median price being $20. That's this community as well. I don't offer much in terms of population demographics because it's Brooklyn. It's full. It's always full. What's happening is that prices are going up, tenants leave, other tenants come in. But there's no real room for growth but for the large condos going up on 4th Avenue, which there are plenty of those as well.
So who manages it? Because I guess Gregory Moore and Susan Moore, two of the principals, you guys live in Philadelphia?
Center City, Philadelphia,
Yeah, Echo Adler here has been the manager for 10 years of the Gramercy location.
Yes, sir.
Did we get a questionnaire from him?
Echo's
need one?
provided questionnaires in the past.
Yes? In the past, but not for this?
Not for this, but we thought that because it was a removal, the questionnaire sort of.
Yeah, we probably already have it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy to send
That's the
another
same, okay. Commissioner Ford, anything?
So you've been to these other stores in the area, and you're saying that you don't have any product that's going to overlap? Any
None.
inventory that's going to overlap?
Not one bottle, not one brand.
So I think we could test that now, Mr.
Well,
Oh, do you have some other questions?
Overlap on any of the bottles, and that's fine.
Mayor, can you just explain exactly what your inventory consists of? Explain the estate wineries that you get it from.
Okay. My background is long, and it involves restaurant, and it involves fine food and fine wine and so on. One of the things that I came to believe is in the intrinsic worth of estate bottled, especially small farm wine. And I really mean mom, dad, school-age kids are folding the boxes like they're working in dad's pizza shop. Many of them in places in which they are a diamond in a matrix of mediocrity, and they do not have local sales, very much local sales. They're in the middle of Italy, they're in the southwest of France, they're in some in Germany. And I believe that they offer something to a clientele that is interested in nuance and variety rather than in convention. So we've operated, just as an example, we've operated our store on 20th Street in Gramercy for 10 years in Manhattan, and we have never offered for sale a bottle of Skinny Girl or Yellowtail or Woodbridge, or for that matter, even higher-end conventional products like Veuve Clicquot champagne, for example, which is an industrial product from my perspective. Santa Margherita Pinot Grigio. We have never offered anything of that kind. We're interested in authenticity. We're interested in great variety. We're interested in the way that wines work with food. My associates in the entire business are former chefs, former sommeliers. They travel. They know the wines. We in fact send our salespeople to wine-producing areas in order to gather their stories and be empowered to sell wines that customers who are new have no idea about. So many customers in normal wine commerce, they want wine that is familiar and comfortable to them. They want something that has a review from Wine Spectator or Robert Parker. They want something that they've seen in a shiny magazine. When you're presenting them things that they are mystified by, new people, you have to work to engage them. And that's what we do. We actually do that work. Okay. And that's what differentiates us. It's an entirely different set of things that we do.
Okay.
And we do only wine.
Thank you. You want to say anything else?
Come up and You're comfortable?
Okay.
All right. This is a removal. It's actually 9.8 miles. So initially, the distance was calling for more scrutiny, but based on the submission, the model, it's clear that Moore Brothers Wine Company operates a very unique model. It's also being located within Industry City. There are, as the protester pointed out, 1, 2, 3, 4 stores within 0.6 miles, but I think that the models of those stores are very different. The closest store, East River Liquors, with over $10 million in sales, they're servicing what's primarily the Costco customers that are going there nearby. And the location of Moore Brothers is definitely providing a public convenience and advantage to the people who work at Industry City. It's a 16 building complex. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well on those grounds.
Commissioner Floyd?
That's 3 for 3. I vote to approve.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
All right, calling one out of order. It's 1441 Mystique. Mr. Mallon? We do have an officer that.
Oh, we do have one?
Yes, we do.
Martin Mailer of Mail and Buscemi. I didn't ask this meeting taken out of turn, so I don't know
No,
why.
I know you.
Oh,
No, it's we have a police officer here, and we didn't want to hold him up.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to speak first, or do you want?
I think we already heard from you, but we'll let you speak again, obviously. We want to hear from the police officer.
Okay.
Excuse me 1 second. Good morning, Chairman Bradley. Good morning, SLA Commissioners. I'm here with Detective Eddie Negron, who's here from the 114th Precinct, and he'll speak to the specific issues with this particular location that the community has issues with. I just want to give a half-a-minute preliminary statement. And I want to mention that regardless of the applicant's security or its prior establishment that he had in hand that you might hear today, regardless of the applicant's internal third-party security plan and the respected retired police officer who might be heading that, this location has been the most dangerous spot in Western Queens with the prior two gentlemen's clubs for the past 13 years from 2003 to 2015. It's expected that this establishment will continue to create crime adjacent or externally, I'm not sure about internally, but it's externally, that will drain police resources in the future for the 114th Precinct. And that public safety issue will have a significant impact on the community's quality of life, and I'd like to let the officer address those specific issues. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Chairman Bradley, and the members of the State Liquor Authority. As Mr. Cazzano stated, my name is Detective Eddie Negron. I serve as the 114th Precinct Community Affairs Officer. I've done so now for approximately 8 years, and I'm here on behalf of Deputy Inspector Peter Fortune, Commanding Officer of the 114th Precinct. We're at a very unique time in Astoria, as the State Liquor Authority knows. Over the last several years, our state liquor, our licensed premises have increased from approximately 275 to 350 licensed establishments in the confines of the 114th Precinct, which approximately covers 5.5 square miles. With that nightlife, we've had a significant influx in our gentlemen's establishments. Just up until recently, we had 9 operating in that 5.5 mile radius, and with the help of the State Liquor Authority, we were able to close down several of those locations.
For what? Not exactly, but you make it sound like we're closing them because you want us to.
No, well, we've been closing down in response to violence, narcotics.
Okay.
So in regards to this specific location, 6205 30th Avenue, going back approximately 13 years, incorporating 2 previous businesses, we've experienced 219 complaint reports reported inside this location. This figure doesn't account for a radius in the department. When we look at crime stats, we look at radius indexes, and without a doubt, there's a significant number. A small estimate would be, over 20 to 30 additional complaint reports that you can't really establish a direct nexus, but have an impact on the surrounding community, whether it be drinking and driving, or maybe a stabbing that occurred several blocks away that we really couldn't, whether it be not being able to get the information from complainants or victims or witnesses, we couldn't make that nexus. But so with that comes police response. When we have establishments that operate in such a manner, which happens on more occasions than we'd like, especially recently in the 114 precinct, we have a drain on resources. We have our responding officers who spend the majority of their time monitoring problematic establishments, such as the businesses that have operated at this location. We're there all night, and we're there responding with violence and firearms, and it's a significant threat to community safety, but also to the responding officers at the 114 precinct. So I understand that it's a new applicant, and I just really feel like it's worth noting that for the better part of 13 years, it's been our #1 problematic location in terms of violence and crime figures. This is not the first place on the list.
And during those 13 years, there were 2 separate businesses operating out of that place?
Yes.
And they were owned by different entities?
There were 2 different entities altogether.
And did they have security plans in place that you're aware of?
Yeah, they weren't adequate, but they had security there.
Why do you believe they weren't adequate? Because of the results?
Yeah, just because the violence. A lot of the locations, they became a haven for a criminal element. The location is kind of desolate. So it contributes to, I guess, the poor lighting and the fact that it's almost in the middle of nowhere. It's right on the border of the BQE and the Grand Central, on the very outskirts of the precinct. So if you're going from one end to the other, it would take up to 15 minutes to get there. I mean, and I'm speaking of, during the day. During nighttime, maybe 10 minutes, flying through. But so the location is a major factor. I know that there's the St. Michael Cemetery, in which there have been occasions where there was one occasion in the last couple of years where there was a shooting and the officers were chasing an individual through this cemetery nearby. So, it's a really, really worrisome location that my commander definitely wanted to kind of send me today and discuss some of the legitimate concerns.
And when you say a drain on police resources, is that because of the calls that you get, or in the past have you been forced to send patrols there on a regular basis?
Right, both. So many times what will happen is if we're aware of an event occurring inside the establishment, which was in the past a regular occurrence, these promoted events, we'd become aware through monitoring social media or other avenues. So we would send full police details of 8, 16 officers. We've sent over, we have different resources. We have light towers. We have a Skywatch tower, which you've seen. It's elevated tower used for surveillance. We've sent that over. We've sent over, you've seen in the past, they're called THVs. They look like motorhomes, and they're utilized for commands, mobile commands. So there's different resources that on a regular basis have been dispersed, and many times some of these different resources are dedicated for a borough of 8 precincts. So to have one location regularly taking, some of these things, I think not only takes away from the 114 precinct, but also takes away from the rest of the borough.
You mentioned those are only used for promoted events, or just?
So that was an
regular
example,
basis?
right?
Yeah.
So many times, yeah, we would really emphasize the police details for the promoted events. But then on a regular basis too, just on a regular night, we would have, I mean, I can say when I was on patrol, I just made it part of my regular routine to just, by 10 o'clock, look over and see how the line is at this location. If it's big, letting my superior know, listen, we didn't catch it as being a promoted event, but they have a busy night. Maybe we should send over a permanent vehicle or officers to just monitor it. But even at this location, there have been instances where we have police details and a shooting occurred within feet of an officer that was there. So, it's a location that's dark, it's desolate, and just for so long we've suffered from the complaints taken at the location that would be irresponsible to the community to not really address that.
Okay. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
Is this place located across the street from like a soccer field?
Correct.
All right, what type of activity takes place on that soccer field? Is it a lot of youth games? What, to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've been very aware of the park and the activities. There's primarily two activities that take part at this.
Back off the mic just a little bit.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, so there's primarily there's soccer and baseball that takes place. It's a permitted field, and it's a facility that's managed by City Parks, and the lights. It's something that primarily begins in the activities begin in the afternoon. They go until about, say, 11 o'clock the latest, and that's when the lighting in the park. Don't quote me on the exact time, but around that time, the lighting in the park goes off.
Where would patrons for this establishment park? I didn't see any place that looks like for places to park. Is it just blocked off, or?
There's a significant amount of patrons in the past that have parked along 30th Avenue, and then they also park alongside the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, heading up. They usually go north to about Bolivar Avenue, which is a couple blocks up from the location. So this location is pretty much on a corner. It's a very large building on a corner, and patrons will park kind of like an L. They'll utilize an L around the building.
With regard to the park, you said when the lights go out, and then what? Is it fairly empty?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
What are the proposed hours of operation of this business? Is there overlap between when the park is busy and?
Mr.
Yeah. Do you have anything else, Detective, before? Okay, thank you.
You want this yours? To address that particular question, this premises will be open starting somewhere around 6 p.m. and running till about 4 in the morning, but it will not be busy at 6 o'clock in the evening. It won't get going until later in the evening.
Do you know what time the lights go out in the park?
Do I know? No, but I'd like to address that in terms of lighting. Can I just make a presentation now, or do you have any particular questions?
No, we've already heard your presentation.
No, I know,
So,
but-
I mean, if you want to address what he said, you're welcome to, but I don't need to hear it. I guess, Commissioner Greeley, you can do it again for him. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like if you could ask the detective if he did.
I'm sorry, Ford. I keep calling him Greeley.
That's all right. I'm used to it.
I'll get used to you.
As my mother-in-law used to say, just don't call me late to dinner.
Right.
So, in any event, getting back to what I was going to address, in terms of this individual who filed for the license, I believe that the detective did a background check on this individual. In addition to them doing a background check, and I think he came out very positive. In addition to that, but he ran or owned a place for 2 years prior to going to this location without a peep. And what's actually intriguing or it's just so coincidental, believe it or not, the place that he was at before was an actual hellhole. I mean, it was a place of police, constant police surveillance, constant police response to violent things and sexual-related things. And what's even more incredible is that across the street from that old location was another park, was a place where children played soccer and baseball and all the things that took place which is across the street to this location. But as the detective pointed out, this is a desolate location for the most part. It's between the BQE and the Grand Central. All along either side of it, there's nothing but commercial establishments. They're all long gone by the time this place starts. Now, specifically addressing lighting issues and things like that, as I said at the last presentation, we wanted to talk to the community board. The community board didn't ask us a question, didn't allow us to make a presentation. If more lighting is what you want, more lighting is what you'll get. If you want more security than we propose, you will get more security. The bottom line here, and I would hope that you received the letters the letter that I sent last week. It is crystal clear that if this gentleman had nothing to do with the previous history of that premises, it can't be attributed to him. You couple that with the fact that this gentleman has a proven track record of turning places around. As I understand the problems of those other places, you got to understand what this place is known as. It's known as a quote-unquote 60-40 establishment, which means 60% of the establishment can be non-adult. It's my understanding that in the past, the non-adult is what caused the problems of this place, meaning hip-hop, youth festivities, things of that nature, which attracted people, which he wants nothing to do with. His main focus has always been the topless end of this. He will not have one promoted event. Make that a stipulation if necessary. He doesn't really emphasize the 60% portion of what's going on. As a matter of fact, what he was looking to do was getting the Bangladeshi population that surrounds the place to conduct parties within that, and they, for the most part, don't even have alcohol-related events, which we attempted to explain, but was not really listened to while we were doing this. The bottom line is what we want to do, as Chairman Bradley pointed out, it probably would have made any difference if we were allowed to go back in front of them, is that we will have whatever lighting is necessary to assuage whatever fears the police may have. I want to point out and have this addressed. He is going to have two forms of security. As a matter of fact, the gentleman sitting over here is a former police officer that is out of the 114th precinct, and his main focus is going to be as a liaison to the 114th. He will explain before anything happens in this place what is going to happen. He will have direct communication with anybody who wants to talk to him within the 114th as to what is going to happen. The bottom line at the end of the night is there aren't going to be 500, 600 screaming hip-hop fans running out of the place and causing havoc. That's not what he did in his other places. He has no intention of doing that here. If you want to make restrictions as to what he can have in the 60% portion of the premises, we will agree to them. All we want to do is prove to you, and I believe based on the case law, we should be able to prove to you that we are not what happened in the past. I'm not in any way going to cast or question what took place in the past. What took place in the past took place in the past. These places were not run properly. This man does not want that type of activity. He runs upscale gentlemen's clubs that feature
I think we got your argument, so...
Can you at least hear from the liaison?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edward Scott. I'm a retired sergeant from the New York Police Department. Worked within the confines of the 114, 112, 111, 113, 103, and various other places. Again, I was called in by the new owner to set up procedures that I've done in the past with the police department, ID checkers, having correspondence with the police department, with Detective Negron, and other members that I've worked with for many years, and advise them of what's transpiring. Also going to the precinct and looking for robbery patterns. There have been robberies in the area, and there's patterns. They go after bars. They go after different areas. So my intention is to go to the precinct, find out a pattern, and look for the people that they may be looking for, getting the sheets and watching out what's coming in and what's not coming in. Making sure that there's minimum manning with security and or maximum manning with security in the place. Also going to the precinct and advising them what I'm doing, what I'm not doing. The CCTVs, I worked out of Viper for the New York City Police Department for quite some time. Making sure there's ample PTZs, making sure there's ample cameras, and helping the police department with anything that we may see or what's going on, and keeping a line of communication with them, making sure that the owner adheres to, and there's no indication from speaking to him in the past before I would come and work for him, that he wants any of these large venues.
So 2 quick questions. You've never worked with him prior? You haven't had a business relationship before? Like some of his other clubs, have you ever done security for them?
Well, I've never done, no.
And have you ever done security for the 2 pre-existing clubs here?
I have.
You have? Which?
And I ultimately left.
Both or one?
No,
or
just one of them.
The latest one?
The latter of the 2.
So the latter one. So with that, what was your assessment of what the main issue was with the latter one that you were working with?
Everything that we had wanted to implement that I've spoken to Mr. Wolf with the prior owners would not implement it. They wouldn't take my advice on a lot of things that were transpiring. They wouldn't adhere to dress codes. They would not adhere to a stringent ID check and having the proper mechanisms in place that if in the event that anything transpired, that we'd be able to go back to some of an ID checker, that we'd be able to go back and help expedite the police department making an arrest with this. And at that point, I would call the 114, as Eddie will attest to, and I'm not going to be there anymore.
How long did you work with them?
With whom?
The latter company?
Approximately a year I was with them. A year or so, before I decided that they weren't adhering to what I'm saying. And
so the operation of both sides of the business, the 60/40, they were both issues, not just the part where they were promoting.
Well, the attorney said, the part that we were having was the smaller issue of it, the smaller side of it, where they were having these parties, and it was, it's one of the reasons I left. It's we can't keep doing this, and I advised them and gave them all different measures that we can put in place. I mean, anything can happen anywhere. We've seen in the past McDonald's having shootings where a police officer was shot in McDonald's. Anything can happen anyway. It's what you put in place and what the owner adheres to in regards to that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something? Could I open up? Can the owner address?
Sure.
Yes.
You'll have your turn.
I'm Tom Wolf. Also, I just want to address at the area itself that it is desolated at night at 11 o'clock when the lights go off. The place is totally empty over there for us to have our own security, and we will have armed security outside to make sure that the area is safe and ample lighting. We have big bright lights that we can light up the entire block. It's all industrial over there, so we definitely want our patrons, our employees to be safe walking up and down that block. So we plan to do it anyway to have huge lights to light up that whole block.
Thank you.
Just wanted to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just would like to have the opportunity to bring Commissioner Ford quickly up to date, since the applicant also presented some issues from before, from the last time. First, the applicant's representative mentioned that they didn't have the opportunity to be heard before the community board, and that is highly misleading. They're given sufficient time like any other applicant. Second, the applicant just mentioned everyone seems to be talking about how it's desolate. Yes, the specific spot might not be adjacent to a house, but within that radius, not too far off, there are residents who do live in the area, and that type of establishment in that particular location violence has stemmed externally. That's the huge focus here. And then three, the applicant comes before you and says he has no criminal record, but before we had mentioned, Commissioner Ford, that the applicant said when we questioned his apparent or alleged false 91-page, 1,200-person petition, when we did a sampling of it, we found 50-plus signatures. We checked each one of them against the New York City voter registration file. All of those were, none of them matched, and his reaction was, I didn't ID them. Well, a sampling like that would be a strong indication as to the moral fitness and character of an applicant, and that should be coupled with the fact of the huge public safety concern for not just our community, where we're going to have a drain of police resources with this type of establishment, an applicant we're also going to have that's going to impact the entire borough of Queens. And that's significant. Thank you.
Can I just address the last thing he said? The applicant can address this better than I can, but he specifically went and looked at the names that were given in terms of those petitions, which Commissioner Bradley doesn't really care one way or the other about anyway. But the fact remains,
For that exact reason.
But the point is, but he verified.
Yours. I'm just somebody. If you're going to hand me names, how do I know where you got them?
Well, but he went back and checked the names, and they did match. I mean, can he address that?
I do have some names. He can say
I'm not going to get into this back and forth.
Sure. I just want to say I did talk to residents at those addresses, and I mentioned those names, and each of those residents stated they never lived there, never existed, never rented, never leased. Those names do not exist at these addresses. That was a sampling. So to him, the ledger, this is very interesting.
So Commissioner Ford, just to give you a background, there were a number of petitions submitted, and there was an issue whether some of them were valid or not based on the addresses that were written and the names that were written. The opposition checked and found that what he just said, that some of the addresses don't even exist or that the people don't match based on voter registration records and other.
The addresses might not exist. Those persons never existed at those addresses, and some addresses were completely false and didn't exist.
So let me, while you're, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolf, would you please, I have a question. So if the applicant's counsel is citing a number of legal cases saying that the courts have basically ruled that we can't use the prior history, adverse history of locations. Obviously, we can do it on the applicant for character and fitness. And, do you have any kind of a response to that?
Sure. We have it's an either or. So one is you could look at the moral character and fitness of an applicant, and clearly there's been an apparent fraudulent petition submitted to a state agency. Two, an alternative, you could also look to the fact that the community board has a right, this is a privilege to a license, not an automatic right to a license, and we have a right to be concerned about public safety that will impact the community. And there's been, that type of establishment, that particular type of location has already had a pattern, and that pattern is a concern that the police 114th expressed that this type of establishment might not have issues internally with their security plan, but those issues have traditionally stemmed with creating a drain of resources that happen externally, and that will continue to be the case as noted by the 114th. And in terms of case law does take into consideration those community interests. Those are balanced, as well as the public safety issues. So we would gladly be willing to file any kind of amicus brief or do anything to that return if he's going to be threatening like he did last time with his Article 78 proceeding.
I don't think, knowing him, I don't think that's a threat.
Besides a threat, I'd just like to point out one other thing.
I think that's a fact.
The case directly in point to all of this is Matter of Circus Disco. Matter of Circus Disco created community boards in a sense, in that it changed the law to state that if there are three other establishments within 500 feet of the proposed establishment, the advice of the community board is to be considered very heavily by the New York State Liquor Authority. I don't question that at all. But the fact remains here: this premises is not within 500 feet of three existing establishments. So all of this about the community board and what was all of the case law states that he had nothing to do with the prior problems of the premises. He's willing to work with the police and the community board if they give reasonable stipulations. We will light the place up. We will have enough police to not only cover the interior but the exterior of the premises as well, if that's what's wanted. And we have someone with a proven track record. The community board number 2, which is not in Manhattan, which is not shy of anything, came here and made the same exact arguments before he opened up Mystique in Manhattan. He cleaned up he cleaned up the premises that was there prior to what he was running. He ran an establishment that was an upper-end gentleman's club. He doesn't want promoted events. He doesn't want the type of element that apparently was in that premises before. That's not his method of operation. That's not how he works.
I may have asked you this earlier. Why? I was under the impression he's still operating that club. He's not.
No,
what
no,
happened
no.
there?
He would be if the landlord hadn't exercised the demolition clause.
Oh,
and thrown him
okay.
out.
I got it.
So,
Okay.
I mean, that's the only reason he ventured somewhere else.
Okay.
I mean, these are expensive propositions, but he's willing to make it. And he's willing to run an establishment that will not embarrass him or the authority.
You're repeating. We got it.
The difference with Circus Disco, the licensee's character and fitness was not at issue in that case. Here, the community board has strong arguments in connection with their votes, 37-1, I might add, against the licensee.
Thank you. That's exactly one of my points, is that it's an either-or presentation on the character and fitness of the applicant as well as the public safety issue, either-or. And there is case law, counter to what he's saying, that you do take into consideration those interests that we just mentioned. Thank you again for...
I don't say there isn't case law, but they have to do with 3 premises being within 500 feet. And in terms of his character and fitness, he went to establishments and reestablished the fact that the names that he got were true names and true people. So I mean, this issue is a bogus issue of his character and fitness. His character and fitness is based on his experience with the New York State Liquor Authority, and it's exemplary.
That is correct. He does not have a record with us, correct?
I can find.
Commissioner Ford, anything?
I'm new here, so let me ask a dumb question.
No such thing. I've asked many of them.
And I continue to ask.
He did have a previous license with us with no issues, correct?
Yes.
We had-
2 licenses,
Two
apparently.
licenses.
There was a renewal notification, that's the extent.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all it was. There's
Yeah.
nothing else.
But that was for how many years? Why don't I ask him, how many years?
He was licensed in the restaurant.
Can you go to the podium?
He was licensed in the
in
restaurant, I
here.
think, since 2010, and I believe in 2013
that was 2014.
or 14, he was licensed at Mystique.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, it's neither or, and doesn't change the fact that we go to the character and fitness of the
Repeating
applicant.
yourself at this point.
Okay.
I think we've got
Thank
it.
you.
I think I'm going to have to cut you off, unfortunately. So, was that your only question, Commissioner Ford?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, ready?
Yep.
So, we have a case here where the applicant has an exemplary record with the SLA operating the type of operation that he's proposing here. Even just setting aside character and fitness issues and setting aside also the argument about what happened with 2 previous businesses that were operating the same type of model being proposed here. There is case law, and most recently we won a case where, even though it wasn't a 500-foot law case, we were able to take into consideration a number of factors that pertain to public interest arguments, noise, safety, traffic, a number of those factors that we applied, and it was upheld in court last year, I believe, or maybe earlier this year. And our general counsel's not here, but I don't know if you have the side. Okay, but it was brought up last meeting as well. In this case, more than what type of establishment is going to be operating here, I think the question really goes to the location of this particular space, the neighborhood that it's in, the congregation of large numbers of people together after 11 p.m. when the lights go out in the park, and the police, I guess the concern about police resources and the location of the premise where, as it was pointed out by Detective Negron, that it's on the outskirts of the 114th. It's a large, desolate area, currently not lighted very well. And so based on that concern, while I concede that he is a good applicant for a location, and maybe he has proven himself to clean up other establishments that were existing that maybe didn't have as good of a record as he has shown currently.
I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
I don't know how I can emphasize this even more. In terms of your remarks relating to lighting, we will put whatever lighting is needed. In terms of whatever conditions the precinct may want from us, we can get that directly from the liaison who worked from the 114th. We want to adhere and abide by whatever conditions you want to impose. It's not like we're not going to do this. These same issues came up before you or your predecessors in connection with a premises that was on the the West Side Highway in what was a very desolate area, which apparently had drained police resources in the past, and he did not have a problem. So if you want us to do something, make it a stipulation. We will do it. It's not like we're not going to light it up. It's not like we're not going to have adequate security. It's not like we're not going to have direct communication.
We did hear this. I don't think I don't think he didn't hear you. I think
No, I know. I understand that,
but I
mean,
that's affecting what he's saying.
He's addressing the past.
No, it's not so much the past as looking forward to an operation that's going to be open till 4 a.m., only in the evening. You end up with an operation that brings together a lot of people in this desolate area. And, if it were a restaurant that said they were closing at midnight,
But they're
it's
not
very
a
different.
restaurant. It's
Oh,
a
exactly,
gentleman's
that's
club.
my point. They're not a restaurant.
But we will limit the number of people if that's what you want. We're not interested in large crowds. That's the point.
So prospectively looking, not looking at the two previous businesses, I do see that this location, this particular, any business that is going to be open till 4 a.m., bringing together a large number of people in this particular venue, based on that, I vote to deny.
Can I just, can I just say one other thing?
Yes, you can say.
There have been two other places here. If this place was what you think it's turned into, why didn't the New York State Liquor Authority prescribe the premises?
Say that again?
There was no prescription ever put on this
I
premises.
wasn't. I wasn't here when it happened. I can guarantee you there would have been a house here.
The last licensee got a cancellation and a bond. That's what happened at the end.
I mean,
of the day.
based on the history, I can guarantee you that I would have.
Well, okay, but that was the past, and we can't talk about the past. And in fact, there is no prescription against the premises. So I mean,
we're not saying there is, but as Commissioner Kim pointed out, you have applied for a location that has the number of seats at 476 and the maximum occupancy at 888 people. In a desolate area, can I talk now?
I'm sorry.
In a desolate area of Queens. We just had testimony from the police detective that in and of itself is a drain on the police resources in not just in his precinct, but in an 8-precinct borough, because they, in the last 2 times that there has been a licensed premise there, have been required to come in and bring special equipment in order to conduct patrol. Based on the fact that, based on the detective's statements that this is a clear drain on the police resources, as well as the fact that it affects the public safety throughout an 8-precinct area because of the attention they have had to pay to a licensed premise there of this size, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Can I just say one more
Yes.
Again, I know that in the past that this place has thrown parties and had promoters. My intention has never been to have large crowds whatsoever at all. We would never intended to have promoters, any special event DJs.
Okay.
All right, so this isn't against you.
And I will, for the record, recognize that you have absolutely no history with us. You clearly ran an establishment under the law the last time you opened one. But this is, to me, a problem area, and as the police department has indicated, it's a problem area for them as well. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything to say?
What if we close down half the location?
With all due respect to the applicant, I mean, your history and management style is admirable and respectable. You know, I guess I don't necessarily agree that it's such a desolate area. From looking at it in Google Maps, I mean, I see plenty of homes not that far away. Not immediately, but you know, just on the other side of the Queens Midtown Expressway, there's a ton of homes. So, just my opinion. I'm going to join my fellow commissioners and vote to deny.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that's pretty much based on a lot to do with the detective's testimony of the resources that it causes to their departments. Albeit, that might be different with someone else managing it, but I'm going to respect what he put into the record.
This case has been decided. However, before we leave, can you ask the detective what he thinks of this individual and whether something like that would occur if he?
No, I think we went through it.
And I think very highly of him.
And we said character.
That's the only one that matters right here.
I think another location that's appropriate, I think he wouldn't have an issue with
That's the
character
point
and
in terms
fitness.
of appropriate locations.
No, I
This
get
place
it,
is
60,
zoned.
40, I understand.
You just don't have all these places
No, I
in the city of New
understand.
York.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
21 group.
The case detective is talking about.
Mark? Sound? Lamar? Mike? Okay. Would like to get back to the meeting? Please be quiet, thank you. The next item is 1399. It's a request for the declaratory ruling for the property at 6732 Metropolitan Avenue.
Do you have an issue with this? No. You want to just put your name on the record, please?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, Stacy Weiss for the applicant, Quick Stop Metro LLC. They're seeking a declaratory ruling on their premises, which is located at 6732 Metropolitan Avenue, Middle Village, New York. I'm hoping that the 200-foot rule doesn't bar my client from...
So let me just ask you,
Yes.
did the documentation you found show that it had been licensed continuously for 77 years?
Yes, it did. I was able to show that I had licenses dating back to 1939.
And the only time from what you found that it was unlicensed was May 2015 to March 2016?
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions on this?
No, I do not. I read this one quite a bit, so I'm good, thank you.
I'm just looking at the licenses that you submitted.
Yes.
Are you sure they're all continuous?
Well, I mean, there might be one or two missing in between, but it was
Well, no,
continuously
that's
licensed.
actually kind of important in this particular case, right? I'm ready to grant this, but if you're telling me, what documentation then do you have that it was 77 years of continuous?
Well, I mean, the landlord is one of the owners.
Oh, the landlord's going to be...
Well, she's one of the owners, and it's, what happened was prior to this, it was granted it was grandfathered in prior to this also. I had the license application before this, and it was granted prior.
Oh, when you're saying it was granted, that's suggesting that there was a gap in between the previous...
Yes, it was. There
Okay,
was a
so
small
that's what I
gap
want to know. So
also.
then you can't say it was 77 years of continuous use as...
Well, there was a small gap, and they had grandfathered in last time
What's
also.
a small gap?
About 2 months last time.
So when has it been continuously licensed from?
Well, they considered it continuously licensed even with the 2-month gap.
No, so before the 2-month gap, the last time you represented them,
Well, okay, what
was
happened?
there never a gap? When was the last time there was that gap of 2 months?
Well, what happened was in 2013, another client purchased the place. Metro, it was called, let me give you the other name of the place. It just so happened that another client of mine, 6732 Metro Corp., purchased the business from the previous owner. Okay, and there was they purchased it from them, but what happened was there was a little issue, and so there was a little gap there, about 2 months, where they bought it as a new place. It wasn't
That was 2013,
transferred.
and then prior to that, when was the last gap?
There was no gap that I know of prior to that I know of.
Right, but what's your reference based on, your knowledge based on? See, if you say to me, this is 77 years of continuous operation, there was a 9-month break, is this still continuously
Well, because
operating? It's a no-brainer, we'll all say yes, and
Right.
we move on. But, now
When I look
you're
at
telling me-
if you look at the names of the licenses,
Well, I'm
they're
looking
all
at
the
them, and I
same.
only see through 2011, and then prior to 2011, I don't see anything since 1996.
No, there's 1999, well, no, that's not right. I'm sorry, but if you look at the licenses, you'll see from hold on. No, there's
Well, what happened between 2000 or 1996 and 2011?
same person had it.
Can we
From
check that?
1999 to 2013, Middle Village Tavern Inc.
The same person had the license.
I'm sorry?
The Middle Village.
From 99 to 2013, Middle Village.
Middle Village, the same person had it.
It's on there? Okay, all right. That's good enough for me. All right, I'll make a declaratory ruling that it was continuous, and therefore the 200-foot law effective. There's a grandfather exception to the 200-foot law, and it's not applicable here.
I agree with that ruling.
I approve also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1388, Mirador?
Yeah, there are two Miradors.
Oh, 13, okay, and the second item is 1390.
There were hearings in both of these.
All right. 1390, dismiss all the charges.
I agree.
Commissioner Ford?
Commissioner Ford, 1390.
Charges and staying.
As they were not sustained.
Agree, approve.
To dismiss? Okay.
May I just address the penalty issue? I'm not going to address the.
Yep.
All right. With all due respect, I think the violations, if they were violations, certainly the one dealing with the license, with the sign not being up, is highly technical in nature.
Which one?
What are you talking about? There's no
The
signs.
wait, I'm
Security
sorry.
guards and live DJ.
Security guards and live DJ.
That's what I have, right?
No,
That's what I
no.
have too.
On 1388. Because 1390, we dismissed all charges.
I know, but no, the only other one is, it's case number 105539. I don't know what you have in front of you.
103, what?
No, we have 110457.
Notice
0457.
of pleading, you mean, right? Yeah.
That was a,
Hang on, it's circling.
Marty, what is it?
I mean,
the charges were sustained in the one we have.
That one, the case number you just gave us is not on the calendar yet.
Oh, well,
there's more
but I don't
coming.
have then I don't have
You don't
that.
have
I'm
this
sorry. I'm unaware of those.
So this is 110457. You have a failure to conform to application on 1/9/2016. There were security guards added.
You did the hearing.
Well, the security guards were added. Oh, I didn't get that, but I didn't get that determined.
Or they shouldn't have been security guards, I believe. And then the failure to conform to application, same date, live DJ. Is this supposed to be a restaurant? It's obviously not a restaurant.
You didn't get this decision?
No, I
So then put this over with his other one.
Okay, yeah, please. Thank
All
you.
right,
7-5.
so over to 7-5,
Thank you.
and I'll find out if it's a restaurant.
It is a restaurant, I already checked.
It is a restaurant?
Yes.
Just not operating as one?
1384, Forbidden City. It's a request to reconsider.
It's okay. Oh.
Good afternoon. Francis Buscemi for the licensee. I had put in a CNC offer on this on March 1, one day prior to the actual pleading date on this case, and it got lost in the shuffle, I guess.
So I think we can say that it was faxed, and it was successfully transmitted to the authority in a timely manner. And then we can send it back to council.
Yeah, I'm not going to accept the 2,000, so
Yeah,
it goes back to
2,000 is a
council.
very low offer. It's going back to council,
So CNC is, well, you're,
unless you want to just.
Is there any counter? I mean, I didn't even
Take care
put
of
in,
it now.
I just put in the CNC right off the bat. I didn't,
I have
do
five-
not guilty.
I have
didn't do-
I have 5,000.
That's what I have.
Well, that's what you had voted on last.
There you go.
I thought maybe since, the default maybe vote would have been a little,
No, I think the
might have been-
penalties are,
No,
the 7.
that doesn't really change, unfortunately.
I got you.
Are you accepting that?
Again, I haven't.
Commissioner Ford, do you have
yeah.
a number you'd like to propose?
I'm going to leave it to you experts at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is
I mean,
now
I'm
gonna
pretty sure it'll
They'll
be
accept it.
accepted.
Well,
But
Okay.
again, I don't want to guarantee it since,
aren't
counteroffer.
the clients right here?
no,
Oh, okay.
that's the
Oh,
next
next
case,
one.
I
Okay.
think.
So you're going to take it back to your people?
Yeah, and I'm going to advise them to accept it. I
So what do
mean,
we do there?
Okay, so just to update Commissioner Ford, they're going to, reconsideration is granted. Their CNC of 2,000 civil penalty is denied. The board is going to counteroffer with a $5,000 civil penalty. Do you concur?
I concur.
Thank you.
And we'll send a letter out on this
Yeah, we'll
case?
send a letter
Okay.
and a thing, that whole thing we do. 1458 West Hempstead Wine and Liquors.
this is up, I believe, because there was a cancellation at this location on the prior license. With me today is Mr. Wu. If you have any questions or
So the landlord of was the former licensee?
Yes. Yeah.
And how did your clients find out about this place?
Advertisement in
Where?
the Chinese, what?
World Journal.
World China.
Who's the owner of W&U Wine Liquor Inc.?
I'm sorry?
What's his current position as a cashier, right, at W?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wine Liquor.
Yes.
Who
That's his cousin, I believe, he said.
Whose cousin? The landlord's cousin?
No. Mr. Wu's cousin.
Can I ask him?
Yeah.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
His nephew is here to help interpret.
Oh, okay. So wait, Mr. Wu, you work as a cashier currently?
Yes.
At W&U Wine Liquor Inc.?
Yes.
So who owns W&U Wine Liquor Inc.?
Cousin.
Whose cousin?
My cousin.
Your cousin? And is your cousin or you or anyone you know, do you know the Hing Liquors Inc. owner or the landlord?
I'm my landlord. I'm my landlord. Hing. He said no.
So you just found out through World Journal that this was...
By Hing. He said 电话 by Hing. 电话 Huh? 电话. He said he called them through the because he found the ad.
In the World Journal?
The World Journal.
And his cousin, the owner, doesn't know the landlord?
I'm my cousin. I'm a by he a landlord. I'm a by Hing.
No.
He said no.
So this is a package store transfer.
Right,
Why
for the
is-
history on the prior package store.
There's 4 sale to minors, 3 prohibited hours.
Yeah, I mean, after I was advising Mr. Hing to sell the store when the third sale to minor came, and then we ended up having to put in for cancellation.
Will you be working at the store?
啲我冇係嚟做工。梗係集滿呢度今日上呢我冇緊嚟做工。我梗係咩？我冇緊將 wine and liquor 做工。All right. Oh yes.
So he'll be working full-time here, the new store?
我梗係做 full time。我做工呢。
Do you have internet sales?
No.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Buscemi. Did your client listen to you to sell the store?
Not for a while. As he continued on.
Because
with
we just canceled this.
Yes.
So you're telling me that after the cancellation, he put an ad in the paper and found a buyer and that like the time?
Oh, no. He finally, I told Mr. Hing that
So he put the ad in the paper back then?
I told Mr. Hing he should get out after the second or third sale to minor or after hours. He didn't do that for a while. This was done long before the cancellation took place, but.
Is that when he started looking though, or?
The contract is in January, I think, of this year. I wanted him to look long.
Oh, I see.
I wanted him to look long before that.
Okay.
Long before that.
Right.
I advised him that he shouldn't be in the business. If he can't even close.
So after the fourth one, he did start looking before we actually, okay.
Yeah.
And so, where did the money come from? The investment? Can I ask your client, please?
What venue? He's a friend.
Who's his friend? Was this disclosed?
This was a
David.
self-certified application, Mr. Buscemi.
It's in the application, David Chang.
David Chang? C-H...
David, how do you pronounce? C-H-E-N-G?
So is he related to Hing Chang at all?
David, no, it is not.
So his friend David Chang loaned him all the money?
Yeah, David Chen.
Almost all of it.
I don't have the loan in front of me, unfortunately, so I'm trying to
It
understand.
is a loan of
With
80.
being a self-certified,
80,000.
Yeah.
Mr. Buscemi, who
Oh,
has
which-
to be aware of all the...
Right, so I'm asking the questions.
He said it's a loan of 80,000.
$80,000 under what interest rate?
The interest rate in Saudi no idea. 4%.
4%? Over how many years?
3 years.
3 years. So there's no, he doesn't have any ownership interest?
적응 or no? He said no.
And you've seen the loan, I guess, and you've...
It's filed with.
Right. And David Chang, and just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I have the loan agreement in front of me.
Okay. And David Chang has no relationship to Hing Chang, right?
Correct.
Yes?
It's a friend of Mr.
Okay,
Wu.
all right.
It's a family friend.
All right, you know, I always find these kind of situations where the licensee is the landlord, gets their license canceled, and then somehow, again, sells, rents out, and, you know, there's always a cloud of suspicion of whether they have an interest or not. In this case, it's been represented that there is none, so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Commissioner?
I vote to approve as well.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks for coming.
1393, Conta International.
Yeah. This is Mr. Warnkowski's case, Henry Warnkowski. He asked me to, since I was going to be here, to stand up. I have a deal pending with my client to purchase this business, so we just want to see what the penalty is going to be.
All right, you have an...
To do with the filing of the endorsement application, which he did not file because he represented that the business was going to be sold in mid-June.
Yeah, the contract's been signed, and I'm going to be...
What was that was the local regulation?
It was for the trade name.
What was the local regulation?
It was prohibited hours, which should have actually been prohibited hours and not local reg.
Okay.
Which would raise the fine. Anyway, 3,500, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
I accept.
Correcting charge 2 to read prohibited. What was said?
Prohibited,
Yes.
prohibited hours.
Yes.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Ford, you voted on this?
Yes,
Yes.
he said
Thank
he
you.
accepted.
Okay. 1380, Koo and Company.
So I'm going to be recusing myself from this case.
We have, why don't you put your name on the record, Mr. Flynn, and then let Mr. Lynn do his...
Yes, I will. Terrence Flynn, Jr. for the applicant. I have with me the applicant, Peter Koo.
Peter Koo?
And the manager of the store, which is...
John Koo?
Charles Lynn in opposition. I represent CK Wine and Liquor, Prince Street Wine and Liquor, and Lai Wang Wine and Liquor Corp., the closest stores to the applicant. Significantly, CK Wine and Liquor at 3819 Union Street is 304 feet from the applicant as the crow flies. I have that marked as Exhibit A in my exhibits. CK Wines is 2,500 square foot store with a wide variety of inventory for the public. Applicant is just 750 square feet, and again, it's 304 feet as the crow flies, but it's around the corner. I believe walking distance is about 410 feet. Although there's no liquor stores on Roosevelt Avenue per se, there's a total of 7 stores within 0.4 mile radius. 4 of the stores are on one end being on or contiguous to Main Street, and 3 stores on Union Street side of Roosevelt Avenue, and that I have as part of my Exhibit A. The 4 closest stores, again, as CK being the closest, but Lei Wang is 1,118 feet, East Coast 1,191 feet, and Prince Street 1,582 feet. So you have 4 stores within 0.3 of a mile. As far as population and demographics, the neighborhood is covered by 2 zip codes. Zip code 11354 shows a population of increase of 1.01 from 2000 to 2010 census figures. The 2014 estimated population increase from 2010 was also a little over just 1%. The zip code 11355 evidenced a 3.1% increase in population from 2000 to 2010 census figures, but the estimated zip code population in 2013 shows a 3.1% decline back to the population numbers back in 2000, and this I have as part of my Exhibit C. As far as sales figures, it's a little unusual, the situation here. Prince Street Wine and Liquors at 37-22 Prince Street opened up in January 2014. Its sales went from $823,000 to $1,825,000. A significant increase in sales, but if there was a void in the area, I believe that was taken up through the sales of Prince and also my client CK, so that this store was licensed in January 2014. The other stores also show slightly increasing sales, but Lai Wang has a little bit increased, a little bit decreasing. East Coast has a little bit increasing. And the problem is that you have the Prince Street and also CK. My clients took over on a transfer in August of 2015, so I don't really have any figures to make any comparisons with regards to that. Considering the fact that you do have a store only 304 feet away, my exhibits A shows, as one of my surveys, it does show that the applicant's area is surrounded by 4 stores, all walking distance, and even if you go to Main Street, which is a main thoroughfare, that too has 2 stores within walking distance. So you have 5 stores within walking distance of this one applicant in an area has no increase in population, and that the current stores adequately service the customers. For the record, I'd like to have the individuals here just put their names on the record as to which stores they represent, because I believe either 5 or 6 of the stores are represented here.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Yang Ling Tang. I represent CK Wine Liquor.
Yes, my name is Singh, the Latte Liquor, mine was the 2-3 block. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Po Hei Lin, and I represent Flushing Liquors.
Hi, good afternoon. My representative of the Prince Street Liquors.
We had previously provided you a submission. I don't know if you
Yes,
actually
we-
had the opportunity. It's very detailed, so I'll just hit the highlights. Mr. Lin's numbers with regard to demographics are off. We've given you plenty of proof through articles and through demographics that we've done. He has estimated numbers through 2014, but alone in the last 2 years, there are over 2,250 new residential units in or about to come in the area under construction. You've been provided maps to their proximity to the licensed premise. There's also over 1.6 million square feet of new commercial space in that same period of time, along with a hotel of 150 rooms. You have maps showing the proximity of the residential areas, of the residential units that have gone in, as well as the commercial units that have gone in. You have public transportation. You have a map showing that there's a bus stop immediately in front. Within 10 feet, you have the subway stop, which is 55 feet down the street. Both adding to the convenience of those who are shopping. They have the ability to get on and off that bus right there, as well as the train station, which is also there. You also had received petitions from 234 signatures up to the time of submission. If I can, there's an additional 200-plus signatures that came in since that period of time. That brings up the total of people that have signed in favor of having this liquor store there in excess of 450. You also have a letter from Queens Chamber of Commerce and the Greater Flushing Chamber of Commerce in support of the application as well. As I went into just briefly, if you look at the demographic numbers, we also gave you a chart which showed all the residential and commercial developments, where they are in location, and all the additional units that have gone in since 2014 to present and that are in progress right now within the area. We also referred to 2 articles in the area. I don't know if we gave you the sites for them. I don't know if they were printed out, but I have them here in case you need them. One is from the Washington Post. The other is from the New York Times, which evidences the area is going through an incredible amount of growth. The foot traffic is one of the highest in the city outside of Times Square. They have over almost 1 million tourists. It's in excess of 925,000 and growing, according to the article, in the area on an annual basis. It is clear that in this case, with the amount of additional housing units, with the additional commercial units, the article also refers to the fact that more jobs are being brought into this immediate area as a result of this growth. So you have more shoppers through jobs, you have more shoppers through the residential developments in the area, and you also have more shoppers now as a result of the almost 1 million tourists in the area. The store in question is also going to do tastings. They're going to do some educational events. They're also going to work with their customers on pairings. They intend on carrying a wider selection of products. Mr. Lin referred to the products as being a wide sample at all the stores. My clients have gone into the stores. They've looked. There are a lot of the normal wines that you would see. My clients are also going to do a concentration in New York spirits and New York wines, which are not really being carried in the other stores. If you have any questions at this time, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Well, what wines are not being carried in the other stores?
John, you want to answer that? John, was it?
I spent numerous time on 4 or 5 closest store to our proposed location. They carrying Costco, kind of wines like Woodbridge, Yellowtail, and I will be specializing New York wines from state of New York. We are committed to at least 10% of our floor space to state of New York wines.
So they don't carry any New York wines?
None.
Is that?
We have
Well, let me finish with him first. So, what kind of classes are you doing?
What kind of class?
You indicate they don't do any educational classes. What kind of classes?
Wine tasting and education. We'll be partnering with John Cho at the Greater Chamber of Flushing. We will have seminars, wine tasting once a month, and that showed up in the letter from John Cho.
Okay, let me talk to Mr. Lin. So, Mr. Lin, is it true that none of them do any tastings?
No, that's why I'd like them to come up and tell you personally what they do have.
Okay.
Yeah, we also carry Duck Walk. That's a wine from Long Island.
And do you do tastings?
We do only we do tastings, but it's not like it's set up by the company where we request the tastings and they come and do it like on a Friday or weekend basis.
But you do them?
We do them.
And okay.
Yeah.
Hi, so we're from CK Wine Liquor, and we're one of the closest store to the applicant, and we establish wine tasting every weekend, like Friday, Saturday sometimes, and we try to specialize in French wines, Italian wines, and then we also bring in New York wines. We recently took over in August 2015, so we literally just like plunge in, pass by the holidays and try to pick up the store put in more new inventories. And I feel like, we have, like, I know it's a establishing store since like back 10 years ago, but since we're like we haven't really established our clientele.
I'm just asking you about
Yeah,
that.
so we try to like do the wine
So you
tasting
do the
more often,
tastings
yeah.
and you do...
Try to
and you
see
do-
what the client likes,
And you
yes.
do carry New York wines?
Yes.
What ones?
Duckhorn,
Duckhorn?
yeah, the one he said from Long Island, yeah.
Okay. Is that, am I going to hear the same thing from everybody?
No,
or-
I'm sorry. And one more, and because we are new, and then we have lost some clients base from previous sales because we're Chinese, and then the previous owner was Korean. We've been losing a lot of clients from that population, even though we carry the soju, like we continue to carry the same thing, even put in new materials. But we've been losing clients, and our sales been decreasing because of that. And then competition's been pretty hard amongst the Asian communities. I mean, like, they will work like for 50 cents, like they'll walk 2 blocks away. So it's been pretty hard in terms of
Okay.
business, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a lot of wine selection.
What's your store?
Latte Liquor. Latte Liquor and Wine.
And you carry New York wines?
Yeah, yes.
Do you do tastings?
I tasting, yeah.
How often?
It's like a 1.5 month, 1 month. You
One-
send the company.
one a month,
California
okay.
wine, French wine, Italy wine.
Okay.
Lot of wine, lot of high selection.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out that we see that, if there is an enormous increase in population and demographics in the area, it's not really shown by the sales because 3 of the stores, including CK, who made a statement that their sales have not increased. You have those 2 other stores that are not benefiting from any of this, if in fact it does exist. We do see that Prince Street had a tremendous increase, but then again comes up the question, did they fill the void of any increase in market? So it's really hard to test whether that is the case because Prince Street has only been licensed for 2 years and CK just took over in August of 2015. So it's hard to really calculate whether in fact if there is a increase in such population, whether it has been reflected by the stores at all, and apparently it hasn't. As far as construction, because I did walk the area, the only construction that I was aware of, and I think if there is a quote, boom in construction in the area, I think we have to just specify Union Street and Roosevelt Avenue and Main Street because there is a development right across from my client, a fairly big commercial residential complex that's being developed, but it's right across the street from my client. And then when I did walk Main Street, I did see there was a construction there where you already have 2 stores. I was unable to see any of these other constructions, but again, I think it would be, if we're going to look at this specific area of Roosevelt Avenue and Union Street and also Main Street, I think that when one shows that there's enormous amount of construction, both residential and commercial, whether it affects this neighborhood and not just a panorama of most of Flushing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions? For anybody?
These, you come in to the applicant, you started out with 234 residents in support. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and now it's up to 450?
There was an additional, I believe it's on top of the paper, 248 additional signatures.
Correct.
Is that in my package that I have here, or is that new?
The 248, Mr. Commissioner, are new. The 236 you had from before that are in your packet.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
Can I address that, Chairman?
Yes.
With regards to petitions, there's been many changes with regards to the full board and how much weight either the chairman or the commissioners give to petitions. I've never been in favor of petitions because they have one or two line statements and people just sign them. And as we saw in one or two of the other hearings before the authority, sometimes we don't know who signed them, sometimes we don't know whether the residences are true. Also, if the applicant maybe is a politician, they may be able to persuade other people to sign in favor that may not be in the area. So there have been some commissioners and chairmen that have not put too much emphasis upon petitions because there's no right to cross-examine or to find out how those signatures were obtained. The only other thing that I would just like to mention is applicant's store is only 750 square feet. So I would anticipate that there might be a slight problem just on space alone as to what they might be able to bring to the community that the other 7 stores within the area do not have. The very fact that it's a small store may be significant enough that they can't bring new product or new variety or major wine tastings or education and stuff, only because the store itself is not big enough.
Thank you. Last word, Mr. Flynn.
Last one you're going to get. Mr. Lynn chooses the word maybe often. What we have given you is data. We've given you maps. We've shown you everything with regard to the increase in population, commercial, and tourism. The sales to these stores on their records as they submitted, 700,000 annually, consistently over $1 million annually, consistently over $1 million annually, consistently over $1.8 million at the last sales that went in. The store will be able to carry products. The store will be able to add new things to this community. The size of the store doesn't prohibit tastings in any way or educational items. So to infer that, I think, is disingenuous. Lastly, the petitions. I have not met anybody who's opposing an applicant who doesn't like petitions or who likes petitions because they're usually in favor of the application. The petitions, if you want to...
His ad was not against it.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, these are for the application. If you want to ask how they gathered the signatures, that's a good question, and we'd be happy to answer.
No, that's fine.
Okay, but you just can't throw it out the window because...
Does she have one more thing she wants to add? Go ahead.
So I'd like to say that, I do agree that there's a lot of construction being done around Flushing. However, but if you look at it, these are constructions. You don't know if it's really being sold or how many people's moving in or how many people are purchasing these units. The true, fact is asking the owners to see how are your sales, how your customer base, what's going on.
That's what we're doing. So.
And another thing is that we try to ask for petitions around the neighborhood, but once we say...
We're not going to get into petitions. Do you have anything else to add?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, one more other thing. Yeah, the sales might be up, but the numbers are also a little bit ingenuous because you have to understand the culture around the area. It's mostly Asian people, and for some reason, among Asians, price is very competitive. The sales might be up, but for us, we've been open for almost 20 years now, and the profit margins get lower every single year, That's pretty much it, yeah.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so there's 7 stores within the 0.4-mile radius. The closest store to the applicant is 413 feet, which was transferred to the current owner in August of last year, so we only have 1 year of sales, or not even a year, a half a year of sales for that store. And then the next 2 closest stores are, depending on what service you read, either 0.2 miles away or 0.4 miles away or 0.3 or 0.5 miles away, and both of those stores have the second closest has decreasing sales over the last 4 years, and the next one has what I would call flat sales, although it's gone up over the last year. It appears that the sales over 4 years have gone up and gone down. And then the 4th closest store was just issued in January of 2014, and its sales have gone from $800,000 to $1.8 million in a year. At this point, based on the number of sales, and I do recognize that there does appear to be construction going on in the area, but based on the new application that was, and to me it's still new, in January of 2014, I don't know that we've seen how that store is going to affect the other stores. It's apparent for me that these other stores do tastings. They do have New York, or at least some New York wines, and they do everything that your client has offered that he is going to do. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another store at this time, particularly one that's 413 feet to the closest competitor. So at this point, I'm going to deny the license.
Commissioner Ford, I need your vote, please.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
I was not going to have a three-way. I'm going to have a three-way vote on that. 1382, Montrose and Graham is a request for reconsideration of a full board disapproval. You recuse. He disapproved.
This is 1382.
You approved. Or abstains.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, Montrose and Graham.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Eddie Deng here with Montrose and Graham. And to my right, I have Jay Min, who's my partner at Montrose and Graham. And further to the right, we have Andrew Bell, our consultant, who is from the American Sommelier Association. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the board for granting us a chance at a reconsideration. Are the details of my last proposal, the last time we were here, is that something that I need to recap for
yes,
Commissioner? Okay. So last time we were here, we proposed an artisanal and specialty wine store. We had planned to put it in the emerging neighborhood of Williamsburg. Obviously, there's a lot of gentrification going on over there. We pulled building permits and showed off pictures of new developments that are happening in the area, sort of to kind of demonstrate the shifting attitudes and the consumer demanding more obscure and unique products. I believe Chairman Bradley had voted to approve us and saw that there was a public convenience and advantage, whereas Commissioner Kim raised some concerns about our retail floor space being a little bit too large for the area. And I also believe some doubts were raised that if we could actually offer product diversity. He was concerned that there would be some major overlap of SKUs with the 4 competing stores. So today, we've brought supplemental and new documents with us. We've actually sat down with our, am I too close to this? We've actually sat down with our architect, come up with a revised floor plan. We took the 2,400 square foot original retail space, we've subdivided it now, and we plan to raise 2 partitions, whereas the back will now be a storage area consisting of about 470 feet. Another partition will also be raised, which will create a dedicated tasting area of about 450 square feet. You can see the 3D renderings of those in there. That's something that I emphasize that is totally not being offered in the area, with a section cordoned off specifically for an educational mission. And finally, if you work backwards from that, our retail space is now only about 1,300 square feet, which is, I believe, less than 50% of what was originally proposed. In regards to product diversity, we have worked very closely with Andrew Bell here. He's a founding member of the American Sommelier Association. He has upwards of 30 years experience in the industry. He's helped us compile a SKU list of obscure or hidden treasures, as we would like to term them. We've actually spot checked them against the competing stores. Outside of the unavoidable overlap of New York products, the rest of what we offer, there is less than a 3% overlap with, I believe, one of the stores. I don't think that there's any lap coinciding with the 2 bulletproofs, which are Manhattan and MZ. And I think King's Wine also has less than 3 to 4% overlap. And third, it's recently come to our attention that the 5th closest store, Ago, I think it's 20 feet away from being the 4th closest store. It recently has went up on the market for lease, whether it's closed or not, or whether it will remain a package store remains to be seen, but I do feel that that may or may not open a slot.
Which one?
Ago. I have
the address, Dina?
33 Montrose. It's the listing right there. Yeah, and since we've last been here in March, there's even more developments now. So just to further emphasize that, obviously the community is rapidly changing. We do believe that the palette of the residents is changing, and hopefully that with this new supplemental evidence, the board will be able to take a look and further review, and this application warrants a second look.
What was the retail space you asked for last time?
2,400.
2,400. I know you were going to do 100 square feet of storage?
No, we weren't going. We had no section
for wine tasting or
cordoned
storage.
off for wine tasting.
And now
or
you're
storage.
proposing 1,300 retail?
Yes, 1,300 retail.
Okay.
If you have any questions, we have
And
to.
M&Z and Manhattan Avenue, they're both bulletproof?
MZ and Manhattan, yes, they have enclosures in them.
I'm sorry. Yes.
It does have bulletproof, but it also has entrance to the back during the day for.
You need to be buzzed in. You need to be buzzed in for those. Yeah.
All right. So and then M&Z, I have here license was canceled
M&Z was canceled.
in February 2016.
I just
Are they in operation?
should not be.
Do you have M&Z here?
Oh, no. Johnson and Bushwick.
That was transferred?
I didn't do that.
Hold on, this is not responding.
Did you sell it or what happened? Transferred?
Johnson and Bushwick.
So you represent Johnson and Bushwick?
It replaced M&Z.
Approved February 19th, right, when it was.
When it was canceled?
Yeah, it did not come to the board.
Oh, it didn't come to the board. Okay, but that's bulletproof. Manhattan's bulletproof.
No.
No. Who's bulletproof?
One took place at M&Z. There's also the bifurcation. It has a bulletproof, but you can go in and to the right. You can go through a door, and they have the wines in an area.
But the door's locked.
No, the doors are.
You have to be buzzed in? But there's bulletproof part of it, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so for our purposes, got it. And Lynn's Liquor is open.
Lynn's is bulletproof.
Lynn's is bulletproof too, so MZ, Manhattan, and Lynn's is all the three?
Manhattan and.
Right, you just described it, but they have bulletproof components to it. And what about Richie's Wines?
Have you guys been in these places? Are they bulletproof, Richie's?
Yeah, Richie's I can't speak of. I've never even heard of it before today. But Manhattan and
812 Grand Street.
Yeah, Manhattan and MZ. When you go in, you have to pay the cashier through a drawer.
Okay.
I guesstimate Grand Street, no, because Grand's a major thoroughfare.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So have you seen this list that they submitted?
Yes.
And do they have any, do any of your clients sell any of these on this list?
I was going to address that another way, because, well, the problem is I couldn't email it, because if you notice, the font on it is very, very small, and even I have a hard time to read it. You have 270 different SKUs of product, and they acknowledge the fact that some of them are duplicates as to what my clients do sell. However, they list all of these. I don't know whether they're all organic, whether they're all New York wines, because I don't have that kind of specialty and education. However, it would seem to me that in reducing the space 2,300 square feet down to what they say is 1,300, but if you look at the old survey map, the interior map, you'll notice that there has to be a cashier's area.
Sick. Wow.
Not me.
That's the sound I get every time we speak.
Here he goes
That's in my
again.
ears. I didn't know everybody heard it.
So they didn't include there's apparently as to the entrance, there's a break point and also the cashier. So actually from the 1,300, you're really talking about 1,100 square feet. Question is was it fair, reasonable to supply 270 SKUs of all of these wines? You know, in effect, are they also going to sell standard wines? Are they also going to sell liquors in this kind of small place? It doesn't seem reasonable that, you know, that they just come up with 3 sheets of all of this product.
I understand what your point is.
And then I do have from Manhattan Avenue. I apologize for not having the communication that I normally do, but Manhattan Avenue doesn't have emails. So this is a list. They do have organic wines.
But this is a list that overlaps with the list that was sent in.
Well, they said 3%, right? You said was overlap?
3%.
Go ahead.
I would say that's a reasonable
Guesstimate.
percentage based on the distributors that were used, not on the specific product.
Okay.
The goal was a unique set of products that the area has not yet exposed to.
Okay.
And that's Johnson Bushwick, a listing of all the different New York wines and organic wines that they have. Plus, although I don't represent the people, you know, you have Graham Avenue here that the store is only 800 feet away. I think when I walked it, maybe even a little bit closer, who was just licensed 2 years ago. And they can tell you about their sales of New York wines and organic wines, because I'm not familiar, but they're here to speak in protest of this application as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Zhao. I represent King and Wine and Spirit. I want to say a couple of things, okay? First things, I want to show the gentleman the picture. We have to carry a lot of wine. We carry almost more than 2,000 different kind of wine, okay?
Yeah,
That's what we show in the picture.
Yeah, we can read it. Thank you.
We include all different kind of area, organic, kosher, and also small country. And we keep carrying and also New York wine. And also we're doing tasting almost every weekend, you know, either Friday or Saturday. And we still keep carrying different kind of wine. They got a high rating and, you know, good budget. And also we're gonna carry more the New York wine and organic wine. All right. That's where we want to stay the first things. All right, and the second thing is what I mentioned about the wine store named Agro Wine and Spirit, the closed right now. First of all, this is not even one of the foreclosure store to the new application. I don't think there's anything to do with this, the replace its existing store at all. And the second thing is, I wanted to state the reason this store is closed, and a couple of months ago I have the chance talk to the store owner. That's what happened. Why the store closed? Because around 800, this is very similar to my situation. Right after the store opened, this a year later, there's another store located at 190 Union Street. They open. That's why the business is going down a lot. So they can't survive at all.
Could you please back off the mic a little bit? I can't understand you. It's distorting. Thank you.
Step back from the microphone right there. That's good.
And that's what happened. The store closed.
Okay.
It's about same thing, same distance as my store and new application.
All right.
It's 800 feet, and my sales is around like 600 grand a yearly, and for each month around like 50,000. So basically, for now, we can. It's not even be able to cover the cost.
Okay.
For rent, for the labor, for the utility.
No, I got it.
You know.
Anything else?
All right. So we got almost same size as the retail the area. It's around like 1,300 square feet plus the storage. You know, then 500 feet is 500 square feet of storage. You know, this almost same size, and I don't really, you know, make sense. We got another store, and we had so many new applications. And also, I could show you the map. We have. This is so many stores. This around this area.
Okay, is that it?
All right, let's see.
Thank you.
Two relevant things, Chairman. First of all, I'm familiar with Argo because I represented a new store that.
Well, I don't know. We keep discussing Argo. They brought it up. It doesn't mean we're really getting into that. I don't know.
But 190 Union, which is within close to the 6th store, is all New York artisanal wines. Matter of fact, that was one of the reasons why.
I don't know if you read this list. There's barely any New York wines on it. You keep saying New York. I don't think they have. They're wines from all over the world. So that's.
So then that even adds greater substance.
Well, I'm just saying that you keep focusing on New York.
Well, only because the last meeting, that's what they said. But I thought they said biodynamic in New York.
Well, they
wines.
could be, but they're from all over the world. This list.
And the only last thing is that he mentions that they're in Williamsburg. They're in East Williamsburg. Williamsburg, no question about it, has the amount of gentrification in that area has skyrocketed. Matter of fact, that's one of the reasons when I had 190 Union Street, because going towards the west, or going towards east, towards the city, that area has grown tremendously. This area is East Williamsburg. And East Williamsburg, I took out of just from the website. One article says not for tourists. For anyone wondering where the old Lower East Side went, East Williamsburg might be of the answer. Sure, new law stopped the roads around the outlying L stops, but for being part, it's factories and bodegas, long-standing residents, and a few corners where it's best to keep your guard up. It says surroundings are filled with factories and warehouses that make up everything from concrete to wontons, following the shifting scents in the air to find what's what. Many of these warehouses and factories are shut up with plenty of shuttered giants. And that's what I viewed when I went through the area. That's why it's really not fair to say Williamsburg when it in essence is East Williamsburg. And the nature of the stores that are already in there, we see that two of them are bifurcated between bulletproof and having people come. So it's a high crime area as well.
I understand what you're saying. Last word, guys.
Okay, just to speak to some of the points, Mr. Lin made.
You don't feel the need to address that.
I mean, no, just basically.
Let me ask questions. Okay. So, how many SKUs are you going to have in your 1,300 square foot space now?
I believe that list has.
This is your list of what's going to be on the shelf and nothing else?
Well, we're going to have spirits as well.
We didn't understand that the spirits issue had an overlap consideration.
Of course. I mean, that's.
We may have a little bit of Stoli, but the artisanal level of liquor should be similar to. There will be New York.
All right. So, what percentage of wine versus liquor?
It will be 80-20.
80-20. And so 80%, all your SKUs that you will have in the 80%, this is represented in this list? Nothing else outside of this?
No. I mean, we don't intend to carry.
Your sommelier might have a different opinion.
We're certainly, the list is going to.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
I apologize. The list is going to oscillate based on how they see the business practices going, but there's no there's no projection for Kendall Jackson, for Cupcake, for any of these national brands that will dilute the focus of this sort of sommelier selection that we're looking to change and educate the community and have it grow with the community. Some of the ideas that we're bringing in with education, the organization that I run is an educational organization called American Sommelier. We teach classes in Manhattan.
I'm talking about product mix right now. I'm not talking about your
So no, we're not
education
looking to change the
properties.
list from a function of national brands.
So when you have your price, for example, $500 something, and it says BPC, that's for 12, that's the price that's listed, or is that per bottle price?
Any prices on the Excel spreadsheet are case prices.
Our case prices, got it, okay, thank you. So I mean, the majority of these wines are very expensive.
No, actually, some of them are. We do intend to carry some higher end ones, but we frequent the area. We're millennials. We're part of this company. We come to this area all the time, and we understand the mindset of the people who live there. They're not looking to pay upwards of $50 for a bottle of wine. We understand that there's going to be upper working class here, and we understand that the price point is going to be a very imperative consideration when choosing your SKUs. So specifically, I worked very closely with Andrew to make sure that a bulk of our selection is under the $20 range? 25 and under range. So we took that into careful
I
consideration.
don't think that's what your list shows. You have a lot over, you have approximately a lot in the close to average of 200 range. So if you're selling 12 bottles you're buying 12 at 200.
So those are case one prices.
Right.
And that don't indicate the discounts based on focused buying based on volume. So I gave you the most expensive price per case to not have a 12-column Excel spreadsheet that shows what 3, 5, and 10 case purchases can bring it down.
But with 1,300 square feet, and you're going to have all of these represented, plus distilled spirits, I mean, that doesn't sound like you can get it with that volume discount and put all of these on the shelf.
Most of the volumes, when you're looking at the shelf and how the racking will be built out, there'll be depth on each shelf for a number of bottles from the same SKU. So the display will be more for people to flow through the store and have a sampling of what the products are going to be so that they see the broad range of products from around the world. The 400 or 500 square feet behind the tasting area will be where the bulk of the cases are stored.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner Ford?
I'm good, thank you.
Last statement?
No.
And none of it's going to repeat anything you've already said.
I mean, I just do want to speak to just a previous point. It won't take any more than a couple of minutes. As far as King's offering tastings, they may have their own interpretation of a tasting, not to discount what they do, but we're looking to do something a lot more dynamic, a lot more interactive, outside of just, inviting someone from Southern and Empire to open a bottle of red or white for the day. We intend to actually create a community, and I just have to reemphasize that no other store in the area has a dedicated area for non-selling purposes, dedicated just for educational purposes. And to speak to the last point that he made, that Mr. Lin said about the area being extremely dilapidated, well, that's because these dilapidated buildings are being purchased by developers. As a matter of fact, I have an article here that says the lot right across from us, which is sort of like being which is going to be a mixed-use building of 25 units with ground floor commercial, and this is happening just basically at a pace so rapid. We forecast, and also, we had for the previous. We had these building applications looked up as well. So the area, although it is considered East Williamsburg, I do think that still, without a doubt, it's heavily on the rise. And anyone who took the time to walk the block.
Mr. Lin, do you have something else?
The only thing I want to say is excellent applicant, very bold type of operation. However, if Zacky's or Sherry Lehman came, you would have similar. It's not the neighborhood for this type of operation, and the little that they take. These people make minimal profit out of the basic wines. These are basic liquors. These are the things that the public. He hasn't shown that there's a desire, a need for these kind of wines, and you can't go back.
If that's the case, he won't be there long.
But meanwhile, but unfortunately still, whatever sales they are will decrease their sales, and we already put on record that their sales are decreasing. And the population has not increased. That was brought up in the last hearing. So I understand that, but the whole perspective of it.
Okay, thank you. So, to the applicant, would you consider just having a wine license? Oh, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second, please.
I mean, at this point, judging from surveying the area, we have to be viable businessmen as well. We have to carry some sort of spirit. We think that,
that's your answer, that's fine.
Hi, my name is Susan. I'm from the King and Sperry. So we just opened the new store. It's about 2 years and 5 months. And right now we're working very hard. We're not only concerned about the Southern and the Empire, the big company. We also have the 36 small company right my hand. That's an invoice. Each invoice, you can see that. I just put the company for each company.
Okay.
That's the 36.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, that is all small wine company. They have organic wine company, New York wine company, also have all over the world company. If you go to my store, you will see that it's a big wine selection store.
Okay.
We're still working hard.
Thank you.
We
Okay,
try our
thank you.
best. Thank you.
So is the landlord, one of your, are you related to the landlord? Okay, so is your name in reverse? On our records, we have you as Min J, but is your legal name is J Min, right?
First name's Jay, my last.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to clarify that because we have here in reverse. Okay. All right, I'm ready. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to change your vote?
No.
So I had voted against this last time based on the proposed size and also kind of the sales in the area. Looking at the reduced proposal now and hearing that the three of the four closest are in effect have bulletproof store layouts, I think that there would be an added public convenience and advantage, but I do, I'm a little skeptical that you'll be able to keep this exact wine list, and I don't know how long your sommelier is going to be in contract with you guys, and that this is the only type of wines you will sell, which only have 3% overlap with them. So, and you didn't really give a list of the liquors that you were going to do. You could say it's craft and artisanal, but we didn't see any list. So, for me, I think in this particular case, the fact that you are providing an open, modern style looking premise does arguably add the public convenience and advantage, and this kind of a wine list if that's not being served. So, it's tough because I don't want to impose this list on you permanently because market forces will dictate changes. But then on the other hand, I don't want you to go in and just start selling exactly what they're selling with an open market. Yes, did you want to say something to that?
That's the thing. With our approach as entrepreneurs, as business, we're looking to carve out an identity.
No, I get it.
If they're selling Yellowtail and they're selling whatever they're selling and they're showing declining sales, I just want to say, why?
So I am going to impose the 80-20 that as part of a condition to your license. I don't know if they'll agree with me, but I will vote to grant the reconsideration and go ahead and approve only on the 80-20 stipulation, and based on the smaller size and everything else you propose. Open model.
The new floor plan? I don't know what the new floor plan.
I'll vote to reconsider, and then I'll stick with my previous vote under Commissioner Kim's stipulations, which was approved.
Commissioner Ford.
And Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve with Commissioner Kim's stipulation.
All right.
Just one question for the board. Is that inclusive of the list that he's presented to the board, or can he expand that beyond what was represented because he could go into the cheaper wines, you
The
know.
business model that, in my view, the business model that was presented, and as Commissioner Kim said, we're not going to hold anybody to a list, but the business model that was presented was that they're going to be an artisanal wine.
High-end wines.
Well, no, it wasn't high-end. It was under $25 a bottle in that price point, but they were harder to get wines. I would not expect to go in there and see Yellowtail or something similar of that nature. From the list that I looked at, it looked like it was all extremely well thought out and well-rounded bottles from all over the world. And the same thing, it sounds like with the spirits, if I'm incorrect, tell me. That's the model they're looking to do. I wouldn't expect that to change unless they're going to come in and give us the heads up that it's going to change. But I'm not holding them to any list.
I just wanted for the record just to, if there
But
was.
we are holding them to 80-20. That's a stipulation, and we are holding them to the plan they submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you very much. But I had a question. So what happened? I didn't receive any the letter from the liquor authority. So
We'll check.
I have only I only got it like 2 days. This is like a not following the procedure.
No, we are. We'll find out if you got one or not.
And that's what I had a very limited time to consider what a
What store is yours?
King. I'm in the closest store.
He's on Graham.
King?
Yeah, King
sent a
and
letter on
Spirit.
May
Yeah, May 31st, a letter went out. I got a copy of it right here. Here, you can have that.
Just check the address. See if it's the right address.
Should have your email on file with us.
Is that your right address?
Did you change addresses?
We'll keep it at the address is 111 Street.
There you go. Then maybe. Did you get an original letter when they first applied? You never got a
How
letter.
did you know to come in here today?
Mr. Lin told him.
You told them? Got it.
What's wrong with the
What's your address?
111 Grand Street. That's where exactly my store located.
No, I know, but did you put on notice? Is that your home address or something?
No.
You don't know that address at all. That's not related to you.
87 Stanhope.
I don't know that the address, but that's at least I don't know.
So did you once live there?
Huh?
Did you ever live there? 87 Stanhope.
Listen, I don't have no idea what it is.
Okay, you've never seen that address. Okay, so that's what we have on file for you. So we'll update it.
The gentleman from Manhattan, for whatever it's worth, said
He didn't get it either.
And the situation is we just been open this store for a couple like 2 years.
Listed here.
And also we're
Manhattan, can you just check your email to make sure we have the right one on file? So we already voted. So if you're continuing to argue this case, that's not. Right now is not the forum for it, but we will check your address and make sure you get the notifications in the future.
No, what I mean is there anything I could do? Is there things that I follow procedure stuff?
Your counsel's right here.
No, he doesn't represent.
Oh, you don't represent him? So what can he do?
An issue because that's his address on his personal questionnaire on file with us. So you might want to provide licensing with your residential address and maybe some proof of where you live. Okay, so send us a letter.
But there is no other venue for him, right?
No.
Sorry, there's no other. This is the decision, and so there's no other process for you to appeal.
Off the record, I apologize, but there is another similar situation that I think Secretary's office had forwarded to you, and I just want to make you aware of that.
Yeah, no, we're aware of it. We apologize for it.
Yeah.
I apologize for it. That's
1466F,
Got
Rockaway Brewing Company. Going after the side the line to us?
Huh?
That's what he put on his personal questionnaire.
That'll solve a problem if we go. 1466F.
Commissioner, I believe there was an opposition to this application.
This is opposition. You here for the applicant? You're the applicant?
I'm the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah. So that they go first.
Your representation here?
No.
Okay.
Do they go first?
Yes, except I have one question for you before I even consider this. Do you have a C of O yet that says auto, that doesn't say auto garage on it?
Do I have a C of O change? No.
then until that happens, I'm not gonna, I mean, we can adjourn this, but until you get that new C of O, you don't want me to decide it. So I don't even need to hear from them, really.
Okay, so
We can adjourn it, or I can deny it. And you can hope for the other two votes. But right now, your C of O does not say that this is eligible for this type of business is eligible for that location, and until I see one that does, I'm not going to be able to approve it.
I guess we could still vote, but then the stipulation to the license, even if we were to approve it, would be that he needs the C of O, right? Is that
It
the
can
procedure?
be a condition of the license. It
Or
can
we
be.
could
It's up
wait
to the
till
board.
it's up to you.
There's currently a stop work order on the premises,
Correct.
so you can't do any work there until that's lifted anyhow.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any thoughts on this? Usually, yeah, just to give you background, I guess there are times when if there's no C of O, that we still vote, and if they do get approved, then they're still subject to getting the C of O before they can take their license. But then there are cases where we won't vote on it until they get their C of O, so it's kind of up to us.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the chairman.
Okay. So we'll adjourn until you get your C of O.
So do you want this return to licensing, or you want this just off calendar until?
How long do you think it'll take you to get it?
I'm hoping in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
So return to licensing.
Have you applied for the C of O?
We're currently doing all the applications in order to.
Constructed a structure on the building without the requisite permits. They were denied entry for an inspection, and there's a stop work order on the premises.
I mean, that's my concern, is that there's stop work order, there's open building violations, and there's no CO right now, so we'll just leave it open?
Yeah, it'll be adjourned without date. And when you do have something, do you want to?
I do have a question for the chairman, if
Yes.
you might humor me. I do have another application in to do another similar project in Far Rockaway, Queens, and I imagine there will be similar issues coming up. So I would like to discuss a little bit the way the State Liquor Authority sees the farm brewers branch offices to be licensed.
Well, that's not, I mean, you can have a meeting with us, I'm not going to do it on a,
Okay.
there's
understood.
nothing before us except this one, so I'm not going to discuss another application that I haven't even seen.
Understood.
But you're welcome to come in and talk to us.
Okay.
At
you.
just call my office and set something up.
Okay, yeah, there's been a lot of confusion within the community.
Sure.
And the community board about my application process, and so it's created a lot of fervor in the community. I wanted to come here and discuss that with the community who has come and sat all day to discuss it with
Well, you can bring them to the meeting with you if you want, I don't.
Okay.
More the merrier.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
So we'll adjourn that out of date until there's a certificate of occupancy.
Get in touch with me when you do have one.
Did you want to?
Here, I'll just
I
give
mean,
you
you guys waited. Did you want to just
I can give
put
you.
your name on the record, or?
We're in opposition.
Yes. No, I got that. Yeah.
My name is Ira Greenberg, representing Assemblywoman Catherine Nolan. Aside from the lack of C of O, also.
You work for her office?
Yes, I'm an employee
Okay.
of the state.
Got it.
I work for Assemblywoman Catherine Nolan. My name is Ira Greenberg.
So we're not going to address the issue because unless he gets the C of O, we're not even going to look
We'll
at it.
notify you when it's on.
Okay, I just want the record to
Yeah,
show
so we
we're
just
not-
wanted to put your name on the record because you waited. So thank
And
you.
is someone else here as well? Well, go ahead.
My name is Shirley Cesario, and I'm one of the homeowners where Mr. Burnett wants to open his establishment. I'm here with my husband, Ramon Cesario.
Okay,
So we just want to be on the record that
Thank you.
we're opposing.
Did you
it.
submit a letter as well?
We submitted tons of letters. I
No,
have-
your letter with your address and information so we can notify you.
Yes, I believe I did.
So you'll get notified when it's on again.
We have our info,
Okay.
right? If you didn't, please give your info so you can get notified.
Okay, great. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Here, just put your information on the back. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's in here. And what else? Let me get the next item. 1438, Rose Group.
Okay, yeah, can I take a quick bathroom break, please? This one's going to.
You could have just said break.
5 minutes.
Just a break.
All right, we're back. Next item is 1438 Rose Group Park Avenue, change in the method of operation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, and Commissioner Ford. My name is Donald Bernstein. I am counsel for the licensee in connection with our application for a change in method of operation. With me this afternoon is Mr. Lewis Rose and David Starling, who are two of the principals of the licensee. From the moment that the licensee and this business obtained its beer and wine license in December 2012, a license that was conditioned on restrictions that it had to agree to, it has been at a significant competitive disadvantage. Even though this was not a 500-foot rule application, even though by law denial of the beer and wine license could not have been based only on community opposition, even though the unfounded fear by residents that we would be throwing frat parties with beer kegs, which is what they argued back in 2012, was ridiculous then and has been proved false over the past 3.5 years. Even though my client has been licensed at Guastavino's, another catering establishment with full liquor, without any incident or violation for about 10 years, some Park Avenue residents and their lawyers succeeded in having these restrictions imposed upon us for the past 3.5 years. Add to this fact that the church that precluded us under the 200-foot rule back years ago from obtaining full liquor, we learned had a preschool there and did not even qualify under the 200-foot rule as a church. But we adhered to the restrictions. We've done so for 3.5 years, and with near perfection. Even though no other facility where liquor is served on Park Avenue, such as the Park Avenue Armory, Lowe's Regency, the Waldorf Astoria, to name a few, and no other catering facility than I am aware of in the city has had to live indefinitely with these restrictions. I just want to be clear, I'm not arguing that it shouldn't have been imposed in 2012, despite my view of that. What I'm arguing is that they should not be continued indefinitely. And this is different than a situation where we've come to an agreement with the community board and said, yes, we will negotiate this with you and adhere to these restrictions. These were pretty much thrust upon us by the SLA as a condition to approval, not by the community board. I just want to review briefly the restrictions. They include a maximum of 120 events per year where beer and wine is served. That means that for 2/3 of the year, we cannot have any events at which beer and wine is served. What other licensee has that restriction? What other catering facility has to live year after year after year with that restriction? I'm not aware of any. We are limited in our occupancy. We have to count the patrons that come in each night and each day, because we have many day events, and report that through an independent monitor to the authority on a bi-monthly basis. Who else has to do that year after year? Even licenses that you have suspended, that you've imposed substantial fines, where there are problems, I'm not aware of a single one of them that is required to do that. We are required to have an independent monitor. Who has an independent monitor year after year after year? You know who has them? Cabaret clubs that have been closed by the city of New York under nuisance abatement laws and are required by the city and the judge as a condition to reopening has to have a monitor to make sure there are no drugs, there's no prostitution, there's no disorderly premises, there are no sales to minors. Is that really who we are being grouped with year after year after year? It should not be. We operate lawfully, have done so continually since we've been licensed. We have been held by the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit that we have a legal right to rent these premises from our landlord. We have had more than 335 events since we've been licensed where beer and wine is served. I gave you the breakdown. The overwhelming majority of these are fundraisers and corporate events, only a few dozen social events. Why? Because people that have weddings, bar mitzvahs, etc., they want liquor. We can't offer that. So we do an overwhelming number of fundraisers and corporate events. Of the more than 335 events, one time did we exceed the legal capacity. That was by 23 people. You have more people sitting in the 2 rows here than what we exceeded that one time out of 335. Because of our limited occupancy, we have been required to turn down
a number of events. I asked my client for a list. They don't have a list of all of them, but they gave me about 38, and they include events for NBC Universal, Credit Suisse, Cantor Fitzgerald, NYU, Fordham University, Quinnipiac, AIDS Healthcare. These are the events that we can't have because we are limited to occupancy. And something very interesting happened January of 2015. The National Urban Squash and Education Association booked an event to promote their sport and to do fundraising. We told them about our occupancy limits, and only about a week or two before the event, I think it was, they told us that they sold more tickets than we can accommodate. We had no choice. We could not hold the event. We couldn't tell them that when people came to the door with tickets, we had to tell them they can't come in because we reached our occupancy. So we arranged to move the event elsewhere. We had buses on our site at our cost to bring any latecomers or people that weren't aware of the change to go there. But you know what's so ironic about that? The event that they went to was on Park Avenue. They could have it with full liquor. We could not. And what have we done to earn those continued restrictions year after year after year when we have abided so lawfully? With respect to the monitor, I do want to point out that we have a representative from our security company here who I'd like to have address you. All the monitor does is count. Yes, they're an independent monitor, but we pay them, just like we pay our security company. And our security guards count as well. We don't need to pay 2 people to count how many people are coming in. The monitor costs a lot of money.
But it still went over by 23.
23 and 335 events.
Somebody's not counting.
I think we might be able to explain that. Someone was counting. I don't know exactly what happened. You might be able to address that. I think that that is really...
There was a meeting earlier. That was where they went over. Then the cocktail party started. They never went over when we were serving beer and wine.
Yeah. I want to point out that there have been no complaints. In December 2012, the then commissioner said to the Residence Council, same lawyer who's here today, if you have any problems with this venue, if you believe they're violating any restrictions, the chairman said, call Michael Jones. He was standing in the back of the room. He was then in charge of enforcement and gave either his email or telephone number. And the chairman also said to Ms. Weisberg, and if you can't get him, call me. Call me and let me know. We came here in January of 2015 to get a slight relief of the restrictions. I spoke to the then chairman as well as Michael Jones then. I said, have you gotten any communications, any complaints? 0, not 1. I contacted Michael Jones this last month, right before we went to the community board on this application. I said, in the last 3.5 years, have you gotten any complaints or communications? 0, not 1. Now, after then, they probably started coming in, because when we went to the community board and made that argument, now the residents said, oh, well, maybe we should start sending some emails if we want to try to defeat this. NYPD, no complaints. We have a letter attached to our papers from Sergeant O'Donnell, the assistant coordinator. He said that I think over the past 3 years they've received 2 or 3 311 calls. When they investigated it, either there was no cause for the call or it was resolved. We contacted the community board office right before we appeared before the committee last month. We said, have you gotten any complaints on the Rose Group at Park Avenue? 0, not a single one. We have gotten no violations here. We have gotten no violations at Guastavinos. I do want to add a letter that I just received yesterday. I don't know if this was forwarded to you. I sent it to the secretary's office, but it was late in the day. It may have been after closing. It's a letter from the East 60s Neighborhood Association, from the president of that association, writing in support of this application. They represent, they've been around for 25 years. They represent 500 plus individual owners and renters, 45 building owners, and they said, to quote the letter, we believe it is time to let the Rose Group out of the penalty box, if I may hand this up. And in January 2015, when we appeared and got a slight increase in the sum of the events, we were also told by the Commissioner Kim and Commissioner Green that we were good operators. And I think that we've proved that here. We've proved that at our other facility. The complaints that we have heard at the community board meeting are very nonspecific. There was one person who said, well, there was garbage on the street. We looked into that afterwards, and we did not even run an event the day or the night before. It was not our garbage. Most of the complaints are traffic. Traffic is a reality of Midtown Manhattan. There are deliveries to another restaurant across the street, to the church across the street. I have some photos, and I'm sure the opposition has photos, but what they do is every time they see a truck parked outside, they say, well, it's the Rose Group, they're double parking, it's their cars. I have at least 3 photos here, randomly selected, of trucks either on Park Avenue in front of the church or on 63rd Street for deliveries that are not ours. One of them is a beer truck. It's a few years ago, but we were able to get the receipt to show that this beer was being delivered to Park Avenue Summer, which is the restaurant across the street. I have a photograph of a truck with movie equipment. This was not for us. This was for another facility. Another shot of a truck for deliveries to the church.
Are you telling us that none of the trucks are yours?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we get deliveries and there are trucks, but not every one that is there is ours. Look, we have a legal right to operate the space, and there's nothing illegal about a truck stopping on the street and making a delivery. We were told back in December 2012, don't have unnecessary deliveries on Park Avenue. We want them on 63rd Street. We're doing the deliveries on 63rd Street. Now we're told, well, we don't want the deliveries on 63rd Street. We have to have them somewhere. They come, they unload, they leave. Now, part of the problem is compounded not only by trucks for other businesses and even residents. We have moving trucks that have nothing to do with us. Is that a part of 63rd Street between Lex and Park Avenue, and you'll see in the photo that I attached, I think is Exhibit C. The MTA, in connection with its subway excavation work on 2nd Avenue, has put some trailers there for almost half the block. That has affected traffic. Nothing to do with us. But I can assure you that if we close down tomorrow, it's not as if people are going to be flying by on East 63rd Street and there's not going to be traffic. It's just going to be there. And I don't think that's a valid reason to retain all of these restrictions going forward. I think, again, just to sort of summarize why we believe that we should have these restrictions relieved, and for example, if we don't want to have an unlimited number of events, I would suggest just flipping it. Instead of saying we can have events 2/3 of the year, let us have events 2/3 of the year, and we won't have events for 1/3 of the year. I think after 3.5 years, we've earned that. These restrictions are very unusual. They are almost punitive. When the case was brought in the federal court challenging the city of New York that was attempting to shut us down, that the church prevailed in, saying that we had a legal right to be there, the basis of it was discrimination. We were being discriminated against, or the church was being discriminated against. I think continuing these restrictions indefinitely feels like we're being discriminated against without a rational basis, because we have done the right thing for these years. We are proven to be responsible. The restrictions impairs our business. We have to turn away events, and these are good, worthy causes and events. Sure, we're in business. Sure, we're making money. There's nothing wrong with that. But these are pretty good causes. We're not getting these to have the beer kegs and frat parties that they accused us of having back in December of 2012. I also want to point out that having a limit of 300 patrons at a fundraiser shuts out a lot of business. The fundraisers,
it's 400, right? You don't have 300 limit.
I'll take even 400. Their goal is to have as many people as possible because they're trying to raise money. And when we tell them, well, you can't sell more than 400 tickets or 300 tickets or whatever it is, we lose business. Nobody else has that restriction that they have to live with year after year after year. My only point is, it is time. It is time to ease the restrictions. And if I may just turn this over to our security expert, just to address briefly some of the issues and the fact that they can take over the job of the monitor.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Fields, the Operations Manager for Stone Security Service. I'm a retired detective from the NYPD with 28 years of experience. Some of my experience, 12 years of community affairs. I've done narcotics. My last 10 years, I've worked at an Internal Affairs Bureau and the Intel Bureau doing dignitary protection. The security that we provide for the Rose Group there, We do counting also. Most of our events, we count because we would like to know how many people are coming in and coming out. Also, for capacity reasons, we want to make sure that we don't go over the capacity, just for our own personal reasons. As far as the parties, like he was saying before, frat parties, we generally, our company, we don't handle such events. Most of our events are high-end. Me personally, when I started working with the company 3.5 years ago, one of the first things I told the owner, I do not do parties like that. After 28 years in the police department, I don't want to deal with such things anymore. And so for that fact alone, we don't do it. And I run basically all the operations throughout New York City that we deal with. Sorry, that was a question? Oh, I thought somebody said something. All right. Normally, with all of the events, we have at least 2 to 3 people on call. They're all licensed security officers. We also have fire guard officers there. Usually, there's always a fire marshal on scene also at all of the events that we do have there.
Okay. Thank you.
So why don't we let the opposition go?
Good afternoon. I think it is afternoon.
It is afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Phyllis Weisberg. I'm an attorney with Montgomery McCracken, and we represent the Preservation Coalition. The coalition is a broad-based community coalition. The steering committee consists of 3 buildings in the immediate vicinity of 583 Park Avenue, and there are many other buildings involved with varying degrees of involvement. They include 563, 570, 580 Park, 550, 555, 575 Park, 116 and 125 East 63rd, 127 East 64th, 115 East 67th, and more. Some of them are represented here today. Many were before the community board. Some of our speakers had to leave because the calendar was long today.
Today?
We're
not even close. We're not even close to being done.
A fact of life for you. At the outset, I would just like to clarify something. This matter has been pending before the SLA since 2005. The community finally realized what was going on, and we've been involved since 2007. Many, many, many appearances before Chairman Rosen. Chairman Rosen made very clear that whatever either side submitted, the other side should be copied. This was not to be done by ambush, but it was to be sharing information. I submitted my comments on Friday afternoon in an email in which I copied Mr. Bernstein. Although he had not been representing the Rose Group until recently, I reminded him that this had been the protocol under Chairman Rosen, and he did not provide me with a copy of his papers. Perhaps, Chairman Bradley, you don't want to follow the same protocol. I just like that clarified.
Do we anticipate more submissions?
I don't know. This case, I will tell you that whatever you do this year.
I would expect, given the level of attorneys that are on both sides here, that they would be copying each other, yes.
Okay, thank you. I will tell you that this is the second application in about 16 months for relief from the conditions, and that's why we may be back before you. Before I start my remarks, through inadvertence, we had omitted 2 of the historical photographs from our submission, so if I may hand them up to you, and I have a copy for Mr. Burns.
Well, I got a good idea. I could photograph this and text it over to Commissioner Ford.
You knock yourself out.
Scan it in with your phone.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Good.
I've listened to what Mr. Bernstein had to say, and again, he was not the Rose Group's counsel at the time of the conditions were imposed. But they weren't, quote, a penalty box. and they weren't imposed on the Rose Group. The conditions were suggested by the Rose Group, not in their exact form. They were suggested to the community board. They were suggested in a letter to Senator Liz Kruger. They were discussed and suggested by the Rose Group to the SLA. So it wasn't something that the SLA commissioners dreamed up to harm the Rose Group. It was what the Rose Group offered in an effort to induce the SLA to grant the license, given the 5 years prior to the application for wine and beer and the numerous complaints and the testimony of the community about what was going on. The Rose Group offered it. What I'm now hearing is a little bit of bait and switch. Well, we offered it, but it was really imposed on us, so now you have to free us from it. No, that's not how it was imposed. It was agreed as a condition of the license, and in effect, it was a compromise imposed by the SLA. The history was of a community that was destroyed and disrupted by the Rose Group operation. The conditions were imposed as a compromise to control the problem so that the Rose Group could operate, but the community would retain some measure of quality of life. And that's the purpose. To say that there haven't been problems in the last few years, and I'll have community members here who can address that, that doesn't deal with the issue. The conditions were supposed to lessen the problems. So if the conditions worked, there shouldn't have really been problems. So to say that there are not a lot of complaints doesn't mean, therefore, we should go back to the way it was when we had 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 people night after night after night in this community with all the disruption it caused. When you had deliveries day after day, setting up events, breaking down events, bringing in linen, bringing in food. For every event, multiple deliveries. That's why the conditions were imposed. I understand that the applicant might not like it, but it chose this venue. It knew it was next to a church, and that is a functioning church and a home to 3 religious congregations. It misstated to the SLA about whether it was a church or not. It had a lease, which it could have gotten out of if it didn't get its license within a stated period of time, but it chose not to. It chose instead to try to ram this through. This simply is an incompatible use, and the conditions are what allows the community some measure of quality of life. And there is really no reason to eliminate the conditions. In fact, the Rose Group said before the community board, we can live with the conditions, just relieve us of the monitor. Well, now they're telling you they can't live with the conditions. Which is it? Last time they were before you, they said they wanted 150 events and 900 people, and that was denied. So now they come back and say lift it all together. That doesn't make any sense. They also refer to venues as if that could somehow justify what they're doing. The Waldorf is not a residential neighborhood. It's surrounded by office buildings. It's in a commercially zoned district. That's not a comparison. In its private offering memorandum, the Rose Group wanted to be like the Waldorf, but it's not comparable. The Regency that they refer to has a maximum of 200 people per event. That's a lot different than what we're talking about here, and the frequency of events are a lot less. And the Armory has access from 2 streets for delivery trucks, a delivery bay inside the building, so you don't have the problems with traffic, with deliveries disrupting traffic. The Rose Group claims there's no history of violations. In our submission, I think we explain that, and I'm not going to go over it, but there was a very serious violation here. And it was a violation that we brought to Chairman Rosen's attention and ultimately was dealt with by counsel, and it has to do with the independent monitor. And I have two letters that we had written that really deal directly with the request that's being made today on the independent monitor, if I may.
Sure.
One is a letter to Chairman Rosen, and one is a letter to Council Flug. And the letter to Council Flug in particular goes through some of the history of some of the conditions and the independent monitor. The Rose Group at the September 11th hearing proposed Stone Security as the monitor. It was rejected. And Chairman Rosen said at that meeting that we need a neutral, responsible party. At the hearing on the 27th, one of the Rose Group's counsels, Mr. Kovner, stated, "I'm sure we'll agree to an independent." Their other then counsel, Mr. Flynn, stated the applicant would agree to an independent person on the counter. Mr. Flynn stated in his letter, by the way, with respect to the independent monitor and the conditions in general, that failure to comply with these stipulations, meaning the conditions of the license, would assure the community that the authority could move for revocation or cancellation. He understood what the conditions were about. But as far as Stone Security, the principal of Stone Security has testified in support of various applications made by the Rose Group. Stone Security has been with the Rose Group for a long time. It is the exclusive security vendor at Guastavinos as well as 583 Park. Its income is dependent on pleasing the Rose Group. In addition, as set forth in our September 19th, 2012 letter, which was annexed to our submission to you on Friday, Mr. Stone, in a lot of his testimony, made various claims that certain things had never occurred during the Rose Group's operations. But we submitted to you photographs that showed quite to the contrary. They had occurred, and therefore, I would submit that Stone Security is neither independent nor neutral here, and the SLA was clear. The Rose Group after it got its license in 2012, it resisted the appointment of an independent monitor. And ultimately what happened is Chairman Rosen got involved because of our complaints about the violation of that condition, and I was asked to submit a list of 3 proposed monitors. The Rose Group submitted a list of 3 proposed monitors, and Jacqueline Flug chose. And that's how we have the independent monitor today. I think there are, as to the number of events, Mr. Bernstein says they can only have events for a third of the year. Well, that's not really accurate. July and August are pretty dead for catering. January and February are kind of slow, so you basically have 8 months. Mr. Bernstein's letter to you last week said they have 119 events booked this year. That's quite an increase over past years. In 2014, they had 78 events. 2015, they had 84 events. But what that means, they've only, through April, they only had 30 events. If July and August are dead, let's assume no events, then basically we are going to have 89 events in what is essentially 6 months. So if it were 90, it would be 15 events a month, something that this community would be subjected to, not just the crowds, not just the numbers, but the deliveries and everything goes with it. Now, the community reluctantly has gone along with the conditions. Again, it's a compromise. But the impact on them of 15 events a month is something that you need to consider. So it's nice when Mr. Bernstein says, oh, only a third of the year can we book. With 120 events a year, they can still be having 14 and 15 a month. And that's a lot. We're not asking that you reduce the amount, but I think you need to understand the really serious impact on the community. Unless you have any questions for me, I think it's appropriate for members of the community to tell some of the experience, both now and before the conditions were in place, so you can understand what they were designed to correct and why we should not go back to that time.
So if you could just put your name on the record and try not to repeat each other, that would be.
And do you mind just stepping forward
Beneficial.
here so we can at least save
Beneficial.
the time of the walk? I mean, there's a lot of you, so if you can all just kind of step up.
Not everybody will be speaking.
Oh, that's fine. Whoever's going to speak can step up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Douglas Paul. I live at 570 Park Avenue, where I've lived for the past 40 years. This is a residential neighborhood. I moved there because it is a residential neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood. I mean, Park Avenue is a lovely avenue, which has obviously parks down the middle of it. It makes it a very attractive place to live. In fact, there are 3 schools within 1 block of 570 Park Avenue or of the church. In fact, there was a school within that church prior to the Rose Group taking over that space. It was occupied by a school. The school basically was thrown out. They moved to the Presbyterian church next door. They were very unhappy about it, but they were given no choice because the Rose Group struck a very good commercial deal. And obviously, by being commercial, the idea was to make money, and the idea to make money is to have as many events as you possibly can have with as many people as you possibly can have. But in a residential neighborhood, in a quiet neighborhood, the idea, it's very difficult to explain the number of truck deliveries that come, because for every event, they want to bring their own tables, their own chairs, their own flowers, their own food, their own decorations. It's a lot of trucks. I myself have witnessed, and I think some of those pictures I may have taken, have witnessed the single parking and double parking and triple parking of trucks on that block, basically stopping traffic entirely. When that happens, obviously the traffic backs up. There's a lot of noise. Prior to the restrictions being put on, there were parties which had large numbers of people that would spill out into the streets at night, again, in a residential neighborhood. For them to compare the church that they're occupying to the Waldorf Astoria is just ridiculous. They've taken over a church in a residential neighborhood, and they're turning it into a commercial establishment for giving parties. And what they want is to get rid of all those restrictions so they can have as many parties as they want with as many people as they possibly can fit in there, which will go on till all hours of the morning. That is not what a residential neighborhood is all about.
So given where you seem to live very close to the building, what, other than the traffic from the deliveries and it appears from people being dropped off and picked up,
Both.
what other issues?
Those
are the 2 main
Those are
issues?
the 2 main issues, but what we're concerned about is that if...
No, I understand what you're concerned about. I'm
lifted,
just trying to
but
get a
right
handle on
now,
it.
it's a question of, yes, since there's not a party every day, we don't have this truck problem every day. When we do have it, it's a big problem. To the extent that there's any lifting of any of the restrictions, it's going to become a bigger problem. And that's just, it's not fair to the residents who live in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Pine. I live at 580 Park Avenue, And I was the president of 580 Park Avenue when the Rose Group started to make their agreement with the Christian Science Church. I'm now on the board of 580 Park Avenue. I have, in my role as president and also board chair, I have been to all of the street life, many of the street life committee meetings, and also the community board meetings. And I don't think that there has been any time that the committees have really voted in any way for this venue. In fact, the votes have been quite strongly in opposition. I will say one thing about, so I've been part of the community. I felt this is a residential neighborhood and that we ought to be putting up our opposition in the best way possible. And thank you, Phyllis. That was a wonderful presentation. One of the problems in reporting incidents, as you may know, is that you got to call 311 to make a complaint. And you make a complaint about 311, and they say, fine, the police will come in a few hours to verify these things. And of course, when you make a complaint at 9:30 at night, when they're coming at 2 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to find much. So when I see something happening, I do call 311, and I very dutifully have it registered. It comes in my email the next morning. I'll just give you one incident where I think it was sort of affecting the neighborhood adversely. I get a call from my wife at 9:21 Tuesday evening, the 31st of May. She has a flat tire on 3rd Avenue. So I cross 63rd Street, and there at 9:25 was a splendor of double parked cars from Park Avenue to Lexington Avenue. There was only one lane free, and there was a person, I presume, from the security company out there trying to monitor the traffic, because there are 3 buildings there that where people can pick up and drop off passengers, bags, all that stuff. So it's one of these things where, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes, it's not a terrible thing. On the other hand, it's kind of inconvenient. It's not part of the neighborhood. They're slogging through traffic. They're holding up traffic, and this is just one example. On one day, I just happened to be there to recognize that there was a disruption. And I think that the reason I didn't monitor how long they were there is because I had to take care of our car problem, which actually was 2 flat tires. And so I wasn't able to get back by 10 o'clock when this person who was the monitor guaranteed that the traffic would be cleared away for this party that was exiting from 583. But, I just think this is a community, and when you bring up things like the Waldorf Astoria and the Regency being comparable venues, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but
Yes,
I have to
please
say
don't
that.
repeat. Everybody, we got the point with Waldorf. Please.
But I think to some extent, the lawyer talks about discrimination. I think it discriminates against our community. This is one person, one organization that's trying to make money off the peace and quiet of Park Avenue, and I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Kevin Morrissey. I'm also a resident of 570 Park and a member of this community, and I've been before this board before and the community board over the last 7 years because of our opposition to the Rose Book. Of course, in New York, you can get almost used to anything with the attrition. 63rd Street is a major cross street. There are fire trucks and others coming through, and it can be difficult. Phyllis Weisberg has outlined the problems that have been outlined with the increased traffic. My basic concern right from the start that this was an incursion knowingly entered upon by the Rose Group into a residential district at the border of a commercial and other district. And it's a very attractive residential district. I can very well understand the genteel sex appeal of an events venue plunking down in a beautiful church on Park Avenue and then attracting large charitable groups, corporations, weddings and things. They all love to come there. We have a number of friends who live further up on the Upper East Side who love to come to it and say it's wonderful, but then they go back to their quiet neighborhood. Any more than if another restaurant were proposed in Central Park or in another defunct or other church, I'm sure you just have another community board and residents in opposition to this group, which are, again, a private business which could operate in any number of other areas in the commercial section of New York. I think I would just remind you that the Rose Group entered into this knowingly that they were moving into a restricted group. I think the SLA's prior decision to impose restrictions and independent observation was very well done. It's barely a year and a half since that was done. Now they want them lifted. I would remind the Rose Group that they chose voluntarily to move into a restricted community residential neighborhood, and they ought to continue to abide by those restrictions.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Marilyn Jenkins Medina, and I live at 570 Park Avenue. I'm curator emerita at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and my entire 50-year-plus professional career has been spent conserving and preserving our heritage for future generations. It takes a very long time indeed to create a beautiful, landmarked residential quarter in one of the largest cities in the world, one about which all who live there are very, very proud, and those who only visit are in awe. Conversely, it takes very little to change the ambiance of such a neighborhood. Once incongruous elements are introduced, I could cite countless examples to prove that the area will never be the same again. The Rose Group says it can control where the limousines and the taxis pick up and discharge the guests to the events, and thus minimize the traffic around the church. What they cannot do anything about, however, are the many trucks that are needed to supply the tables, chairs, food, sound systems, and lighting systems for these many functions, both the setting up and the taking down of these items, as well as the mountains of garbage that these functions generate that is left lined up on 63rd Street for those of us in the neighborhood to see. Park Avenue is one of the jewels in the crown of New York City. It is your duty, I respectfully submit, to see that it remains so. Despite a great deal of resistance from neighborhood groups, the Rose Group was allowed to obtain a wine and beer license at 63rd and Park with certain restrictions. This would be, the Rose Group is now asking that these restrictions, which seem to be working, be lifted. This would be a huge mistake and set a very dangerous precedent. Among other things, it would encourage many other churches on this avenue and elsewhere in the city whose congregations are also seriously shrinking to cite the lifting of these restrictions as the reason why they too can sell out to commercial establishments. For the sake of all the many groups who have had to endure almost 10 years of these hearings in order to preserve the character of this neighborhood, I hope that the SLA will make a determination that the restrictions now in place are final. If the Rose Group is still not satisfied, there are a multitude of non-residential areas in our city that could accommodate this party space. Furthermore, there are a number of nonprofit organizations that are ready to share space with the church, organizations that would not impact the character of the neighborhood, but would help to defray the church's expenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. John L. German, board member, 125 East 63rd Street. The phrase that came to mind when I heard that this hearing was happening, was trust but verify. Those conditions are in place for reasons. They need to be continued, and they need independent monitors. We've had all too many examples in other areas of municipal life where independent monitors are absolutely crucial, and they're crucial in this case as well. And to the complaints of the Rose Group about those conditions, I'm reminded of a quote that Sally Flynn put in her autobiography from her barber, where he listened to her complaining, and he said, "But this is the life that you have chosen." And as the previous speaker so eloquently said, they went into this area knowing what they were getting into, and we deal with this every day. And as a long-term board member at 125 East 63rd Street, every day I bless the SLA, because it cuts down on the number of complaints that I get in the lobby and the elevator about what's going on out front, which I don't see because I'm in the back. But people in the front live this all the time. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Brillier. I'm president of the board of 580 Park Now. And along with John Pine, I was a part of this at the very beginning, back when we first learned of it in 2006. As the papers that have been given to you show, we had reached out to the church and to their new tenant, the Rose Group, to invite them to meet with our board and to discuss their plans, to hear any concerns that we might have, and get to know one another. And the church accepted. They even confirmed the date and time of the meeting. And then the day before the meeting, we were presented with a letter, which is part of your package, declining to meet because it was premature to discuss things with us until their plans were more fully formulated. Well, through the Freedom of Information Law and public record, we were able to obtain the information that also is in your packet, showing that not only were the plans very fully formulated, as outlined in a private offering memorandum, but they were advertising for being able to have cocktail events for up to 2,500, seated dinner and dancing for 800, things that they clearly really didn't want to talk to us about. And unfortunately, that's been the case over the last 10 years. There is always an attempt to sort of slip in a request for a carve-out bill at the very last minute of the legislature, or somehow get special favors and special exemptions so that they can continue to grow and make more and more money. I just want to say, as our building, 580 Park, has 52 residential families. We're not looking for any favors. We're not looking for anything special. We live in a residentially zoned neighborhood. We respect one another, and that is all we want to be able to continue to do. There are a variety of people with different interests and whatnot, but we, again, thank you for having the conditions in place that help to protect this residential neighborhood, and we ask for you to please keep them in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chakome Habibi. I am a member of the board of directors at 570 Park. I'm also an architect. There are just a couple of things. My neighbors brought up quite a few points, but there are a couple of things I just wanted to bring up. Was that in terms of zoning, this use is illegal in a residential district. The use for a catering hall is an illegal use. The only reason this the Rose Group is in operation is that the church applied for an accessory use to be allowed to use as an accessory use the catering hall. This was revoked by the protest of the community, and then it was reinstated because the state said that they could not really opine on use. So it was really approved as an accessory use. Now, in this venue, this use is primary use. It's no longer accessory. This is a primary use of this venue. As comps for that, even acquiring the accessory use permission. As comps, there were two venues in the neighborhood that were used. One was the Regency Hotel, and then the other one was the restaurant across the street from 583, which is the Rose Group operation now, which is called Vaucluse now. It used to be a different restaurant at the time. Regency Hotel is a 379-room hotel, and it has room for 120 people seated and for 200 people standing. And I have spoken to them directly, and they said that the 200 people hardly ever happens. So they have 120 people. That's Regency. That was one of the comps. The other comp was the Vaucluse restaurant that has capacity with all of its dining rooms combined. It has 186 people capacity. With these two comps, the Rose Group has been able to procure 75 events at 400 people, 35 events at 600 people, and 10 events or 20 events, 10 events at 750 people. These numbers are simply staggering in a residential zone and a residential community. I just want to add, in addition to these numbers that are so much above what it should be in a residential area, it is that the building, having been built as a church, doesn't have the type of infrastructure that can really provide it with the kind of services that it needs. So it really doesn't have a service access. It doesn't have a loading dock. And what the Rose Group does is that it uses the public street as its own venue, as its own means of egress and delivery, and it uses 63rd Street as its private delivery alley, which the church didn't have because it was built as a church. Thank you very much. I actually, my neighbors have been much nicer about this. I really think that the capacity is really over what it should be in a residential area, and I really ask you to revoke even the capacity that you have allotted them at this point. Thank you very much.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Kim and Ford, thank you for this opportunity to address you. I am here to, or let me say with all due respect, you all are sort of newbies on the block. This controversy has been going on for almost 10 years. We've appeared before the SLA someplace between 7 and 10 times, to say nothing of all the meetings before the Community Board and the Quality of Life Committee. Moreover, the Rose Group has had a succession of 5 attorneys. We're happy to say that Phyllis Weisberg has been with us all the way, doing a great job for us. My view is to give you some examples of how the Rose Group has abused both the legislative and the administrative process. They have submitted a number of proposed bills to the state legislature that would specifically exclude 583 Park Avenue by metes and bounds from your regulatory authority. In one case, it was sponsored by a legislator from outer Brooklyn. In another case, it was sponsored by legislators from northwest part of the state. In another case, they had no sponsor on the bill, and a number of times they dropped these bills into the hopper at the end of the legislative session in the hopes that they would not be spotted. Happily, we pay people to watch that, and we've intervened when it has and have been able to stop
That's
it.
very common, though. I don't want you to think that you can go through the ABC law and see that happens quite a bit.
Well, I think it's wrong, and
I don't know that I disagree with you, but I have no say in it.
Okay. In the case of our local assemblyman, Mr. Quart, he finally did sponsor one of these bills, but it was on the basis of a misrepresentation by the Rose Group that this involved hundreds of jobs. That was not an appropriate premise because the jobs involved are that of waiters and waitresses who operate on an ad hoc basis. And if you accept that premise, then a young couple that's going to get married and hold their reception at the church would say that they're not going to get married or hold a reception elsewhere if they can't be at the Rose Group, which is nonsense. Or during Fashion Week, Oscar de la Renta or other fashion designers, if they can't access the Rose Group, they'll hold it someplace else. So it really has no effect on jobs whatsoever. Incidentally, the Rose Group sponsored a fundraising event for Assemblyman Quard after he proposed the bill. Let me also say that Senator Liz Krueger has been opposed to the Rose Group occupying these premises from the very beginning, steadfastly. Now, as to the administrative process, the Rose Group keeps coming back to the SLA again and again. And notwithstanding the overwhelming vote of the Quality of Life Committee and the Community Board on numerous occasions. And it seems to me that this time it shows great chutzpah to come back and say, eliminate all of the restrictions and ignore what's happened in the past. This is not a negotiation with a bid and ask. We don't want to come back every 2 years and rehash something that's been agreed to before. So as far as I'm concerned, it seems to me that enough is enough, and you should put an end to this and reject their proposal and tell them that if they come back again, you'll initiate proceedings to terminate their license. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you sit down, I do want to just say that I can't tell them not to apply to do these things. They have every right to do it, and I understand how much time it takes for all of you to come in here and oppose it every time. But they have every right, as does any licensee, to apply at any point for a change of operation. Doesn't mean they're going to get it, but that's something I have no control over, or none of us do.
Okay, but I would say if they repeatedly abuse the process, you should reject them summarily.
I'd just like to respond to a few points. I'm not going to go through everything, but there are a few misstatements that are made, which is part of the issue, and it relates to what I said before about every truck, every time of congestion, we get blamed for that. The one gentleman said that there was a problem on May 31st, I believe he said, where there were cars and limousines double parked, and his wife had an issue with that. We had no event on May 31st.
I think he said it was trucks. So
We
it
had-
could have been the day before, who knows, but
Well,
go ahead.
we had no event on May
And
31st.
I think that for you to prove to me that you're not affecting that area with deliveries, you'd have to show me that you're helicoptering the stuff into the church. Because I realize that you are having
Well, let me address that.
trucks.
Yeah, let me address that point. And by the way, tables and chairs we do not get deliveries of tables
That's
and
what I was
chairs.
going to ask. So
We
I
get
mean, a
deliveries
lot
of food,
Yeah, common
of
component
flowers.
table, chairs,
We have our
lighting.
own sound
You
system.
have your own sound system, lighting, tables, and chairs already on premise?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, no, yes, no, okay,
Well,
got it.
you ask the owners, they would be the best ones to answer. But, Mr. Chairman, let me address the point you raised, because I think it's a very important one. The former chairman once said something that I thought was very good, in addition to when he said approved, which I always thought was very good. What he said was that, and he was talking about 500-foot rule cases, really. He said that living in Manhattan and living in the city, that we reasonably suffer. We reasonably suffer from noise, from traffic, from congestion. It's a function of living in New York. And that we have to reasonably suffer. The line that he would draw is that no one should unreasonably suffer from a liquor license. And I thought that was very astute. I think that's a very good way of saying it. You go to community board meetings, you get some people all the way on this side that say, well, if you don't like it, move out of the city. I think that's fairly ridiculous. You get people on the other side that say we shouldn't, there should be no noise ever. Well, the noise code is not zero. I think if you look at it reasonably in the middle, we have to reasonably be impacted. We should not unreasonably be. We have a legal right to be at the space. We have a beer and wine license. The resident said their area is a jewel. I agree, it's a jewel. I also think this building is a jewel. I think this facility is a jewel. I think if you look at the events for the American Red Cross, I have a Dream Foundation, Arthritis Foundation, I can go on and on. These are jewels of events that we're operating here. The people that are coming out look like us. Those are the people that are going to these events. In fact, I'm told that a number of the people that object to this go to events at 583 Park.
I'm sure they do, but let's be honest. If they're not going to your venue, they will be at the Waldorf Astoria. That event is staying in New York City. So
That's right.
I don't know that argument holds any water. I don't care
I'm not
what
making
they
that
look
argument. That's not an argument I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that the addition, every venue adds to traffic. It adds something to the neighborhood. Whether a grocery store is opening up or a restaurant or a bar, they all have some impact. What I'm suggesting is to you is that to say that we are making the Midtown Manhattan traffic intolerable, I do not accept. It is busy. It is congested. It was busy before we got there. It'll be busy long after we're gone. My office used to be on 60th and Madison, and I lived on the east side back then. So I walked through the East 60s every single day. And yeah, the traffic is bad. The traffic is bad on Park Avenue. The traffic coming down Park Avenue can be horrendous. That has nothing to do with us. And to the extent we impact it, which we do, I can't say we don't impact it, it is not unreasonable. It is a function of the fact that in New York, we have to live together, business and residential. And yes, there are residents here. This is not a restricted area. Someone said this is a restricted area. The Court of Appeals, the federal court said we have the legal right to be there. That was challenged. They challenged that. And the court said, it went up on an appeal, we have the legal right to be there. And we do. I think that the complaints you heard, again, are just general. We really only heard about traffic. You've got a restaurant next door that adds to it. You've got hotels 2 blocks away. The Armory has capacity of 1,500 people. That's 2 or 3 blocks away. I think we can take reasonable measures. I think we can take reasonable controls. That's what we do here. I spoke to Ms. Weisberg. I reached out to her. I actually reached out to a lobbyist for her clients in April. I said, actually, a gentleman named Keith Powers, who happens to be on Community Board 6, but he's a lobbyist, called me to discuss this. And I said, I'd love to sit down and talk to you about this. See if we can find some common ground. See what the issues are. See what your concerns are. He didn't get back to me, but in response, Ms. Weisberg did. I made the same offer. I was told, not interested. We're just not interested. So.
Well, and I mean, the number of people here asked us to shut you down, so I think you can understand why they're not interested.
Well,
whether it's correct or not, I'm just telling you.
I think that, look, I heard what they say, I understand what they say, but this is not a sanctified area.
I understand that.
With permission, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford, I beg to differ with the representation of Ms. Weisberg that she represents this entire community.
I realize that.
I just want to point out that on her lobbying and when she registers with JCOPE, she only represents the building of 580. We've only heard from residents of 580, 575, and I'm sorry, 570 and 125 East 63rd. This is a remarkable feat, as Chairman Rosen actually pointed out last time, that it comes off as we have destroyed this quiet little neighborhood. It's either a lot of trucks or it's really quiet, but it's clearly they can't have it both ways. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm assuming Mr. Bernstein is finished.
The last time we were before the SLA, there were, I believe, your resolution says, I think there were about 30 people from the community who spoke. There were a number of buildings, notwithstanding what Mr. Rose says. It is a broad-based community coalition.
Okay. But I think you can acknowledge it's not 100% of the community.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I will tell you that there have been community board meetings where the speakers are 50 against, 1 for. Those are the kinds of percentages. I would add that the letter that you got from the 60th Street, that is one of the lone members of the community board who has been supporting the Rose Group. There was a vote last time of 40-2 against the Rose Group. Either he or his wife, I forget which, they were both on the community board at the time, were one of those people. So there's a long history there. They don't represent the community either. They're all the way to the east. Mr. Bernstein said there has to be a reasonable balance. Well, yeah, and that's what the conditions do. They give you the balance. That's what they were designed to do. That's why they're there. And Mr. Bernstein skates over the idea. Under the zoning resolution of the City of New York, commercial catering halls are simply not allowed in residential districts. Because of a federal lawsuit, they are permitted to be located there. We don't take issue with that. That is a final determination between the city and the church, and it is what it is. But the decision said that it didn't impact one way or the other their right to a liquor license. The SLA in 2009 had a decision having to do with the 200-foot rule that described the operation. The appellate division, in its decision, described the operation. That's the incompatibility, those kinds of things that were described. And that's what the conditions were designed to limit, to make it, again, it's in effect a compromise.
No, we got it. Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Well, I would just note for the record that Mr. Bernstein's description of the conversation with Mr. Powers and the purpose of the call is...
That's not even, I've already forgot about that conversation.
I do want to point out, May 19, 2016, the latest vote was 38-6.
Right, yes.
Okay.
It's not,
The vote before that was 49.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions for any of these individuals?
No, I believe pretty much all my questions have been answered. One question for the applicant here. You have a 120-day limit that you can have functions right now with alcohol. Do you have any events that you could have without alcohol beyond the 120 days?
yes, the restriction only applies to where it's beer and wine. Just to be clear, it's not alcohol, it's only limited to beer and wine. We can never serve alcohol.
And on top of that question, can you only do one event a day? Do you do more than one a day?
Rarely, but on occasion.
Okay.
I have one more question for the applicant. Don't go away just yet. Just thinking, you know, I'm in the entertainment business myself, my other life. And have you ever considered having your own lighting, production, cables, things like that, so they're already in-house and they don't have to be brought in and trucked and everything?
Yes, my client can answer that, but it is in-house.
Yeah, hi, Commissioner Ford. Yes, we do. We have a Gallant Productions. It is an in-house company. Everything is rigged. We have no lighting, nothing coming in. We own all the tables. We own all the chairs. It is basically food deliveries and floral deliveries that we're talking about. Everything else is in-house completely.
The tables and chairs are stored on premise?
Yes, Commissioner.
My clients have advised that there are times where for special decorations, for an event, there are things carted in. We've given you some pictures recently of linens being folded in the street, things like that. I mean, using the street to fold linens.
What pictures are those?
Exhibit O.
It's in her paperwork.
Yeah, linens. I got it.
I mean, so while admittedly they don't bring in the...
We own all that equipment. You know we own all the tables and chairs.
May I
Please direct us and not at each other, please.
Admittedly, they're not bringing in the sound system and the lighting in the way that they used to, which was, it was never on premises. But there are still times where for special decorations, whatever, they do. Have you located, or you want me to?
Oh, this thing right here?
Would you like to see it in color?
No, we're
It
good.
might help.
No, we're good.
And on those occasions, were the police summoned? Were they called?
I don't know about those specific instances. There was testimony at the community board.
No, I'm
about those specific.
I mean, if I saw this going on and I called the police, I'd want to follow up. I'm wondering if you did that.
I wasn't the one who took the photos. I don't know if. Okay. I don't know if.
These photos are from 2008.
No. It's.
I'll show you the one.
One is. These are the old ones.
We must not have them because they didn't come out right.
So you have them in color? Good,
I
we'll
have
see.
them in color.
Thank you.
They're bound, but I can show them.
Mr. Chairman, Just one correction. Lights, sound, tables, chairs have been in from the get-go. It was there when we installed it before we moved in.
All right, well.
Linen
Victor, would you
is
see those
delivered.
pictures?
Your files will show that
Yeah.
the lighting.
Thanks.
So for example. here-
Can you just go to the?
Well, I want to quickly look at it, and then you can explain it. Yeah.
Okay. These are some photos that were taken in April and I think early May, showing traffic, this is a delivery, I believe, on Park Avenue. There are some others. There are trucks. That's the linens out in the street. You already have a copy of that, Don.
There you go, thank you.
There was testimony at the community board by one of the people who couldn't be here today of how many times he's called the police and how they haven't responded. So there have been calls. There's a lot of frustration in the community with the lack of response from the police on these issues.
Calls for what? Calls on what?
His were on noise and traffic. Yeah, and he's...
I thought part of what had been agreed upon was if there were complaints, they could contact Michael Jones or contact you. I would assume they would contact you.
We've
You know-
no reported complaints. I spoke with Mr. Jones
that's-
earlier today.
Right. I don't deny that. The community has been burdened. And basically, if they had to call me every time there's a complaint or send me an email, it would be a problem, and then there would be a dispute. Just as when they call 311, the police car shows up 6 hours later when the event is over, and they say there's nothing.
Okay.
So then you have a record. So it's not something that you can, in effect, catch them in the act of, and that's one of the problems and one of the difficulties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Unless you have more
It
questions.
doesn't answer the question why you can't call Mr. Jones once.
Yeah. I think, I mean, deliveries are not illegal. It's not illegal to have a truck.
Okay,
make a delivery.
I'm done. So if anybody else has any questions, anybody out there have any questions? Okay.
I would just suggest that what we're really looking for, if I could just say, I'm not making an argument, just to let you know, we would like the monitor released. That's a waste of money. Our security
How much
guys
does the
do-
monitor cost?
We spent over thousands of dollars at this point.
No, how much does it cost on an annual basis, or is it per event?
1,000 to 1,500 per.
Per event?
per event, and all they do is count. I think that if you'd be agreeable to, what we would like to do is reverse the number of events. In other words, instead of saying we can only use a third of the year or 120 events, do it so we can have 240 events. We live with the lower occupancy, eliminate the monitor.
Excuse me, what was the cost of the monitor per event? I couldn't hear that.
I think about $1,500? $1,000 each day.
Thank you.
Each event.
With all due respect, I mean,
I know
that
you
was-
don't want us to change anything, I got it.
But it was, if you go back and see Chairman Rosen's statements, he couldn't have been clearer.
So,
Thank you.
So what you're asking for is 240 and 120 off days, and then you're saying you're okay with the numbers of low occupancy? What does that
Well,
mean?
the reduced occupancy of the events. In other words, our C of O lets us have gives us an occupancy of far greater than the numbers.
Right, so
that
you're
we
saying
have.
proportionately add on to each of these categories?
Correct.
That's what you're asking for. Got it. Well, let me start with, do you want to say something? Do you still have something you want to add, or?
I did. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, if you're here, you might as well. Go ahead, please.
I'm not set to speak, but I've been sitting
Oh.
back there, and one thing in all my years, I don't like
Can you put
any
your
lying.
name, please?
And Judith Wall, I'm at 575 Park.
Okay.
And when they stand up there and they say that the tables and chairs are in-house and they're never done, I see chairs and tables almost every day piled up on 63rd Street in high stacks. The other day I walked by and I saw these beautiful platinum chairs. They get chairs and table deliveries all the time, and they might have in-house lighting, but they get a lot of additional lighting where we have purple, pink, and flashing lights out the windows till all hours when the affair is over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You were saying?
Yes, I was saying, So let me start by saying removing the restrictions is definitely out. That's for me, number one. I don't know how the other two members feel, but the reasonable burden, as Chairman Rosen, I don't know if he used the exact words, but that concept is what we try to apply here every day. And, in one respect, having these limitations with this number of events and having the minimal complaints generated suggests that we could have hit a fair balance on one hand. On the other hand, you can also look at it as, could there be room for a few more events added on? The removing of the monitor in this particular case, based on the 10-year history, I don't believe at this time it's quite ready to be removed, and I think it's an important condition that has made this situation somewhat of a fair balanced kind of a situation as can be. I realize neither side is completely happy with what exists today, and I don't know if they'll be happy with whatever ends up coming out of here, but I think in the way to look at it for now, the monitor has been an important piece of making sure that whatever was agreed upon has been maintained and will stay, or will maintain whatever agreements are in place. So with the monitor in place, I do understand the cost to the business of having to pay $1,000 and would add up to $120,000 or so per year. I feel as if there may be room for a few more events, but definitely not to the extent of 2/3 and 1/3. And I think it's really, having been to a number of charitable events over the past 10 years myself, I understand the challenges with severe restrictions or restrictions on the number of patrons, because certain charities will attract certain number of people. On the other hand, as all the arguments have been set forth, this location might not be the appropriate or ideal location for the mega charities, as I'll call them. So the limitations of 750 so far, even those 10 events that you've had, seem to have worked out fine. Maybe we can increase that number a little bit, but I'm kind of wanting to hear from my other members because I haven't come to a exact decision, but that's my thought process.
Can I just make one comment about the monitor, if I may? Every day that you have a meeting, you have applicants that either by agreement with the community board or by order of this board have restrictions on their license. Not one of them are told, and you have to have a monitor to make sure you adhere to those. Not a single one that I have been involved in or I've heard of. I just think it's an unreasonable,
No, and you've made that
unfair,
argument,
discriminatory burden.
and for me, the reason why I think it's so important is because of the history. Normally, when we have these cases, we don't have a 10-year history, and what happened previously before our general counsel chose the independent monitor, I think choosing somebody who's an employee and somebody who's been working with you on your security everywhere else, I don't define that as having chosen an independent monitor. So based on that history, I feel as if an independent monitor, the independent word being the operative word here, is extremely important to keep the agreement, whatever agreement comes out of this, in place.
I guess, Commissioner Kim, my concern is when you say, given the history, I don't know what we have done over these years that merits us to be in this penalty box. What have we done? We fought for a license we're entitled to.
Well, so you made that argument, but I'm telling you, right.
We've gone to the legislature,
Well,
we're
you're just repeating the arguments you've made, and I've heard them, and I'm just telling you.
And to a certain extent, you are entitled to all those things, but how many times did you go to the community board, and you weren't required to ever, but how many times did you go to the community board and say, hey, we're going to go to the legislature and we're going to try to carve this out? Or just send them a letter?
I couldn't answer
but that's why there's this level of vitriol, because they think that people are trying to go behind their backs, and I understand that feeling myself. And there is a lot of vitriol here. I mean,
I can understand
it's
that,
unheard of,
but I don't
based
think,
on the things I've seen.
But I don't think that's the full story.
I'm sure it isn't, but it never is. But my view of this is you see these restrictions as penal. And I, as I said, reviewed these meetings, and I may be a newbie to this case, but I have educated myself over the course of it, and it's very well known in my office as well. So I didn't even need to go read everything, because there's a lot of people that have worked on this. They weren't penal at all. And since I've been here, there's been a number of times on a number of different types of licenses that we've imposed restrictions, one of which I can remember, I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, is a catering hall in Williamsburg, that the people in Williamsburg did not want it. So there are extreme restrictions on that catering hall and the number of events and the number of people they can have at events. So the fact that you think you're being singled out, or your clients do, is just not accurate at all. I think these restrictions were put in place as a compromise that you're not in a traditional venue. That's the bottom line. You're in a residential area that you have every right, based on the courts, to be there, but you're not in a traditional venue. There's not the traditional forms of entrance and exit. There's not the traditional forms of being allowed to deliver things and take things out of it. And as you know, you're using the Waldorf and the Lowe's Regency. Both of those places were designed. When they were built, they're in commercial areas, as was said, and they're designed to hold these events. A church isn't. You're being very successful at doing it, but that still doesn't mean that the neighborhood is not disrupted every time there is an event there. And they have a right to quiet enjoyment as well, to a certain extent, and there has to be a happy medium, and I think a lot of thought and time went into these numbers in order to encourage that happy medium. The fact that there are no complaints, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, to me means that it's working. Now, the monitor, I understand the cost, and based on what I came in here today, and I'll be honest with you, I came in here today and I was thinking myself about limiting that. But now seeing what I've seen today, I don't believe that I can do that, because there's been nothing that I've seen and everything I've reviewed that has been worked out between the parties. And I know, because I heard him say it, Chairman Rosen asked you to go back, both of you, to get together and try to work things out. And it never was done. I know there probably was attempts made, there were probably, requests for meetings, but it has never been done, which is, we want to see these things worked out amongst the parties, and it's obvious that these two parties are never going to work it out, so we have to impose the conditions we do. There's nothing penal about them. I realize it does affect their businesses, but it's not, as you said in your presentation, they're good operators. Based on what they've done so far, they're good operators. But they're in a non-traditional venue that is in a residential area that every time they have an event, it disrupts that residential area. And I don't think there's any question about that. Is there traffic there? Of course. Do they contribute to the traffic? Yes, they have to. Because I don't care what's being delivered. There's a different truck for linens. There's a different truck for food. There's a different truck for alcohol. Every time there's a delivery there, it's double parked. And
The loading zone right next to our building.
well, I'm sure, but there's multiple, we have pictures here of multiple trucks at the same time. And it's a major thoroughfare going through the city. It's not designed for what it's being used for. It is being used, I think, to the best it can be. I'm not prepared to give any more events myself. If my colleagues are ready to talk about the monitor and perhaps let the report come once every 6 months, I think that I could live with. I think it's every 3 months right now, or it could be every 2 months. I could live with that, but as far as changing the number of events, I didn't see that as something that was going to change based on my review of these meetings. I saw that as, this is the way this business has to operate, because that's the way we think it's going to happen in a productive manner for both the business and the neighborhood. So that's my view on it.
Commissioner Ford?
Well, I gotta tell you, I have a couple questions here. Number one, why does a monitor cost $1,000 a gig?
New York
I'll have
City.
to ask the monitor.
Can't you find someone down there to do it for $250? I have a 17-year-old kid who would gladly do that. He'd do it for $100 a gig.
You figure, sir, it's $75.
What am I missing here?
Hey, well, you're missing.
First of all, he was imposed on us. We did not
didn't get to
pick
choose
the
it.
monitor.
They get it $75 an hour. It's a 5-hour party. It's a 7-hour gig. I'm extrapolating off the top of my head. We have events that start at lunchtime. Then they have meetings. Then they go into a break. Then they have their cocktail reception. It can go all day long. And we have the monitor there, and they have to stay into the evening. It's a 7-hour thing. It's $75 an hour for that guy. And then there's, we pay him also to write the reports every 2 months now.
I don't question that's the cost of it.
And why we have to, aren't we supposed to be reporting to you, yet we have to report to Ms. Weisberg too? They get numbers of our events. I mean, it's like I'm living in an Orwellian show here, but that's my estimate, best estimate is $1,000 per event, in answer to your question.
Is it the same person who does the monitoring for every event?
Yes, sir. It's Barry Myerson Associates that the SLA selected for us, and it's usually the same monitor himself, but they do change. There may be 3 or 4 different ones that come from the agency.
And his sole job there is to do head count.
All he does is sit there clicking with our security guards and with our fire marshal, because there are 3 doors and they all want to get it right.
All right. I'd be for some reduction of that if it was possible. And I agree with the chairman that, you guys chose such a venue. It's beautiful, it fits your purposes, but, for the most part, but it is where it is. And, the residents do have a right to voice their objections and how they feel about it. I mean, after all, they do live there and everybody else goes home. And I agree with them that, from looking at this file, it's one of the largest ones here I've had to review on my first day in office. You guys have been going at this for an awful long time, and it doesn't look like you're ever going to agree. With all that being said, I think I might be also persuaded to allow you to increase your number of nights by a small amount, and I do mean a small amount, not to what you're asking, but something like that. And again, if we could agree to lower the cost of your monitor, that would help defray some of your expenses and maybe increase some of the profits for the year.
Maybe we wouldn't need the monitor at all the events, the smaller events. Maybe that could be a compromise.
Well, I think the reason why we have these numbers, hard numbers, is because you want to restrict those smaller events to a small event, and without a monitor, we'd have no way to verify that. So,
well, you do with security. I mean, this is a licensed
let me just finish. So, that's why I said I understand the burden of the cost, which is why to offset that somewhat, I would like to, as Commissioner Ford said, up the number of events very slightly to help defray some of that or all of that. But I would insist on a monitor at every event. Otherwise, there's no way to enforce this.
What would you suggest as an increase?
So in terms of increase, just looking at it, so much, I would almost say, depending on the category of events, I would just be increasing the smaller events. I think I could go up by 10. The one less up to 400 people, and then I would just go 5-5 for the others. So it would be a total of 20, but it'd be in the different categories, 10, 5, 5.
So you're saying 85 for 400?
85 for 400, 40 for up to 600, and 15 for up to 750. With the understanding, though, that if complaints increase, we'll be back here again, right? So,
along those lines, could we raise the 750 to 1,000?
No, but Commissioner Ken, could we raise the 750 to 800?
I mean, it makes a big difference.
That's where we're having difficulty with charities that anticipate.
Renew back in front of you.
That anticipate a larger attendance.
That was the application that was returned down last week.
Yeah, I'm not prepared. I mean, I don't know where Commissioner Ford is, but I'm still where I was.
Yeah, so I'm at what
They can obviously overrule me very easily, but I'm not inclined to give any more.
I don't really understand the 750 to 800 difference. Well,
Do that?
no, I mean, what's the difference?
Because charities, 800 is a very important threshold for them.
I mean, it just happened the other day. with Kips Bay, and luckily we stopped him at 7:43, but it was close. It happens to be, you know.
It can make no material difference to the community if 50 more people.
Be no more trucks, no more deliveries.
Parties a year came.
Last year,
Ms.
the
Weisberg?
SLA considered this application at length. It was presented as 900 people, and that was the application, and the SLA was very uncomfortable with it. Commissioner Kim, you were on that panel, and ended up with 750. There was no reason to increase it.
Well, we're
The
asking.
Rose Group has increased greatly the number of events it's doing year over year. It's got a good business. I might add, it's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lobbyists. It's got plenty of money. So it's not like it needs to make this up. It is thriving at that location under the conditions. Raising the number of people is not the answer. That's going to increase the cost.
All right, so I've got the proposal of 1055 with the numbers that we have currently. Commissioner Ford? Chairman Bradley's staying with his original, so I don't know what you think.
No, I'm in agreement with that. I was thinking somewhere around, what's that, like around 140, something like that?
Yeah, that'll make it 140 yearly events.
Yeah, that's.
135. Would make
1055 is 20 plus 120
1055,
equals
yeah,
140. Yes.
Yes. I agree with that.
I don't, but, okay,
We're gonna
so
have to-
then,
Well, that's just what do we do? We can't. Are
yeah,
we
no, that's a
opposing
vote,
that?
yeah.
All right.
That's the first time I
But don't they
lose.
have to agree on this?
You lost for a good cause.
And just to make it clear, the monitor, all members agree that the monitor stays?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Report every 2 weeks?
2 months, you mean, right?
Oh, sorry, 2 months, 2 months.
You said
The report
lax it.
costs-
Yeah, I
that-
think.
That costs a significant amount.
Right,
I don't,
so-
I mean, do you have a problem with them reporting later? We're still going to find out about it.
They're giving us
And why do we have to
monthly
report to her?
reports,
Well, they
but
don't.
come in
I don't. Okay.
in 2 months.
You should CC her. It should, the report,
Well, they are still doing monthly reports.
Oh, they're doing monthly
And it's
reports?
just coming in once every 2 months.
Takes them a month to.
So I think, the submission part too, if we're having monthly reports, they can come in quarterly. I don't think
Yeah, I was
it's
going
going
to
to make a
suggest
difference.
quarterly.
okay.
It's not going to make the world of difference.
Quarterly?
We'll still get the monthly reports, all right?
Commissioner Ford, do you concur on that?
I concur.
All right.
And please CC Ms. Weisberg, but they should be reported to us.
The monthly reports come in an email addressed to council, and I'm CC on it.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it should be.
Okay.
Okay. So repeat those numbers, just so everybody's clear.
What I have is the number of events will increase from 120 yearly to 140. There'll be 85 events for up to 400 persons, 40 events for up to 600 persons, and 15 events for up to 750 persons.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay?
Commissioner, not to beg, but can you give us any at 800 just so we could accommodate?
No, I think we've decided this is the vote.
And Mr. Chairman, can you ask Mrs. Weisberg to please stop attacking us for utilizing our right to try and change the law?
Where, you mean publicly or here?
What?
You mean publicly or here? Oh, the only
This
place
is
I control
publicly.
is here.
Right here.
You mean
No,
pri-
right here.
I'd like to convince other people otherwise, but that's not the case. Ms. Weisberg, please stop attacking him here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Let me just, before they leave, I'm really very concerned that the additional, I realize you've ruled, but I really am concerned that the additional number of events is going to just compound the delivery problem, and we're just going to be back here.
Well, I mean, I think, if that's the case, we'll be back here. But I think the fact, what really changed it for me partly, I understand every time there's an event, if there's a wedding, people like to bring in their customized chairs and things like that. But I think for the most part, the fact that they have chairs, tables, lighting, sound in place, especially for the smaller events, I doubt people are getting customized. And I could be wrong, for people with certain birthday parties, milestones, bar mitzvahs, whatnot.
Percent of the
parties.
No, I understand. So my point being, understanding that there will be times that things will be added, I think what we've incrementally added to this, I think helps cover the cost of the monitor that we're imposing, that we're keeping in place. But if this dramatically changes the traffic pattern and everything else, I'm sure we'll hear about it, and we'll be back here again, and their license is up every 2 years anyway. So I'm not worried about that. I think as of now, the balance that was struck last time seems to have worked well. Let's just see what happens here, and then we'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we got another one for you.
No.
Sorry. 1466, Springs Entertainment LLC.
God, where are all these people?
Just remember, this is a 500-foot matter.
All these other people here.
This.
Yeah.
This is for the comedy club.
Hello, my name is Frank Palillo. Can I have your indulgence for 2 minutes?
Can you take that outside, please? Thank you.
Our sound engineer needs to set up for 2 seconds to make a...
Say that again?
Our sound engineer needs to set up for 2 seconds for a
It's a
presentation.
presentation.
If you want
So-
to hear a
Well,
sound.
we should hear the opposition first anyway.
I'm
right?
sure, I just want to
All right.
make that
Oh,
clear.
thank you.
Okay, we're here in support of this application. I'm going to step aside.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to come up and introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Victoria Flexner. I'm a resident of 2 Spring Street, and I'm going to be reading a letter that my mother wrote. She can't be here today. She broke her foot. She's also a resident of 2 Spring Street.
Submit that letter or no?
Yes, we can submit this. I believe it's
has
been.
she submitted
I
it?
believe it has been, yes.
What's her name?
Susan Williams.
If we have it, preferably you didn't have to read it because we read it, but, and you can make your main points around it.
Okay.
Yes, Sue Williams, right?
yeah.
On behalf of the tenants of 2 Spring Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have that letter.
Okay.
Also, you could tell me the parts she changed. I don't
Okay, so
know generally.
basically, the main gist of this letter is the issues with the study that the client commissioned. And as we all know, when a client commissions a study, they generally get the results and findings they desire. This traffic study that was submitted to you was carried out on a Saturday between 8 and 11 p.m. The representative should have stayed later until after midnight, until 3 a.m. This is when the traffic is loudest on Friday and Saturdays, much louder than during weekday rush hour or early in the evening on a weekend. The video we submitted before the last scheduled hearing on June 7th shows this vividly. Mr. Italia's study is also basically out of date because of 3 major factors. One, the L train, which connects Brooklyn to Manhattan, will be closing for up to 3 years for repairs. According to the MTA, 300,000 people take that train every day. These riders are going to have to find new ways to get into Manhattan, and many, many thousands will be crossing the Williamsburg Bridge on bikes, motorcycles, and cars traveling down Delancey Street to the Bowery. The off-ramps from the bridge are a mere 10 blocks away. 2, the new 19-story, 300-room Citizen M Hotel is being built directly across the street. The managers actually want to meet with us this week to outline their plans for nighttime entertainment, another bar, another restaurant, and more tourists. Number 3, according to press reports and our interactions with the owners of the garage on Mott Street, they will be closing this year, so there actually will be no more parking lots in the immediate vicinity below Houston Street. Mr. Italia's application makes clear the very large number of restaurants and bars very close by and says the one thing we don't have is a comedy club. This is not an argument. We cannot have every sort of establishment in our immediate vicinity, and a comedy club is not a neighborhood necessity. Again, we like comedy, but this is the wrong business for this location.
So let me ask you about that comedy, since you live in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote, and I'm trying to find it, that there are actually 2 comedy clubs, one 6.5 blocks away and another one called The Box.
Yeah.
Is that a comedy club?
I've never been to the box, so I can't
Okay,
say for
somebody
sure.
pointed that there were 2 comedy
Yeah.
clubs, but I wasn't
I
sure.
mean, our neighborhood is unbelievably saturated, more than any other neighborhood in the 5 boroughs with bars and restaurants. It's, you know, as we were talking about the balance between noise and sort of tolerable noise and you know, accepting that you live in New York City, life on the Bowery has become insufferable with the noise. From the numerous bars and restaurants, all of which are in 500 feet of one another. I don't know why that's a rule, because there are literally hundreds of bars 500 feet of one another. But anyway, I suppose that's all, so I'll pass the mic on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Oh.
You're next.
Come on, we got to keep this moving.
Yeah, so whoever's up, ready, please. It's like golf. Ready, golf? Let's go.
Okay, we all love comedy, but this is not funny. And I'm assuming that you got the letter from all our elected officials supporting the community board and its denial of this establishment. And I'm, by the way, I'm Michelle Campo with the Bowery Block Association. I forgot about that. And you have a letter from Kay Webster, or shall I read that? Because I don't know. We were here last week, the other week.
Was this all
We were
part
all
of
here.
the 500-foot hearing, or all the documents that we've been receiving over the past couple months?
This is after the 500-foot. All the documents were sent in, I believe, twice since we were here 2 weeks ago, but it was postponed at the last
If you send in a letter,
moment.
we have it.
Got it.
I can read it quickly.
We don't need to read.
Okay, we also have a lot of petitions that we've signed. We've had signed. If we had time to hang out in the street longer, we would have, because all the people in the neighborhood were quite horrified to hear that there would be another club that would be opening in the evening. And Spring Street is very narrow, and no matter what the traffic study says, I live on the Bowery. There are emergency service vehicles that are in place forever because they cannot get through. It's also an emergency evacuation route. And there are cars double and triple parked in front of the place across the street, Vandal. And there's always traffic on Spring Street. And Spring Street empties up into the Bowery, which does not move, so it's always backed up, especially in the evening. And the noise from all the various venues just on that block is unbelievable. I have looked at the little video from the applicant showing the basement, which, by the way, the owner of the building had dug out for 2 feet. So it's 2 feet less than it used to be, which I don't know how that supports the walls of the building, but and they also replaced the vaulted sidewalk with something that doesn't seem too stable for me, so I wouldn't want to be sitting underneath it. As far as that goes, the basement, there are 4 windows there in that basement, and they said they weren't going to use the back, which is kind of like just a 2 feet between buildings. But the windows are still there. And we have a courtyard, and if you can hear a person talking low on the other side of the courtyard because it's amplified between the brick buildings. So I wanted to bring this, I don't think I have that, and it just shows the structure of the courtyard from my vantage point. So this is the courtyard.
Okay. We do have pictures of this.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, you can leave it. I'll take it.
And also, I just wanted to add that this is a destination place. This is not a local organic place that sprouted from the hood, and which also brings way too many people, and it's not in the residents' best interest for this to be there because we're already oversaturated. People cannot sleep at night. There's always a mess on the sidewalk. I don't care if everybody can. It's almost 200 people that they'd have spilling in and out of this establishment, so it's a little It's a lot overdone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
My name is Andrew Bolotowski.
All right, Andrew, I'm going to ask you, don't tell me about the traffic and don't tell me about the windows in the backyard.
I'm not going to tell you about either of them. I'm going to tell you about the study that was commissioned by the applicant. It has a number of errors in it, and among some of the errors are it says that Kenmere Street runs right to Broadway, which of course means you'd have increased traffic or improved traffic. It does not. It does not run to Broadway. Okay. The next thing is, in his plans, he mentions that there are no tenants living in 2 Spring Street below the 3rd floor. That is completely untrue, and I bring you a signed document which you do not have because of the lateness of his lawyer's application from Lorraine Dean, who lives in 2W and 3W. Also, I bring you a copy of my lease. I live on the 5th floor, but I also live on half of the 1st floor, which is directly above the proposed applicant's establishment, and I bring you copies of those. Those are not on file with you. They're in response to his late application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you want, I'll give them to you.
Yes. Next. Thank you. Next.
No? Yes, maybe so. Oops. This is the walk-up.
I'm Mary Hurlbut. I live at 2 Spring Street. One question I have is the egress for the people who need assistance. It falls into our lobby of our building, which is a communal area, which means that potentially patrons could be in the residential lobby of the building. Also, a factor that doesn't get mentioned is when you have people who are not obligated to drive when they drink more. And we feel the impact of that every single weekend to the max because the behavior is worse, the volume is worse, the littering is worse, the soiling of the sidewalks is worse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anastasia Bolotowski, and I also live at 2 Spring Street. My main complaint is with the traffic. In order to get to school, I have to cross the Bowery, and I also have to cross Kenmare/Delancey Street. It is very dangerous. Cars often run red lights, and they speed. You also have, since it is a major thoroughfare, it is very common for there to be bumper-to-bumper traffic. After all, since the Bowery is a major avenue, and also connects to the Manhattan Bridge, and also Delancey Street with the Williamsburg Bridge. Another complaint is the noise. The worst case scenario is when there are fights. Sometimes these fights get physical, and actually, of course, these are all drunken rage fights, and actually, of course, the sound travels all the way up to the 5th floor, and we are at the top floor, and we can hear everything. Even with cars honking, ambulances driving, and fire trucks, we can hear it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford, my name is Carter Booth. I'm the co-chair of Community Board 2's SLA Licensing Committee in Manhattan. This application is subject to the 500-foot rule, that's clear. It's also an application for a premises which does not yet exist. There are no permits for occupancy, and there are not even permits in process at the moment for occupancy. All the permits are expired. Everything is just sitting dormant at the moment. This isn't just a restaurant. This is a restaurant with entertainment, amplification, ticket sales, and showtimes. There is going to be an impact on the traffic in the area. We've just touched on this a little bit. I want to touch on one of the submissions from the applicant just this past Friday. It says the proposed comedy club restaurant is an appropriate land use in the existing C61 zoning district and would generate less traffic than other uses permitted. And it gives examples of grocery stores, pharmacies, certain automotive sales and service centers. And one of the things here is actually on the noise that all those are daytime uses and not evening uses. And so while this may be these other uses may be appropriate uses, they don't have the impact on noise. And that's one of the things that we're talking about here with the addition of another license. This is also discussed as a relocation of an existing premise, but the premise which they are currently located at is already built out as a restaurant and will remain built out as a restaurant and entertainment venue. This space, again, does not yet exist, and so it's not really relocating. It's a creation of a new space. Their study also speaks to, the traffic study also speaks to zoning on the east side of the Bowery and changes, but this is the west side of the Bowery, and it's zoned separately, which I'll get to in a minute. As far as parking, as we heard, parking lots are closing. They're not being added, and there's less and less parking. I think that most residents in this area who have cars don't drive into this area in the evenings. They either plan around it, leave before, come in the morning, whatever it may be, but certainly not for on-street parking. The parking lots that are there, let's just imagine that they're going to stay there. They regularly have signs that say, "We're full," and monthly customers only. So even if they're entering into agreements with parking lots, it's not useful at the peak time periods that is relative here. Noise is something that, as you guys hear regularly and we hear regularly, something that is very difficult to talk about. A lot of the noise which impacts residents is momentary. It lasts for 5 minutes. It's a brief outburst. It's people coming out. This is exacerbated by premises with showtimes. People come out en masse, and it's a disruption. Whether it's for 5 minutes or 2 hours, it still disrupts people and begins that process of people feeling dramatically impacted. So it's not a question of how long it is, it's the fact that it even occurs. The applicant has an over-reliance on security guards here that you can see in the 500-foot report and even in the submission that they give. The security guards are supposed to be directing everybody to do everything, and the issue with that is that they need to be everywhere in order to accomplish the minimization of impacts that the applicant's suggesting that they're going to have. It's also an issue as far as the traffic is the car stopping. This is a very difficult spot, as you heard. There's this artery, this traffic artery takes a tremendous amount of the load, and whenever there's any shift in any of the
I think we got
traffic issues, right? Yeah, and what I was going to bring a point is that when it's on Spring Street, one of the things is that when traffic is clear, people are feeding in through Spring Street, and when cars stop and double park, it creates honking. Cars stopping, it creates honking because people want to make that light, and that's another impact that's a little bit unique into this particular area. As far as one of the things that we hear a lot about is the existing location. The existing location has been in operation since 1996 as an eating and drinking establishment, probably going back further. That's according to the SLA records that are available online. It's a split-level establishment with a restaurant on the ground floor and the comedy in the basement. There are 3 separate menus, an upstairs menu, a downstairs menu, and a brunch menu. This is significant because without a ground floor establishment, it changes the character and the operation of the establishment dramatically. You can't just look out the window. You can't have somebody on your wait staff or your service staff just look and see what's happening. And that also creates a situation of people congregating. Should we go downstairs? Should we come upstairs? Because it's not just a matter of passing a threshold, it's actually going up and down steps. And it creates a very different scenario, and also going along the show times, that's an issue. Now, as far as the menu, it wasn't clear to us at the applicant's presentation what portion of the downstairs area in this basement premise would be the dining area. And the reason I bring that up is because it's not a separate dining area like their current establishment. People eat upstairs, they see comedy downstairs. In this establishment, the area, in the floor diagram, you'll see an elevator that's on the south side of the diagram, and on the north side, a set of stairs. You'll see a stage if you're looking at the diagram, I think that I was, that's to the left, and to the right, and to the left is a bar, and out there are 5 tables with 4 seats at each table. That's a waiting area. That's not a dining area. At least that's what was presented to us. So the overlap of this show area and the eating area is the same area. And that's a dramatic departure from the existing method of operation, at least in the materials that were submitted to us for their location on 3rd Avenue. Sorry, I'm skipping some sections in the interest of time here, so give me a moment. One of the things that I just want to touch on that even though they're successfully operated 2 other locations, they're leaving one to come to this, which doesn't exist. I mean, that's adding a new space, and a lot of their materials really talk about they're just moving, but they're leaving a space. As we all know, one of the highest hurdles is going to a place that's never been previously licensed.
I think you made that point, and we're very
yeah,
clear.
okay. And just to touch back, I just wanted to give you 2 other documents which you don't have. The space right now is currently not being renovated. It's stopped. The current use is meters, mechanical equipment, accessory workspace, and storage. The alteration is for a change of use, but it's for retail use. It doesn't say necessarily eating and drinking. There's many other uses that can go in there. And it's pretty clear that I think an eating and drinking use has a different impact than some of the other uses. The 2 documents which I'm going to give to you are a list of all the current permits in process and recently issued permits, and it shows the last one expired on March 31st of 2016, and it shows you a list of the open requirements in the application to change use, and there's been no changes to that since February of 2014. The applicant goes on in describing some of the lists of the current uses in the area. They say that there's a reduction in licenses. Actually, they provided the community board with an inaccurate list of licensed premises within 500 feet when they appeared before us, which is why you'll see there's a discrepancy in a few applications in let's see, going back there. Another issue that is one of the sound, I'm sure, from what I understand, you're going to be hearing from Al Firestein, their sound expert. I don't think we necessarily have an issue with the soundproofing of the space. However, one of the things is that the soundproofing in the space will alter what the space looks like. And so if you'd watched the video that the applicant had submitted to you at the very end, you see a very nice space with 4 windows in light, and they're standing there and they're talking about their space. That's not going to be what the space looks like. That's going to be entirely covered with a full wall of, and this is going to become a dark dungeon space. It is not an environment which is necessarily conducive from what we've seen to high-end dining spaces in our community board, particularly not during the day. Most people don't want to go down into a dark space during the day. And so it's hard for us to understand how they're going to be filling all of their dining seats for brunch, for
Comedy.
lunch, for all the, but they're open. Their first show is at 8 o'clock during the
That's
day.
just
So
trying to answer your question. We
Yeah.
have to move on. You've
Right,
had your
okay.
time.
And the rear courtyard wasn't really ever going to be used. That was something that was discussed that they could, so that's not really a reduction. The maximum occupancy, they talk about the numbers. That's a reduction over what supposedly on the application for the certificate of occupancy, which has been stalled, is much higher than that. So that's some discrepancies in that. Community Board 2 doesn't believe that the stipulations would rise to address the impacts on quality of life or meet the public interest standard here, or even as the application suggests, improve their neighborhood's quality of life. The presumption is that the license should not be issued. Despite that presumption against issuing licenses, Community Board 2 has recommended that many licenses be approved. In this particular case, CB2 respectfully recommends denial of the issuance of this license for the many reasons outlined, and in line with the administrative law judge's finding in the 500-foot case. The addition of another licensed premises where none has existed before is not in the public interest. The area is saturated with licenses. The applicant has not obtained all their permits. There would be an impact on traffic and parking, and there will be an impact on the existing noise level and quality of life issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. Sorry. Next, at the end, if you need to, we'll let you, but you don't need to now. We heard a lot.
With reference to what Carter meandered about, at least 2 applications came before Community Board 2 for this exact same space. They were not comedy clubs. They did not have show times or cover fees or anything like that. Both of those were also denied by the Community Board. Apparently, there's some issues with the traffic report. I'd like the traffic expert to address them, please.
Good afternoon, Evan Lemonides. We prepared the traffic report for the proposed venue on Spring Street. You have the traffic report. I don't need to go over the details of it, but it was a comprehensive report that included surveys at both the proposed location on Spring Street and also at the existing venue. We used the counts at the existing venue to get a good sense of how many people come, what time they come, and how they get there. So that gave us a very accurate way to project.
Sorry, since we do have the reports, can you just answer the
Sure,
question that
I'll answer the
was
question. Okay.
phrased to you?
Sure. The reason why we chose the study period that we did was because the 8 to 10 show is very heavily attended. We assumed 100%. The 10 to 12 show is also heavily attended, about 80%. So we used the peak time of the project to do our counts. That's why we counted the periods between 6 and 11 p.m. We took the highest counts that the project is going to generate, and we superimposed those with the highest counts that we counted on the street in that period. And the study, as you know, still concludes that even in the peak time, the project will generate less than 1 vehicle trip per minute. It's well below any thresholds, New York City thresholds, that could possibly cause a traffic.
You said you did 6 to 11? Why would you stop at 11 if 10 to 12 is heavily attended?
Okay, the peak time is when the 8 to 10 show is emptying, and the 10 to 12 show is coming in at the same time.
Okay, got it.
So that's right. As far as the L train goes, that's going to be, that's going to result in a lot of problems. People trying to figure out how they're going to deal with it. It wouldn't affect the conclusions of the traffic report, which are based really mostly on what this facility is going to generate.
What about the comment about Kenmare Street and leading into?
Okay, so Kenmare Street, in the report, and I just read it, it does terminate at Lafayette, which is a block before Broadway. It becomes Delancey Street at Bowery. It doesn't affect any of the conclusions of the report. The point we were trying to make was that Spring Street itself is not primarily a through route. Most of the people on Spring Street are either going to be going toward, well, obviously they're either going northbound on Bowery or southbound on Bowery. Many of them are going to the Williamsburg Bridge. Very few, if any of the vehicle trips accessing the venue are likely to use Spring Street because it doesn't really provide access to the site except from areas in Soho. We projected 90% of the vehicles will become. So anyway, basically less than 1 vehicle per every 8 minutes may be traveling on Spring Street. This is based again on statistics that we took, origin, destination patterns, trip generation, modal split data that we took at the existing facility. The 19-story hotel, we did project future conditions into 2017. I don't know that hotel would be completed and occupied by the time this facility opens, but even so, we did include the traffic, associated with the East Village, Lower East Side city-sponsored rezoning, which included a lot of those sites. It's very likely that we included that traffic in our study because that study included many of the sites that would be developed based on that rezoning. We took into account, we added traffic associated with that rezoning, and that rezoning most likely took into account that hotel. We also included a background growth to make sure that we covered, smaller developments that might not have been included. As far as the parking, there are other parking facilities in the area. The applicant is endeavoring to make a deal with one of the operators. The peak parking demand, when both shows overlap, in other words, when the 6 o'clock show is still there and the 6 to 8 and the 8 o'clock show is coming, when those overlap, you'll have as many as 13 cars parked during that brief period of time when they overlap, which is not a tremendous amount of cars, and the applicant is endeavoring to develop a parking program with the nearby operator so that, based on the survey, most of the cars are for hire, by taxi, Uber, Lyft, that type of vehicle.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but I actually, traffic to me is not as central of an issue, and I just asked the chairman, and he's not. Commissioner Ford, do you need to hear more at this time on traffic?
No, not in New York City, I don't, no.
All right, so we'll just hold you off, and if we need you, we'll call you back. Thank you so much, and I again apologize for interrupting.
Every time he starts talking about traffic, I just want to stop. One thing I want to respond to is Carter had made a comment about that security is doing everything. We do not have security at our current location. Security is doing one thing, and that is entering and exiting patrons. We do not employ security for the inside of our premises. Security, there are 2 security guards whose job will be to make sure customers are exited orderly, are spaced out so they're not all at once at the same time, and directed to their Ubers or the subway or whatever. We're not going to allow the street to get noisy. That's my security man. He can back up everything I just said. I apologize.
I take your word for it.
Exactly. Al?
I'm Alan Firestein from Acoustalog. I did a sound study for the proposed comedy club and restaurant, which is to be in the basement. And what I did was I ran a loud sound system, as I always do, for a test. I checked the levels on the first and second floors, particularly the second floor landing, which is open to the first floor, as well as in the store. And I wrote a report, which I hope you have, which shows, among other things, that there are 4 windows, and the report shows that you have to close up those windows because there's a back alley. I didn't say anything about having to put a wall in front of the entire window wall. I said you have to close up the windows, which means one at a time. So if the applicant wants, they can close up the windows individually and make them still look like windows or even illuminate them. Many restaurants have windows where you can't see out, or the only thing you see is the back of another building. Residents have discussed how there is an existing large amount of street noise. I can attest to that because I was the consultant for 199 Bowery, which is even with Spring Street, right there on the corner. I'm working for residents who are opposing the Finale nightclub, which is now no longer in business. I've been there many times at night, and there's a tremendous amount of noise leaking out of a lot of bars and clubs on the street, which is really terrible. And that's because it's super loud music, it blasts out. That's not going to be the case here. I'd like to demonstrate for you, if you wouldn't mind, the sound test that I did. It takes about 30 seconds.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right? What I'm going to remind you, and particularly you guys in Albany, is I'm going to play the sound very loud. So you might want to hold your ears for a second, but you'll get used to it after a second. The sound level was 104 decibels with a larger speaker than this.
Very high.
Well, it depends how you measure it.
Go ahead, please. So you warned us, right? We should all cover our ear?
It's going to take me a second to adjust.
Okay.
I got a meter.
Everyone I don't know about you, but I'm covering my ear. What's the excitement we've had?
Now, this is the level we decided.
He's just pointing to the noise meter and just showing out that the original was about 104, and then what we heard when it faded down was about 83, and then right now what he's saying is the sound you'll hear from your apartment.
That's correct. I also, when I was upstairs, I put my ear to the walls of the apartment on the second floor, as well as, it's completely open, the stairwell that I was testing in. I also tested in the tattoo store so that I could separate myself from that hallway. The tattoo store is on the second floor because there's so much noise coming in from the street through the front entrance that it basically obliterates the noise. Last thing I want to explain to you is that, as I always do, I make recommendations for sound system limiting, but in this case, the sound is not to be played at the 85 decibels that I recommended. That's the maximum limit, and that's always the case. But in the case of speech, speech doesn't have the bass penetrating power. So while the sound demonstration I just gave is accurate for music, it is very conservative for voices, which, as everyone knows, does not penetrate as much. So They have to abide by the regulations, or there will be a problem. And if they don't, if they do abide by them, there won't be a problem. It's always the same situation with that. Thank you.
Can you all just come up, please, and just...
Who are these,
Yeah,
are
come
these
up.
in favor,
What-
Mr. Palillo?
Everyone can state what their purpose is from here.
Okay.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Henry Foley. I'm a stand-up comedian. I perform at both of the Italia's locations. And I just wanted to voice my opinion in favor of this location due to the fact that you just see a few people sitting here, but actually what they represent is thousands of artists that perform in New York City. And they've been an integral part of that community. Thousands of people come here every year to pursue their dreams. It's something that's a staple of New York City. New York City is the mecca of the comedy world on the planet Earth, and they are a big reason for that. And I hope you guys can see that and make the proper decision. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. I thought you'd be funnier, to be honest.
Open mic night.
How you doing? I'm Monroe Martin, and I'm also here because I'm represented by the Italians, who also own the comedy club. I'm gonna make this short. I'm one of the artists that they helped grow. I moved in from Philadelphia with very minimal spots to perform. They gave me this venue to perform at and brought out various networks for me to showcase in front of. And I had the opportunity to perform on networks such as NBC, Comedy Central, HBO, and stuff like that. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say, and they're good. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Niall Lundgren. I live in the area in the said community board on Hester Street. So I'm completely in favor of this. I actually frequent the stand often. One of the things that I find great about it is I personally don't drink as a young man. So I go there all the time, and I can entertain clients and bring friends and family and have a great time every time. That said, I also, because I live in the area, I do know about the sound. It is tough. I mean, there's garbage trucks and there's cars and there's people all over the place that are making, tons of noise. I personally have a remedy for it. I wear earplugs. I put them in my ears, and we live in New York City, so that's just part of it. And certainly more than happy to welcome them to the area, and would actually encourage everybody to stand behind it because it's an awesome venue. It's really well run, and the comedians are fantastic. So thank you.
Like I said, can you guys just come over? It's okay.
Hello, my name is David Vrubel. I live at 21 Stuyvesant Oval in Stuytown, and I've been coming to the stand since they've been in existence. I can tell you that I bring clients there all the time. It's a quiet place. You can speak and have a conversation if you're not at the comedy, and if you're at the comedy, you're quietly listening to comedians until you laugh. I thought it was important for me to spend the day up here and stand up for the stand because what they do is wonderful for the community that I currently live in, and I look forward to seeing them prosper in their new location.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Adrienne Appalucci. I'm a comedian. I'm here in favor of the stand. I just want to say how this has kind of impacted me as a comedian. When I first started there, I was, I guess, like an amateur comic. I've grown into a headliner. I've been on Letterman. Last Comic Standing. I've gone to multiple festivals. What I really like about the stands is that there's a lot of diversity, not just the comics, but the people that work there. Somebody brought up something about the dark room being like a dungeon. If we had no lights in here, this would probably be dark too. That is just part of it, They do charity shows. They give back to the community. There's never lines outside. There's no fighting. If it doesn't open up, it will definitely affect my income and a lot of the other struggling comics in the community. Somebody brought up about parking, and in New York City, we have the best public transportation, which most people take. Somebody brought up not being able to sleep at night. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a comedy club right downstairs that you could go to? I mean, these are all things that I think everybody would enjoy. It's great for the community. These guys are really hard workers, and they want to do what's right by everybody. So I'm here to show support for them.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Goldberg. I live in Manhattan with my wife and two kids.
We've been to the stand numerous times, not just for the comedy, but we've hosted and been to charity events there, where the owners of the stand have been kind enough to give the space at no cost. And the events have been very successful in raising money for not just the community, but for different organizations and charities that have needs within the community. And when we've been there with our kids, like we bring our 7 and 8-year-olds there sometimes, and we've never had an issue with like exiting or people having traffic outside the entrance or exit. It's always just been a very nice experience with people that are leaving laughing and happy, not angry and drunk. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Gennick. I live right around the corner from the proposed site. I have full confidence in the operators that they know exactly what they're doing and they will not disrupt the neighborhood in any way. On that block alone, there are 5 or 6 bars. People stand outside, they smoke, they yell. I hear it at 4 a.m. all the time. Paul and Chris, I know them very well for many, many years. Even one of the operators currently lives right above the stand. He understands exactly what some people have to go through. They will be fully respectful of the neighborhood. I have full confidence in them. And something like the newsstand, there's not too many comedy clubs in New York City anymore. They are all going out of business. If we remove one comedy club, it's removing half of all the availabilities for comedians to come in and do a very serious disservice. They need this liquor license because they need to survive somehow. Without liquor, they're not going to make it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Emily Tarver. I'm an actress and a comedian. I perform at the stand and frequent the stand and have so for the past 2.5 years. I just want to say I know there are a lot of negative outlook on what it's going to be. And I think that, we don't know if it's going to be a dark space. We know it's going to be quiet because you're not allowed to talk during a show, and we keep the music down so that the people can hear the comedians. And then maybe, if it's bad, we can just come back and everyone can yell at us like the Rose Group, but give us a chance? Yeah? Cool? Thank you.
Well, see, she was funny.
Hi guys, my name is Adele Carollo. I'm the general manager of The Stand. I didn't plan on speaking today, but any chance to give praises to The Stand, I will take. I will say I started with them 4 years ago, so I've been there from the beginning. I started as their hostess, and thankfully I was able to grow into their assistant manager and now general manager. My staff loves working there. It's very infrequent that they leave unless they get a big girl job or a big boy job in the real world, but in hospitality that's rare. They love being there. It's a great team of support to one another, and it's a real feel-good atmosphere when you're there, when you're coming in to watch a show, come together, and that's one of my favorite parts of my job, just bringing these crowds together to have a seat, eat some good food and drinks, and watch a show and laugh, and it's very few simple pleasures left, and laughing and eating and coming together is one of them, so hope we can continue to grow. Thanks very much.
How's it going? My name is Giulio Gallerati. I'm a comedian as well, like everybody else. And aside from the fact that I've had great opportunities working there, I just want to say that I've been to a lot of kind of the congested, crazy nightclub kind of places downtown where there are kind of mobbed outside of velvet ropes and people smoking outside and tons of congestion. And that just isn't the kind of environment that this club currently has, and I doubt that it would have in the future. It's not like young 21, 22-year-old kids getting really drunk and acting crazy. It's like kind of an older, more refined group, and there rarely is congestion or a lot of noise on the street or outside of the club. So,
thank you.
How you doing? I'm Seth Levine, the executive chef of The Stand. I've been there since it opened. I've been an executive chef for the past 10 years. I've resided over 16 restaurants in Manhattan. This is by far my favorite place to go and cook because they have the comedy downstairs. With all the craziness that's going on in the world, you have shootings in Orlando, you have divorce, you have murders, rapes, whatever the case may be. There's very few places left in Manhattan to go to actually laugh and enjoy yourself. It is 100% an amazing environment to be in. It's one of the honest last places to go to laugh. And that's extremely important in today's world, and to not allow them to open and give that back to the community would be a disservice. So I beg of you guys to let them have a chance and continue laughing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is David Kimowitz. I am one of the owners as well of the stand. I just wanted to make a couple points to the type of business that we do run. Firstly, to the alcohol consumption is we are arguably the only comedy club in the entire country that does not do a drink minimum. So nobody who purchases a ticket is required to drink like most establishments. It's because we want people to come and be able to celebrate comedy at their own will, whether they choose to drink or not. Additionally, as a comedy club, specifically, it's important to us that people don't over-imbibe because we are committed to the performance of comedy. When people drink too much, it disrupts the performance, and that is something that is completely against everything we stand for as a venue. And what we stand for is fantastic comedy, which has been rewarded several times. We've been voted as the best club in New York City. It's because of our commitment to comedy as utmost, the experience that people come for. Secondly, I just wanted to say how important that is, that the disruption of noise, as people are talking about, is also a major issue for us. People are performing on stage, which means people need to be quiet. So in addition to being a problem for the neighborhood and the people on the street, it's also a major disruption to our business model, which requires quiet and silence as people listen to comedians. And I would say that as important as it is to the people that are there, it's important to New York and to the world that we continue to support the arts of comedy. As a lot of people have told you, they've been able to perform on television. They've been able to advance their careers. And comedy is very important to us. And it's very important to the people that perform, and it's very important to the people that come to celebrate comedy at our venue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I speak?
Wait, are you done?
Never actually
I know.
Can you answer
something?
Excuse me, sir, can you hold on 1 second, please? I'll acknowledge you. I just had a question for you. Can you come to the, I mean, you could take a vacation over there, or you could come and answer. All right.
certainly
Now,
be
so
professional here.
why are they moving from Third Avenue?
Absolutely.
Somebody just.
Paul?
The reality of the situation is that, hi, I'm Paul Talley. I'm one of the owners of the stand. Thank you for hearing us today. The reality of the situation is there's a developer that's begun assembling the buildings in the immediate area, and we have a demolition clause in our lease. We're basically being preemptive to being evicted at some point because of the future development of the corner that we currently reside in.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Now, sir, you wanted to speak? You can come up now, please.
It's very impressive to have a whole slew of future comedians, future famous comedians. And I'd like to point out, although it's very obvious that today is Tuesday, it's a work day. And there are many people from our neighborhood who would have been glad to have come here to testify against this comedy club proposal. But it's a work day. The people that live in our building are regular people. And when we go home, we want to go to a home. We're worried about noise, and we're worried about noise in the building. The demonstration, the acoustical demonstration, was very impressive, but it was within this building, which is less than 20 years old, and is a steel construction concrete building. The building that we're describing is a building that was built sometime in the 19th century. The walls are weight retaining. It's a very frail building. Our floor is someone else's ceiling.
Okay.
Okay?
We got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You have 10 seconds.
First of all, I just want to speak to what Mr. Plo had said, which is false information. There's only one other applicant at this location, and it is substantially different because it was 199-person occupancy, and it was having seating in the vault space and every other which little conceivable space, which is a very different occupancy. I think that to sum this up, as far as a reasonable standard and unreasonable standard is, what the person said is you can wear earplugs. I think that the reasonableness is that you don't have to. And 2 security guards on the street all the time changes the standard and tone of what the premises is on the streetscape, which introduces noise, people talking, and an entirely different type of venue than what the current application is, or in fact, any other application for a restaurant. And that's 2 people standing outside at all times.
Thank
so
you.
very different.
Do you have any questions, Commissioner Ford?
Are there any other businesses on the first floor of this building yet? Did I miss that?
Mr. Palillo?
Yes. The first floor is, Paul, what's the first floor?
Blue jeans.
First floor is clothing, second floor is a tattoo parlor.
But the residents of those floors.
Storage or residing?
Residents on the first floor. That's my home.
And the second floor.
Retail and
You're
tattoo.
right.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's, you good? All right.
I just wanted to, a few quick comments. To say that people can't be here, how many people?
Let's leave that alone.
Then I will go in a different direction, and that direction will be to point out that the stand has been operating currently for 4 years. They have provided you with the numerous letters from the charities that they have been involved with, the public interest that they give to the community, what they give back to the community. It's not all about coming into a community and making money. In addition to that, you have never seen these gentlemen before. In the 4 years since they've been operating, they've never had a single disciplinary charge. They've never had a neighborhood complaint, never had a block association complaint, and in the packet there is a letter of, for lack of a better word, recommendation from Community Board 6, which is the community board they're in. I can think of Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, week after week you stand here with people coming in with disciplinary problems, 1 or 2 of them my clients. These are people who you are speaking to every 2 weeks. These are the ones that you want to operate because they've proven themselves.
Right. So, look, we've heard enough, I think, of everything there is to hear. And on the question of good operators, because of their clean history, because of all the people in support, comedy being a very important industry in New York City, and the outlet it provides for artists, free speech, whatnot, it's very, very important. I understand all of that, and I think that, Mr. Natalia's way of doing things so far obviously has worked out very well. The problem here for me is that because it's a 500-foot law case, and because this premise has never been licensed before on a block or in the 500-foot area where there's 22 other licensed premises, it just makes this particular location not the appropriate location for any license as of now that I can imagine. I think there is a public interest to having comedy clubs. I definitely would support that. It's just that this particular location is never having been licensed. 22 other licensed premises in the 500-foot area, and the community board's against it, and we have to take into consideration the community board's recommendation on this. So that's where I stand.
And I was going to say exactly the same thing. If this was an already licensed premise, then I would have absolutely no reservation. But because it's not, and because of the particular area it's in, I do have significant, I don't see how I could grant any license, like he said. And, it's not just what the community board said, but I'm also familiar with the area. There are, and I don't think he's right, I think there's actually 30 on-premises licenses in that area. And then just outside the area, there's another 20. So I just don't see how I could grant a license that has not been licensed before.
If I could make one point.
Sure.
So Commissioner Kim, it's a below-grade application. The sound will automatically be encapsulated.
So I'm not worried about the sound.
You said the location.
Well, the
It's a perfect
location never
location what
having
we're doing.
never having been licensed, I think where there are 22, 30, and then within 750 feet, there might be another 20. So it's just, I think it causes its own issues that it is below grade. I think there were items pointed out that, you know, when you have everyone downstairs and you might have security on the street, but it's hard to police that as the crowd as well. But aside, that's not the main issue. The main issue is it's a 500-foot hearing. It's never been licensed. Too many in this area right now. So that's the problem with the location. It's not the sound. It's not even the traffic, but it's that.
This proven operator is asking for the opportunity to prove itself. And in regards to that, we'll cut our hours back further in an attempt to make the neighbors happy.
To me, it's not an hours issue. It's really, and it's also, as Commissioner Kim said, it wasn't a traffic issue for me either. It was only that there are that many bars in that small area.
But you're only counting them. You're not looking at the class and character of the 500 as the
No,
statute
but as
requires.
I said, I'm familiar with the area as well. I mean, I have spent time down there, and it is a situation.
Let's hear from Commissioner Ford.
Well, for me, it's really the whole 500-foot issue. I think that makes it kind of clear. I commend the applicant here for doing a great job, not having any violations elsewhere. I think that puts you in good standing with the board to come back to us for another location. You're obviously doing a great job, but I see the 500-foot rule as an issue, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Well, at least we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beer and wine?
Beer and wine, yeah, I guess.
Well, I get that. We couldn't do anything.
Turn this thing on. 1460 Tokyo, Japan of Oniana. We're going to take a short couple-minute recess.
America.
Are you ready to go? Yep. All set? Thank you. Okay, the next item is 1460, Tokyo, Japan.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Yu. I'm a representative, and Mr. Wang is the president of the corporation. And we applied for the new restaurant wine license. The premises is the restaurant, Japanese restaurant. It's about 2,500 square feet with a seating of 40 and 16 tables and 6 sittings on a sushi food area.
He's the father of the former licensee?
Yes, sir.
That's correct, Mike? Yes. Is the son going to work for him?
Technically, it is a family business. It's and then he's working as an employee, not the corporate officers.
Was it a family business when his son was operating the business?
He wasn't at the restaurant in the previous business, but since he found the problems and then he got in, and then he's operating as a family business, but he's controlling every matter of business operations. And the problem...
You didn't answer her question. Did he work for the restaurant when the son owned it?
No.
At all?
No.
Yeah, I mean, his son had very serious violations when he was the applicant and when he was a licensee, and now he's going to still stay involved as an employee. That's unacceptable.
The thing is this: they got the license about 2 years ago, and then they've been doing very well. But if you look at the nature of the violations, and also the report from the New York State investigators, and that they've been doing their job, checking the photo IDs every time they serve the alcohols. But the problem was that it was college students submitting, showing the fake ID, which was...
And I don't mind when somebody comes in and actually says that and it's accurate, but our investigator went in with an underage person. The underage person ordered a drink and no one asked him for anything. And then I have other instances where someone showed an ID that was the valid ID that said they were under 21 and they also got served. So don't come in and tell me that they're checking licenses, because it doesn't help to check a license if you're not going to read it.
The thing is that when you look at the reports, and there are like 14 people walked in at the same time, and I think at one incident, one of the waitress overlooked at the real ID, which is underage. But it's a normal circumstances, and then usually we offer the monetary penalties, but these things came in at once. But if you look at it, and then they've been checking every time they come in, and it was on the investigators' report. Probably they failed to check it, the one or two cases, but the problem came in when they have a fake ID, and there was a very, very high quality fake ID, which a normal person cannot even
Sir, did
identify.
you read the report?
I read it.
One of the underage fraudulent IDs, the same ID was used by two people at the same table. And they still served them. The same ID that was fake was used. That's like me and you showing the same ID. They showed it to the waitress and they served them.
And the problem
That's not security. Right? I mean, that's not, you can check all the IDs you want. If you're not going to read them, or if you're going to let somebody use the same one for the person right next to them, what good is it?
The problem is this. I mean, I did accept that, there could be the mistake that they overlook at the IDs. The majority, the problem is that they present the fake ID, which is not identifiable. But at the time, like a New York State investigator from the DMV came down there, the police officers came down there, and also the investigator from the SLA came down at the same time, and they do investigating. And they're simply afraid. I mean, they simply get scared. And then there's no reason they can sell it to the minor.
Listen,
for the liquors.
and I don't, this is my view on this, and you guys can put yours. This is a college town. We're all aware of that. They got caught selling to minors on October 2014, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 charges of it, which that might be right. You might be right. It might be a mistake. They got tricked, whatever. They then got caught on December 2014, 1, 2, 3
Well, they also
additional sales to minors.
They also got caught November 14th. That's charge number 10 in the first proceeding.
And then 11/14, correct, November 14th. So at what point does it become noticeable to them that this is an issue we better deal with? Because it obviously was too late for us because we canceled the license. So I don't see how I'll ever be able to endorse his son, who was in charge of this place, working for another licensee, particularly his father. So, I mean, I'm gonna vote to deny.
I vote to deny on the same reasons. Commissioner Ford?
Ditto.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
1439, My Sherry and More. It's a package store removal.
Judy Brazon, president of My Sherry and More Incorporated.
So you're moving 11.8 miles away. Why are you moving?
The location that I'm at, I bought a store that was in really bad shape and thought I could rebrand and build. I have done that, but not to the point where I can sustain it. I have to work outside of that to pay the rent. My lease is up now. I got an opportunity I found a spot in Irvington, which is a town that I've lived in with my family for 23 years before moving to Tarrytown just a year and a half ago. And the town needs a liquor store. I work with a caterer there. Just recently, there's a BYOB that opened 2 blocks away. There are 8 restaurants now in the last 7 years that are bringing in tons of people, and a farmer's market.
You're moving into a space that's on the same main street, 0.2 miles away, and the store has declining sales consistently since 2012.
Yes. The gentleman owns the building. He treats the business as if it's a hobby. No one goes in there. It's dirty. The first 2 months of this year, the building inspector condemned the building.
And he shut it?
Yeah.
It's closed?
The businesses and all the tenants upstairs had to move out until he cured. I know I included that in a letter.
Did they reopen?
Yes.
How long were they closed for?
2 months.
They didn't put it into safekeeping?
No.
Yeah,
No, they did
it
not.
is in your letter. We did get your letter.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I did see that in your letter.
You're
but-
saying it closed during regular business hours?
He perpetually puts up signs, we'll open at 3, or we're not opening today.
So when he reopened, how did he get it reopened? He fixed all the violations?
What I understand was that it was a water main.
Yes.
There was no water in the building.
Was that of any fault of his, or?
Yeah. The building's in disrepair.
What's the population of Irvington?
I don't know, but
Approximately?
people were citing that in the 2000 census, but there was a 2010, there's like 6,600 people. We've never had a liquor store.
What do you mean? You have one now.
Fine wines and
Eh,
spirits.
You might not like it, but I mean, it's,
There's a license there, but the man does not work at the business. He does no business with Empire, North Southern.
How do you know
Most-
that? How do you know that?
Because I talked to the reps, and you can see what the inventory is in there, and you certainly have that knowledge.
How big is your retail space? I know it's a 621 total.
Yeah,
How big is do you know the actual selling space? Because you have a restroom and a closet.
the 621 is the retail space.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It has 12-foot ceilings,
Got it. Okay.
so it feels really spacious.
And how far would Dobbs Ferry be from?
Dobbs Ferry is another 2.5 miles
Okay.
to Rochambeau.
Okay. I'm ready. Commissioner Ford, questions?
No.
Okay. So this is a removal. You are moving 11.8 miles, and there's a slight increase, it seems, in population, but no real new developments. Nevertheless, I think 3 of the 4 closest stores have had increasing sales. As you pointed out, by virtue of the building having been condemned recently and sounds like somewhat in disrepair, I think that having a store come in would be advantageous, and there will be a convenience added to the people of Irvington, New York, so I approve.
I vote to approve as well, based on those grounds, the store, and as well as the fact that your store is going to be about just over half the size of the closest store. The other 3 closest store sales have all increased, which kind of supports your argument that the other store is not operating as one would expect, because his sales have decreased, and they don't appear to be robust for a store that size. So I'll vote to approve as well.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, I vote to approve as well. Thank you.
Sorry.
Good luck.
Still getting used to it. All right, thank you.
1379, Fiesta Wines and Liquors.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is there any
Put your name on the record.
disciplinary action pending right now?
No, that was resolved, and I represented the licensee at the time who was part of a package with another store,
That was with his father's
with his father's store, and the condition was that he would get out of the business, and he is
All right, I do recall that, and we canceled this, right?
revoked.
I'll revoke.
We revoked it?
Yes, because you reduced the, there was a reconsideration of the penalty, and we offered from a cancellation to a revocation to save the father.
The penalty was supposed to have been universal for both his store and the
Right.
father's store.
Right.
It was misunderstood by the board.
So we had to bring it back, right? Okay.
Right.
So are we on this one?
So this is a transfer?
Yes.
This is part of the agreement then, what we had?
No.
No, this is them selling the store.
Oh, this is himself?
This is it's not part of the agreement, but it's it's consistent with the agreement because he said he was getting out of the business, so it's a verification of it.
And so the sale is to you.
Agustin Vélez.
And how did you hear about this?
A friend of mine, he called me and he told me about the situation, that it was an opportunity for
How did your
business.
friend hear about this?
He does taxes for the person. Even though I'm an educator, I just put a resignation last year, working for the Department of Education for 20 years. I do consulting, special ed, for New York City Department of Education.
And so aside from the fact that you guys share an accountant, you have no other relationship with the previous owner?
No, sir. I know I saw the man in February when we were doing the paperwork.
I'm sorry, you said you
The
what,
first
in February?
time, the first time that when I met
When was that?
that was in February when we went,
Yeah, when? What?
February the 6th, I think it was, yes.
Why is that important?
I'm looking at the lease agreement that was signed on February 23rd of 2016, which was prior to the date of revocation. So I was just wondering, you entered into this agreement even before your license was revoked.
No, his license was never revoked. Yes, but I also like to point out that the lease is contingent, there hasn't been assignment of the lease. Lease is contingent upon approval of this by the liquor authority.
Read that clause in that lease agreement.
Oh, it's in there, yes.
See it.
That, well, it's not a clause in there. The consent of the landlord is contingent upon the approval of the liquor authority. I try to get the landlord.
I didn't see that, Mr. Parisi.
All right. I had learned that from conversations I had with the landlord. They would not consent to the assignment unless there's approval.
I just thought it was odd that he entered into this lease agreement prior to the revocation or cancellation of the license. And the way I read it, he was bounded by it on February 23rd.
Well, the prior licensee.
February 3rd? 23rd.
The prior licensee had been trying to sell it prior to working out a offer and compromise with the liquor authority in anticipation of what was happening here.
You're going to work here?
Yes, sir, in the afternoon, because I mainly do consulting.
Who's working during the?
He will be working. I thought at the beginning I was doing it and everything, but after I realized with my wife that it was not possible, then I put a plan and with my wife continue working Sundays for the Department of Education until the business is running well. That means, and then then the advice was to get a manager.
Is there a personal questionnaire for the manager?
Yes, I'd like to point out, about 10 days ago, I submitted a personal questionnaire for the manager as well as an amendment to the application
Yeah, no,
indicating.
we have it. Sterling Mateo, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What happened to the inventory for the prior location?
It's still sitting there and subject to the terms of the contract. If this license is approved, there will be, we'll apply for a liquidator's permit and sell it to the new owner.
Are you persuaded that this was an arm's length transaction?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know if I'm persuaded. I don't know any other questions to ask.
I mean, the points that Mr. Amaretto made.
I can tell you that neither the applicant nor the manager have any connection with the prior licensee.
I mean, I think the question is why, as his attorney, would you let him enter into a lease before he had a liquor license when the lease doesn't allow for him to get out of it if he doesn't get the liquor license?
It does allow for him to get in.
But show us where, because he's reading it and he's saying it doesn't.
The assignment of the lease would not be effective until it's consented to by the landlord.
We'd like to see it. And I'll be the first to admit that Mr. Amaretto could be wrong. He often is.
No, what Mr. Parisi is saying is what he's saying.
Comedy hour's over.
What Mr. Parisi is saying is true. It is upon consent of the landlord.
Well, that doesn't help his client.
No, but the landlord would not consent to the assignment of the lease.
The landlord could sit on the building and collect rent. Why wouldn't he assign it? If he's got a tenant, why would he care if the guy has a liquor license?
Well, because I have to tell you, I don't know the answer to that question, but I personally had conversations.
I understand that, but you're representing him.
Yes.
Why, as his attorney, would you allow him to enter a lease that relied on a liquor license that he didn't have?
I did not represent him in the.
Are you telling us the lease has an out for him if we don't give this to him?
Yes.
Can we see it?
You want us to recall?
The rent was.
The lease, here's the lease, here's the.
Did you make rent payments as of February 1st?
No, sir. I will pay rent, I will buy inventory after this situation. If I get the license, then I.
Assignments on the last page.
What's the purchase price?
Is it?
I don't know.
Business was 70,000. It does not include inventory.
I guess not.
I think it's the next page. That's it.
What was the original lease? Maybe it's in the original lease. If there's a clause in the original lease that says you have to have a lease.
I'm going to look for it. I'm good at these lease assignments. That's all I do.
The assignment's the last page.
Oh, yeah, the last page, but yeah, with the consent.
The lease has not been assigned, the lease is in the name of the prior licensee.
I understand.
All right, and the assignment has not been consented to by the landlord, therefore the assignment is not effective.
I get that, but why, he's not protected at all. Just because the landlord has the right to not consent doesn't mean he has any rights. Am I wrong in that?
Well,
how does that protect him? You're assuming that the landlord will be a straight-up guy, and if we don't give him the liquor license, then the landlord will say, well, I'm not taking the assignment of the lease. But what if he doesn't?
Well, that was a discussion I had with the landlord when I tried to get the consent, and the landlord said he withheld the consent.
But it goes back to his question, why would you enter into an agreement like that in February before we even canceled the original license, or revoked the original license?
Because the prior licensee, whether you revoked it or not, was going to sell the business anyhow.
But there wouldn't have been a business if we revoked it. Those charges were pending in February, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
So there was.
There may not have been a business.
Which is why I question whether this is really an arm's length transaction, or if, one of the charges against this former licensee was availing.
Yes.
So.
Well, to my knowledge, and not only to my knowledge, but to representations I've made in all of my conversations, I have no reason to believe that there's any connection with the prior license, and I would not have been involved in something like that.
You might not know, but because it was signed before anything happened. That's what's.
Without an out clause, which makes it seem as if the understanding was all there, that this was just going to be transferred on paper. So, I'm not convinced. Commissioner Ford, anything?
We're just positive that there's no relation to the previous licensee, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, Commissioner Kim is not positive, and I don't know that I disagree with.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, the applicant has said numerous times there is no connection. So now you're telling us there is not an out clause for him if he doesn't get the license. You're basically saying that the landlord
doesn't want him if he doesn't get the license.
That's what you're saying. That
Yeah,
the
and
landlord
basically,
consent, but it's not conditioned on there's nothing in there that says he's free to go if we don't give him the license.
I can't say that either way because I didn't draft the lease, I didn't negotiate the lease. All I did was have conversations with the landlord to try to get the consent. And the landlord advised me that they would not give the consent, they were withholding consent, But I did not draft this lease, and I did not negotiate it.
You mean the assignment?
The lease, excuse me?
Is a lease signed?
Yes, lease was
Yes.
signed on February 23rd, right?
It's an assignment of the lease.
Oh,
It's not a new lease, it's an assignment of the lease.
Right, so
Well, there is no assignment,
there is no assignment? Why?
because the landlord hasn't consented to it, and will not consent to it until there's an approval. Unless,
Mr. Parisi, I reviewed that lease. I don't see, particularly the lease agreement, where it was subject to anything.
no, the lease, the underlying lease says this cannot be assigned without consent.
Right.
And there is no consent to the assignment of the lease. So this is a proposed lease.
He signed.
He signed it.
He signed the sublease agreement. The landlord signed the sublease agreement.
He did not sign the consent. They're withholding the consent.
It doesn't say anywhere on here he's withholding consent. He signed it and it's notarized.
He signed it. Page 22 of...
The assignment?
Oh, is that the lease itself? He hasn't signed it. He hasn't signed the he hasn't...
Hasn't signed the assignment.
Who's Ordonez Jr.?
That was the prior licensee.
That's the prior licensee.
See, it protects the landlord. It still goes back to our original point that he's not protected. Okay. I mean, it just goes back to the original point that there's a lack of transparency here. I don't know.
This is not a new lease. This is an assignment of a lease.
It's new to him.
But it's not effective until the landlord signs it.
I know that. We get that. But that's not, did you understand from where we're sitting? Why would someone sign a lease for a liquor store or an assignment of a lease for a liquor store before they had a liquor license, knowing that the store they were buying was in jeopardy, and then not give themselves an out? That if I don't get the lease, if I don't get the license, this lease is not enforceable.
Well, because the landlord said...
Now you're trusting the other party. Why would he do anything for him?
If this was poorly negotiated...
Poorly negotiated, or it could be that maybe they knew it wouldn't be a problem because the other guy that we just revoked the license from has got some interest in this business. That's what our concern is. You understand?
I understand the concern.
Right, because that's what the assignment of lease, there's nothing that gives them an out. It's almost like they knew this would just go through.
That means if anything's go wrong, I'm in charge, responsible for the lease. I understand, that's what you say. In other words, if I don't get the license, that means the landlord will charge me.
But he could. He's telling you the landlord has told him that won't happen. But I'm telling you,
That's not true.
no, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just telling you that the landlord doesn't owe you guys anything.
All right. Chairman, let me follow this. Let me play this out. Assuming what you say happens, there's still a lease with value here that he can always sell the lease. He's not buying a business. He's buying a lease, and then he could subsequently sell the lease. That's his protection.
You can't sell the lease without the landlord's
You said the
consent.
landlord has to consent.
Well, no, but if the landlord double deals him and consents to it and the license is turned down, he still has a lease. He's not buying a business. He's not paying. There's only $70,000. There's no business here.
$70,000 for then? What's he paying for?
The lease, the assignment of the lease and the assets.
Usually the landlord would take the $70,000 if there's any assignment and there's money coming in, not.
Under the terms of the agreement.
So he is buying the business.
Excuse me?
Then he's buying the business.
He's buying whatever there is to the business. But the real value here is the lease and what's in the store, not the inventory, but the setup and everything else for basically key money. But his protection is if the landlord signs the consent and he has a lease without a license, he can always sell the lease.
And we're telling you he can't without the landlord's consent. You just said that?
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
All right.
What do you want to do?
I just think based on the history of the way this has gone down on the timing of the signing without the protection, it almost, and the history of the seller of the previous licensee having had an availing history, I'm not convinced that it's that he's not somehow involved in the future of this business. So I have to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I was ready to approve it, but Mr. Amaretto makes a good point that all these negotiations, and I realize he was looking to sell the business, but all these negotiations were happening before we even revoked the license, and the way the lease is set up, or the assignment of the lease, is problematic to me. It does not make sense for a guy who was represented that he would have entered into that lease if there's not something else going on here, because he's not, in my view, protected at all, which would indicate to me that there was no need to protect him. So I vote to deny as well.
Commissioner Ford, hold on one second. Commissioner
I
Ford.
vote to deny as well. Then,
You can go to the mic, please. Go to the mic.
Then what you sent to me is, I'm responsible for the lease.
You have to go.
If the landlord, I don't know this
Listen,
guy.
you got a lawyer. You got to go talk to your lawyer about it. We can't tell you what you're responsible for. That's his job. But if you can make it clearer, I would encourage you to apply again. But right now, it's too muddied for me.
It's the timing of when you came into this lease with the person even
That's
before.
what I was told. I said, sign. If anything's go wrong, you don't have to pay anything. You put the process. Like I said, if you check my history, I've been working for 22 years at the Department of Education. I have a clean life. My wife is an assistant principal. She has been a principal at PSA, and she's at PS 132. That means I'm very well known in my community. The last thing I want is something to damage my
Oh, this won't
reputation.
damage you. This is just a denial of a liquor license. It won't damage your reputation at all. We're just saying that the lease is not clear to us, and it's a little muddied, and it needs to be clarified.
I think you can always apply for reconsideration, but you need to go clean this up and get the timing right.
I know, Mr. King. I got my lawyer, like you said, or the lawyer I will hire. But that means how I could clean this? Because, I realized that I didn't know that there was so much problem.
I know,
with this
but
license.
you have a lawyer. He'll instruct you how to do that. We made our ruling, so we're going to move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
1378, MFR Retailing. It's a class change from a wine store to a liquor store.
Hi, good afternoon, almost good evening, long day. I'm Elke Hoffman. I welcome Commissioner Ford as well. With me is Matt Franco. He's the principal of MFR Retailing. MFR Retailing operates a small shop in the West Village under the name MCF Rare Wine. He's been in business for 5 years. It's a small shop. It's 600 square feet total. Approximately 300 of it is retail floor. He specializes in rare and hard-to-find wines, and essentially he's had customers request sort of a similar focus of spirits. So he's looking to add a very limited selection of spirits. And again, the name of the store is MCF Rare Wine. The whole focus, the whole purpose of the store is to provide products that are not available mainstream in any of the local stores or even in many stores nearby.
It's mainly collector-focused. Service a lot of clients, mostly over the phone. And my neighborhood customers, who I know very well, their kids go to school with mine. They enjoy coming to my store because I have the knowledge and the know-how and the unique selection. And they say, wouldn't it be great if you could just have a few scotches and Armagnacs and really oddball things that you just can't find anywhere else? And that's
So maybe your attorney can answer this question. When he originally applied, did he apply as a wine store?
Yeah, he applied as a wine store. Yeah. I mean, again, it's a very small store with a very boutique
So
focus.
what percentage would you have as liquor?
in terms of total SKUs or in terms
SKUs, in terms of SKUs?
boy, it would be 20% at the absolute most.
How many SKUs do you have currently?
At any given time, it's less than 500. It's a small store.
a lot of the stuff isn't even on display. It comes in and gets sold, and then it goes out.
Yeah, just, the problem is within 0.4 miles, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you know if Terry's West Village Wines and Spirits is open?
They're open, yes.
They're open, okay.
They're really not that close to me, though.
Yeah, if you look at the local map of the area, they're not actually all super close, and they're all sort of bigger mainstream stores, and they all have pretty high sales as well. Only one of them, I think, had dropped below $1 million, and they were like 2.3 million, 2.5 million.
I saw a letter from one of the stores that was submitted, and, he just moved down the street to a new, shiny new space that's at least 3 times the size of his old one and 5 times the size of mine. And his sales are going up, everyone
Which one
else's
is that?
sales are going up.
Which one is that?
That was
The Mahadev.
Mahadev?
Mahadev.
1,600 square feet.
North Village Wine and Liquors.
1,600 square feet, does that sound right?
Well, when you compare it to 750, it probably is a shiny break.
That's not 5 times.
5 times the size of mine.
5 times that.
I had 250 square feet of retail space. The 600 includes my
your
basement
600
and
total,
all.
250.
Oh, you're just 250 retail.
250 of showroom space.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, see, that's different. All right, well, all right, I'll vote to approve. I mean, all the sales have been going up, and, while this was a wine store, originally, you're only talking about 100 SKUs at 250 square feet of showroom space. So, and you're proposing the rare spirits model? Is that
Yeah,
kinda-
and this is the argument I made when we were first
Right.
here for the original approval, and I'll just say that I've kept my word
Okay.
with that. There's
Yeah,
no-
I believe there'll be a public convenience and advantage based on the history of selling rare wines to be able to sell rare spirits. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The 3 closest store sales have all gone up over the last 4 years. He's only got 250 square feet of space. He's already selling wine, and he just wants to add approximately 20% of rare collectible spirits. So I'll vote to approve. Commissioner Ford?
I have no problem with it. I vote to approve as well.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
1442, Regal Beagle.
Is that Three's Company?
Yes.
Yeah, this is I think you're becoming familiar with some of these at Brooklyn community boards. I've got another good one coming up in a couple of weeks.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, my name is Elke Hoffman. With me is Brendan Jones. He's one of the principals of Regal Beagle Inc. They're looking at a new liquor license. It was a previously licensed location. It was a restaurant at 1108 Bedford. This is in Community Board 3. This is almost virtually the identical situation to what you faced in regulars in February. Regal Beagle, they met with the subcommittee of the State Liquor Authority subcommittee of Brooklyn Community Board 3. The way that committee works, they don't vote on the spot in the committee. They recommend you come to a full board where everything is heard. The applicants are requested to make PowerPoint presentations. I've included, so you can see what the PowerPoint presentation was in my letter. They make their presentation, and then essentially everybody sort of talks about it and they vote. There's no meaningful opportunity to discuss methods of operation. There's no meaningful opportunity to really respond to anybody comments. It's a long, full night agenda with a lot of matters that include everything from zoning, land use. And just like the case in regulars, this is not a 500-foot case. This was a previously licensed location. The operator, some of the principals, they own 4 other, between them there are a number of other establishments, all of which are open till 4 a.m., and they've never had an incident. A couple of them are firefighters. One is a retired firefighter. A lot of their clientele works irregular hours. And so across the board, the places that they've been associated with, they all close at 4 a.m. and they've never had any incidents. So again, you have experienced operators, highly qualified, not subject to the 500-foot rule, no meaningful opportunity at the community board level to sort of address any other concerns.
What time did Do or Dine close? The existing premise?
They closed overnight in September of last year.
I mean, what time did they normally close of operation?
2 a.m., I believe.
Yeah, I'm not actually
They
sure.
closed at 2 a.m.?
Not positive. I actually never went.
Yeah.
So they have outdoor seating?
Yeah,
Outdoor seating?
correct.
And so on your establishment question, it indicates that no permit is required by the city of New York for the outdoor seating. Why is that?
It's backyard, it's not a sidewalk cafe.
But the backyard, the C of O allows for.
Correct. Well, it'll be a letter of no objection. Yeah. There's not, yeah, it's not outside.
How
in
many
front.
people sitting outside?
In the backyard,
How many people?
backyard.
maybe 20. It's a small backyard. It's a small space.
Is that open till 4 as well?
I don't-
Or is that what you're looking
I
for?
don't think you need
No.
your backyard.
No, we've always closed the backyards. There are other bars. One has a very similar setup, and they close at, I believe, midnight on the weekdays and 1 a.m. on the weekends.
What's behind it?
Directly behind it is a metal shed right now. It's unoccupied. The building to the side of the yard is boarded up windows.
So where's the closest residential?
There are residences above it. There's 2 apartments upstairs.
Just note the prior licensee, they received a letter of no objection. However, the use of the rear yard was prohibited. So I don't know if you're going to have a problem with that.
Yeah, why was that? Do you
The
know?
use of the rear yard was prohibited.
Prohibited for the former licensee.
Yeah,
or
I
the
think they're
active
getting
one.
their own, I think they've been in the process of getting their own.
Well, not by us, it was prohibited by the city.
No, but it was on
Department's,
the,
DOB, that's in their letter of no objection. Just so you might want to run into.
no, I think they're getting the new letter of no objection
Okay.
in there, and for their, that's my
Hope so.
understanding. I mean, you'll see.
Yes, we will see.
Or they won't be using a backyard.
Okay.
You know, in addition, what I don't think you had in Regos, what you do have here is even a letter from one of the members of the Economic Development Committee. I think it was in the package that I sent over on Friday as well, sort of endorsing the application. It's been a blighted street. There are lots of vacant storefronts. They've added security, they've added lighting, they've added security cameras. In general, there are a number of people who, you know, showed up at the meeting, and even that's documented on the record, some of the articles that spoke in support of this application. They actually had a great deal of support in addition. And some of the, you know, some of these community boards, we're just seeing a lot of concerns about gentrification generally, and I think.
Well, that was what concerned me, and not from, you said it in your letter, but I also read it in these articles that you submitted, so I'm guessing, you know, it's not tainted if it's coming from the paper, but it appears they don't want people from outside their area coming to their area, which I found amazing.
Well, we have.
For an area like Bed-Stuy that could use some economic development.
We've got one in a couple weeks coming up in Crown Heights that is even more extreme. Just against, you know, this fear of
Concerned
gentrification.
of the increase in the rents.
Correct. And there's
Well,
certainly.
they basically believe that they won't utilize the place, so they don't think it belongs there. I mean, that's pretty much what the quotes were.
Is this a restaurant? The menu seemed very light.
No, it's a bar tavern.
Bar tavern?
Correct, this one.
Yep.
No. All right, well, the outdoor space is a concern. I mean, you've got residences there. I'd ask much earlier times for outdoor space. Inside, I think like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, going to 4 sounds fine, and Sunday through Wednesday, closing at 2.
You didn't, you know, I think you approved regulars under almost identical circumstances till 4 a.m. on all nights. In fact, the one difference here was, well, you have 2 differences here. This one was previously licensed, and you have significant evidence of support. And
This one was licensed, previously licensed. The previous licensee closed at 2.
I think in regulars, it wasn't a previous licensed location at all, which is literally the same community board, couple of blocks away, but more than 500 feet away. No 500-foot rule.
Yeah, no, this is not a 500-foot rule, so.
Yeah, if I could speak to the 4 a.m., I mean, all of the bars are kind of a big family and cater very, very heavily to the service industry. And that's a big group that's moving to Bed-Stuy as they've been priced out of Williamsburg. And it's all the bar hours are very consistent. You know, they're not loud places.
Regulars? 'Cause I don't really remember it as. Yeah. And then, well, what about the outdoor space, though? I can't
There's no way.
You can cut back the hours.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
we're flexible on hours on the outdoor space. That's, really, that's a summertime, daytime type of thing.
So you'd be okay with like weekdays at 10?
That's for the yard?
Yeah, I mean, I would ask you for 11, but we'd be okay with 10.
Or this is for the outside area, right?
Yeah.
Are you okay with 10 or 11?
Yes.
All right.
I'll do 10, and then I'll do 12 on Friday and Saturday.
That's fine.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm looking at a Google shot of this now. You're talking about there's a small little space actually to the west, which would be the back of the building. Is that correct? Is that the outdoor space you're talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah.
Okay. What about this? It looks like there's an alley to the north. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's a lot that's right now storage for, I believe it's a plumber and somebody else. They park their work trucks there.
It really looks like a pretty junky area back there behind that building to
Yeah.
the north.
Yeah, that's our adjacent wall. The other side of that fence is quite.
You're gonna make some way to cover that from your patrons seeing it, because it's not very appealing.
Yeah, it's there's like an 8 or 10 foot wall on the, what would be when you walk in the backyard on the right side of the space, so you actually can't see over that.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. I'm good.
Okay, so, all right, we just looked up regulars to be consistent. We'll give you till 4 a.m. inside, 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, you can have till midnight on the outdoors. Are you okay with that?
And then the music is just recorded music or jukebox music, no DJs, no live
DJ,
music?
No live music.
Okay.
All right.
I approve.
I approve on those conditions. Commissioner?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1462, 2325 Restaurant Corp. This is a hearing after full board disapproval.
Good afternoon, member.
Good
I'm Carlos
afternoon.
Cachamarca from the El Paraiso Restaurant, Spring Valley, New York. My license is only for beer and a wine application, and I'm here to answer some of the, questions that I couldn't answer last time because, which they said on February 2nd.
What?
We didn't come in here because my lawyer told me that it's not reasonable.
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
Yes, sir. Because my lawyer told me that it's not reasonable to come into this.
Who's your
board.
lawyer?
My lawyer is not here today.
What's his name or her name?
His name is Robert
Romano?
Lewis.
Lewis?
Louis, yes. He got a court in Poughkeepsie. He told me he couldn't come today.
So, there's been a long history here at this particular location, and then when they did when the Village of Spring Valley Police did an investigation in September 2015, there was somebody who was in control of the bar who had been a security guard at this location when the bar was formerly La Cabana.
Yeah, well, La Cabana was before I took a place, which I'm not related to them. I don't know them at all.
When have you had control of this since?
That was at the beginning of 2012.
2012. So 2015, the security guard here. Who's the security guard that they're talking about in September?
I have no idea.
You have a
who the
manager?
security guard. I have a cook, which is a cook and a manager, and I have another help in the kitchen. During the lunchtime, I was at my other job. They called me that there's a police there checking the establishment.
So you were there at that time?
I wasn't there at that time.
You
no.
weren't there?
I was outside.
So do you have a security guard or no?
I don't have security guard because why should I need security guard for a restaurant, which is 100% on food that I'm selling? This is my menu. If you like, I can present it to you. I don't know why they mention.
What are your hours?
My hours 10 to 10. We open 10. We start serving like 10:30 to 11 for local employees, landscapers. We have a takeout menu.
And
And I
this
don't
is
know.
just on the report. This is over.
I don't know what they call it, like Havana, because,
The full board disapproved the application, and they requested a statutory hearing. So this is the results of the hearing that was,
hearing that ALJ agrees with the disapproval.
right, the hearing was in May.
So what are we supposed to do?
Just to endorse it.
Endorse it, yeah, no, I endorse the ALJ.
So, I mean, you're going to have to reapply. This has been disapproved already.
okay, but they sent to me today with the letter, I mean, which I got an email for today, date in here.
Yeah, well, there was a hearing that your lawyer requested, an additional hearing to review what was done. And the person that reviewed that examination determined that what was done properly. So now that it's still disapproved.
But I just want to clarify this one. The police that came in that day to check in the restaurant, they found a leftover beer bottles and a liquor in the old refrigerator because we kept it from a 2 weeks ago party was. We find that people would bring from outside because I'm next to the 7-Eleven store, liquor store. Recently was issued another license for the grocery. So my peoples from the inside party, I guess they were going together from the next store. So I find it inside in the party. I kept it. I didn't let them to take it out, and that was sitting in there. But
Okay, but that doesn't really change the result here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna have to try to reapply.
Okay.
There's nothing we can do today.
Okay. Other thing, one I want to tell this, the Spring Valley Police saying that there are no issuing the liquor license in the area.
Yeah, you have to go talk to the police. They don't want any liquor licenses.
But how come recent they were issuing three establishment a liquor license?
Well,
And
you
they're-
should sit down and talk to them about that. That's not, they don't work for us.
Yeah, I understand
Okay,
that.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I can apply
Yes,
for this
yeah.
one. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford, you do concur the disapproval is upheld?
I agree, I concur, yes.
Thank you. You too, all of you.
Yes.
Yes.
1466C through E, Buddha Asian and Italian cuisine. Hey.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Victor Molina on behalf of the license holder. We propose, after discussions with the Office of Counsel, cancellation of bond claim.
I'll accept.
I'll accept with a name stop and.
Name stop and
Premise
location stop.
Mr. Molina is also asking that you also
There's
include
a-
in this
There was a notice of pleading.
112845, it's another notice of pleading involving, but yet
Really?
was stabbing.
112845? This is on the same premise?
Yeah, on the same premise, we were aware of this when we negotiated with the Office of Counsel on the June 1st hearing date. On Buddha.
Does this become a revocation in bond then?
Ms.
Cancel in
Counsel,
bond,
you want to say
name
what
and
the charges
premise?
Yes, this involves another stabbing on May 29, 2016.
Does this person own any other licenses?
Yes, he does.
Oh, so that's why.
That's why we negotiated cancellation.
What's the other license and what's the history on that?
Give me a second.
No, what is the other license?
You
don't know?
Angry Burger is the name of the trade name
I'll find it.
of the location. I can't tell you the exact address, I just know. Angel Tejada?
I'm doing by the person. In there.
How many stabbings do we have here, Mike? You have the one that isn't on here, and then how many of these others are stabbings?
On Broadway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aguave Bar and Grill?
Yeah, there's no history.
When's that licensed from?
Probably around 2013. I gotta go zip into the next. It's
2013.
currently active until 2017. They've already been on one renewal.
February
Yeah.
27th.
My recollection of the
27th.
altercations at the location didn't involve any other stabbings. There was a mugging of an employee.
All right.
On
The other
February
one's clean.
27th there was.
Okay,
All right,
thanks.
I'll take the cancel and
All
bond.
right, I will as well with a name stop and a location stop.
Can I just ask for the, what does name stop?
That just
If he
means,
applies again, it has to come here.
and same as the location.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more.
Well, I apologize.
So do we.
Yep.
Welcome, Mr. Ford.
That's all right. I concur.
Thank you. Thank you again. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
1464, pasta and potatoes.
What, you don't sign both your cases up at the same time?
People signed in before for those cases.
Ah.
My name is Frank Palillo. Sir, it's 5:20. You sure about this? I mean,
I'm sorry, Secretary, what number is that?
1464.
Thank you.
While you're at it, pull 1463, that will be next.
I got a
5:20,
non-bona
guys.
fide.
Is this the record, or have we blown past the record?
What's going on with this non-bona fide?
Which,
Food available at 7:15 PM at the time of inspection.
that's actually untrue. And that charge was withdrawn by counsel's office. That's why the offer is so low. There was food available at all times. I think the investigator confused it with the place across the street.
Where does it say, did we withdraw?
That was my understanding with counsel. I could never have gotten a $3,500 offer up here if everything was sustained. Charges 1 and 2 were withdrawn. Food's always been available.
Wait, you're on a different case, because your offer here is 10,000 I got. Is it 1335?
Yeah, which is
The other one's
1464.
1464 now. It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
for
you're on the
pasta
right one.
potatoes.
Yeah,
the Village Lantern.
1464,
You
your
want
offer
No,
was
you are.
10,000.
What case number you on?
1464.
108326.
I'm sorry, I have another case that's coming up ahead of you. I apologize.
Right. So
So let's
this
get back
one
to the
has
food.
non-bona fide, no food, DJ,
And it's a restaurant.
and it's a restaurant.
108326 is the case number.
108326.
That's the one I'm talking about. I'm sorry. That's what I'm talking about. Charges 1 and 2, we were able to show at the hearing. We went outside and I showed them the proof.
What hearing?
We don't have a hearing.
This is a CNC.
Offer.
We had a hearing date. We appeared together.
Oh,
At the hearing day, I think it was March 16th potentially, maybe it will be. At the hearing, I showed counsel all the proof that this was an operating restaurant. It absolutely is, and always has been.
Wait a second. Did she do a new letter?
she didn't put anything in here, so I'm,
No.
I would not misrepresent to this agency.
sure you're not. But you did offer 10,000.
Someone put a different case number on with the BP for the case number you're on, so I'll have something to say to someone to get back to the office.
We got it, and we're gonna, in order to dismiss anything, I gotta confirm that, so.
That's fine.
It's in
We
your,
gotta put this over.
yeah, it was in his original letter to the prosecutor, indicates the charges. 1 and 2
Seven, you're
are-
gonna be here 7-5?
Sorry, Jack, what do you say?
Yeah, when your first offer, when you made an offer for 6,000, that you have it listed in your letter.
Right, yeah, no,
about
and then
that.
afterwards, Counsel Flug required me to prove it, so I did.
So you're gonna be here 7-5?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
7-5, huh? Wow.
1463, 302 Broom Art Space.
I think we have signs, basically. Signs and building codes.
All right, I accept 2,500.
I accept.
Thank you, have a good night.
Whoa,
Hello.
Everybody does it.
I accept.
Thank you.
What?
This is 1463?
Yeah.
The kitchen was closed before the hours that they stipulated, so.
That's not true again. If you'll notice, the notice of pleading was amended to remove those charges.
This was Jackie Flug's note the last time this was on.
Oh, well, it's 2,500, and based on the memo, I accepted it.
Okay.
I accept, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Don't even go, I know.
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, so this is the lightning round, Commissioner. You need to speak fast and loud, okay?
Got it.
Okay.
No problem.
Starting with the remaining items, 1360.
Dismiss 2, sustain 1 and 3, 4,000.
4,000. Just repeat 4,000 or change it, one or the other.
This is the urinator, right?
Yes,
1368.
yes, that's correct.
All right, 4,000.
Got it. 1361.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
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 1362 and 63.
Offer 7-day suspension plus 10,000, accept.
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 1364 and 1365. The
Offer-
actual offer is 5,500. I'll
That's
correct.
correct.
Good. Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
Aye.
1366.
Offer 5,500, accept.
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 1368.
Letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
1368 is a $2,500
Oh, I'm sorry,
offer.
wait, you missed,
You missed
Oh, did I
13.
skip?
67.
Mine's stuck,
yeah,
mine's stuck.
1367,
All right, 1367, letter of warning.
accept.
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 All right, 68,
2,500, accept.
Accept.
69,
Charges sustained, 1,500, 1,500.
1,500 sustained.
1,500 sustained.
1370,
4,500,
4,500.
and charges are sustained, right?
yes.
Thank you.
4,500, yes.
1371,
Sustained, 1,000.
Sustained 1,000.
Sustained, a grand.
1372,
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
Dismissed.
1373,
Offer letter of warning, accept.
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 1374,
2,500, accept.
Accept.
Accept. Accept, sorry, went out of order there.
1375,
What is this? Why is the letter of warning?
I was of the opinion that we should just dismiss
Yeah,
this.
all right, dismiss.
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 if you do have any questions, you can stop us, okay? 1376,
CMB, accept.
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 1377,
Letter of warning, accept.
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 1385,
6,000.
6,000.
counteroffer?
Is that a counter
Which
offer?
one is
That's
this again?
stuck?
I'm sorry.
Yes, counter offer, because they did 5,200, so.
They did
Yeah,
5,200.
counter of 6,000.
Counteroffer of 6,000.
Counter 6,000. Going once, going twice, going 3 times.
Okay, 1386,
So I was confused here, because we approved corporate change to Robert Malta on 7/16/13, but that was the same date we also charged him with availing.
Correct.
yeah,
I got
you know,
dismissed.
timing.
So you got dismissed? Okay, dismissed.
Dismiss.
I wrote here, no credible evidence that license was obtained or used by others, so dismissed, yes.
Thank you.
Great.
1387,
Cancel and bond?
oh yeah, I got a bond.
You have a bond?
Yeah, they restored it.
I mean, I don't, why do we have a 15, why do we impose 20 days for with
They
expense?
didn't pay. That would normally be
Oh,
a
that's what it
$3,000
was?
fine.
Oh, okay, then you know what, 6,000.
6,000. That's what I had. I was
Sustained,
looking at you,
6,000.
damn, Man, can't cancel on Bonnie's.
No, I saw the 20 days and I was,
Sustained 6,000.
Got it. 1389,
okay, dismiss 1, sustain 2. This has been revoked already, right? So,
Revoke for the record.
oh,
Revoke for the record? Okay, yes, thank you. I thought you were going to say that.
1391,
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1392, and 1432.
Dismiss number 2 in the number,
The first proceeding
yeah,
and charges
first
1 and 3 in the
reading.
second.
Right. Need to specify the types of alcohol. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, I don't have this one. 4,000?
So dismiss the first proceeding, dismiss charge 1 and 3 in the second proceeding, and sustain charge 2 in the second proceeding, 4,000.
Ditto.
1394,
2,000 accept.
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 1395,
6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
1396, I had a request to carry this over to 7.5.
7.5.
Save your packs. Save these packs.
Yes, exactly, he's got them.
1397,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
1398, I have a request to carry over to 7.5.
7.5.
7,500.
1400,
1,500 accept.
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 1401,
2,000 accept.
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 1402 through 1404.
I had a counter of cancel and bond.
As did I. Counter of cancel and bond.
Counter, cancel, and bond.
1405,
2,500 accept.
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 1406.
3,500 accept.
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 1407.
Request to send back to council's office.
Yeah, okay,
Return to council.
yep.
Yes.
Why is that? Is this the one we talked about, Mike?
This is Jarrett Lucosa.
Okay. Yeah, no, I talked to Jared about this. I asked him if he wanted to try it. I guess he wants to. Okay, back to council's office.
So should I say this one? Back to council.
This is going back to council. Yep.
He didn't have to. I said if it was bad, it's bad.
1408.
Tell him that.
Yeah.
I have a counter, 12,000.
Counter 12,000.
Counter 12,000.
1409,
Cancel. Sorry, go ahead.
1466A and 1466B.
Cancel and bind accept.
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 1410.
Counter 2,500. The food menu is different.
I had,
It's a
What'd you have?
restaurant cabaret.
yeah, I had 5,000.
5,000?
Just because it's the second time with the no food, and not, the last time was
that's
March
true.
of
That was new food.
2014.
Okay, I'll do 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
1411.
It's the second time as well.
This one, 16 years and they never sold food. Bar and not a restaurant. No food on April 6th.
This is a restaurant?
This is a tavern cocktail lounge.
It's a tavern.
Yeah, but they did say that they had food, when they first filed, they had hors d'oeuvres and pickup food. I don't know what that meant.
Okay.
All right, 7,500 accept.
Accept.
You want a warning about
Yeah, we
food?
want the
With,
food.
remind them of that they need to have food, and we'll send somebody out there.
1412.
Cancel and bond accept.
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 1413.
6,000 accept.
6,000, accept.
Accept 6,000.
1414.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
1415.
6,000 accept.
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 1416.
Sustain 3,500. It's a liquor store, yeah.
3,500.
3,500.
1417.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1418.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record. There's an echo in here.
1419.
Cancel and bond accept.
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 1420.
1,500 accept.
Was this an underage operation, Mike, that they complied with?
Which one are we up to?
1420.
1420, unauthorized trading.
Yeah, but no, they've been doing that thing that
Was it an undercover operation?
3,
Say
8.
in the report, but I'll
I
check.
think it is, to be honest with you.
Oh, really? All right. Then what do we do? Letter of warning?
SLA compliance, hold on. Yeah, this
Well, and I
was an SLA sting.
yeah, I don't want to bang them because they had to sell the minor, and it's obvious they fixed it, so.
All right, so letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Got it.
Commissioner? Everyone?
Letter of warning, yes.
All right.
1421.
All right. I had a higher fine, but based on the mitigation letter, I did 5,000. And the fact that they didn't have anything in the past 11 years, I went down to 5,000.
I'll go to 5,002 because he has a very convincing letter and the neatest penmanship I've ever seen. So 5,000.
5,000.
1422.
I mean, they had a fire and they didn't put it into safekeeping.
Probably burned up.
And so what did he open up, though? He reopened with the same license? He said that the license caught on fire. Story doesn't add up. And then he reopened, but how did he reopen without a license?
He-
Have a photocopy?
The last time they opened, they had an alteration in 2008. That's the last time they filed an alteration. So if they had a fire, they should have filed another alteration.
Well, and his argument was that the fire burned up, I think, the license itself. That's why he
Yeah, and
safekeeping.
so there's nothing here to reflect that they've ever requested a duplicate certificate.
But they're now back open again, right?
That's what they're saying, I guess. Yeah, they don't have a new license there.
So how do they operate? Call them in?
Okay, call them in.
Call them in. Should I say this one?
Yes. All right, so this is over to 7.5.
Yep.
1423.
I had 5,000 because they've had this unlicensed security several times.
Yep, 5,000,
$5,000.
based on history.
1424.
Dismissed 4 and 5, and sustained 1, 2, and 3, and I had 4,000 counter.
Where are you getting the dismiss?
1424.
1424 because those see the sale.
It was a 13-day lapse with the workers' comp, and the purchase from an authorized source, there were 2 bottles found at the premises.
All right, so 1 and 2 for sure, but then refilling I did also. But what was the non-bona fide and failure to?
It was the work stoppage on the workers' comp. They closed them down for not having workers' comp.
Oh, they closed them down for. All right.
It was a 13-day lapse.
All right, then we're talking a little bit more. 6,500.
Counter 6,500.
Counter 6,500.
1425.
7,500.
75, accept.
Accept.
1426.
Cancellation, accept, name stop, premise stop.
Cancellation, accept.
Accept.
1427.
3,000. 1,000 each. Right, local regs.
Why did I say this, what I said here?
What'd you say?
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
The maximum op is 48. They had 111 patrons there. They had hookah pipes, and the certificate of completion on the building had not yet been received.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I get, what'd you say?
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1428.
All right, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1429.
Is this closed? I have a question if it was
No, because there's a pending case as well, so it's not, they're still operating.
I see the fire marshal closed the bar though, right? For whatever, for temporary at least. 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
1430. There is a new offer for this, for the same charges. It's $7,500 offer.
I'll accept the 7,500.
I'll accept 75.
Accept it, 75.
1431.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
Cancel and civil.
Accept.
Accept this, cancel and civil penalty.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll get the bond if they don't pay. 1433, the license will be canceled June 28th for non-payment of the last fine.
Okay, so what do we do?
There'll
We
be,
get a CNC of 7,500, right?
Yes.
So that's just, I have counter at 10,000.
Okay, counter at 10.
And then if they get canceled, they get canceled. Well, they'll still get canceled on the other one, right, if they don't pay?
they're going, well, they're scheduled to be canceled on June 28th.
That's what I'm saying, that'll still
Okay.
happen.
This will happen. This will just be a counteroffer.
Right.
Okay. So you're going to accept the late plea and counteroffer with 10?
No, because if it gets canceled, then it comes back to us and we just cancel again.
They did a
When's it
late
gonna
plea
come
of
back?
7,500 and we countered at 10.
Then it goes into the hearing mode if they
Then
don't
we should
want
just
it.
accept the
And
7,500.
Oh, all right.
So
See,
accept-
why
accept
don't you just put
7,500.
it that way in English, Jackie? Accept 7,500,
Accept 7,500.
which we won't get paid.
And we won't get paid. There'll be no bond. They'll be
Let
fine.
us see it.
1434.
This is nuisance abatement. They've been over 5 years, so 4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
1435.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
So 1436.
2,000 accept.
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 1437.
1,500 accept.
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 1443. I did get something
Where's
from the
Comrade?
mayor. Mayor Hall has no objections for this license. This is the Village of Hempstead,
All right, okay.
okay? So I don't know
Is
what-
this a new grocery store beer wine, or is the wife already licensed and now the husband is putting his name on it? I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, we had something with this, didn't we?
We carried it over.
Why did we carry it over? Just for the mayor?
No, for them to appear, but they
They
didn't.
were supposed to appear.
You're asking about the before you're asking about the prior veiling, husband's history, why are they changing it?
Right. Exactly. And they didn't show up, and they didn't ask for an adjournment?
Right, but the mayor has no objection.
But he doesn't have the same issues we have.
Right.
Apparently the guy's not her husband, but we can call him in or
Yeah, call him in
Well,
one
we
more
call-
time.
7-5.
Last time to appear?
Last time to appear.
1445.
7,500, accept.
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 46.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1447.
What do you have? Either
Yeah.
cancel and bond?
Yeah. Bouncer hit customer and slashed him.
Cancel and bond.
I see he permitted dancing, we can't have that. Cancel and bond.
1448.
4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
1449.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1450.
5,500, accept.
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 1451. I do not believe they renewed.
They didn't renew?
I don't think
So
so.
it's canceled? Oh, they defaulted anyway,
They're still
right?
expired. Anything on file?
So cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, no renewal, Jack.
Got it.
Cancel and bond.
1452 to 1454.
Cancel plus 1,000 civil penalty, accept.
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 1455.
2,500, 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
Generous. 1456.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1457.
Surrendered, right? So cancel and
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1461.
bond. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I have no other items.
We are adjourned.